Give me a second, guys. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty here for a second with the camera, but enjoy the shitstorm outside for a second with oh wait, there's no one. That's right. There's no FKR. Just saying. Like, yeah, welcome to the Freak Channel for a minute. I'm gonna figure out this issue with the video, and I'll be right there. But while you guys are at it, do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you want to donate to the channel. You can do so these ways, and then we have the Apple Pay link and the link for anybody who just wants to do credit or debit. Now, since you guys asked, you shall receive, and we'll put that in the chat for you guys. I don't think they will cross the niece. I mean, that's risky, but I don't think they'll do it. I'm not there. I'm just trying to fix my video here, over here on my end. Yeah, he decided he was the Sewer Turtle's very angry, guys. He's upset.
Yeah, he's moving.
He doesn't like it.
We should document him every day. He's moving faster than we did.
He used to run the Boston Marathon.
Yeah. Right.
So there it is. That's the tip for the day.
No problem. Do you want me to bend down? Or?
Yeah, I just want to look at you. That's all. Try to look at Steve on here, right?
You know, we're all here for the same place, right? We're all going to get essentially the same shot.
Literally. Good.
Here comes the defense team, and Alan Jackson's not in a hoodie this morning, y'all. Amazing. Karen's lagging ass in her blue.
Karen, are you feeling better today?
Yeah, you're feeling great, Karen. No hangovers, Karen. No shot of Cheetos this morning, Karen.
You did say, right?
Have a good day. See you, Chris.
Hey there, Karen Reach.
There is sound, but I'm working on fixing the camera. So just give me a second, guys. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Like, yeah, I'm going to tell you guys a little story about court yesterday that you guys might find quite funny.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what.
Yeah, the world's unpredictable. The camera didn't work, and his voice really goes through me at this point. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Also, where's Anna and where's Francesca? I have a couple little thank yous to give. Francesca sent me something off my wish list, and it's actually, I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys. It's a picture I had on my wish list. It's moons, but it's very like me style. It's got the stars at night and it's beautiful. And I had it on my wish list. And I just want to thank Francesca because I love this so much. I know exactly where I'm going to put it. And I got it last night after we weren't live anymore. And also Anna, she got me something off my wish list as well that came, and it's a bathroom rug and it's got cherries on it, but it's pink and has other like yellow flowers and green flowers. And I absolutely love it. And it's super duper comfortable on my feet. And I'm so grateful. Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much, Francesca. It's always nice to get a little surprise and not know what it is. And it was killing me not to look because you can look on your wish list and see things that have been bought or not bought. But I was like, I'm not looking. You know, it's nice once in a while to get something and feel like you're appreciated. And it was really nice. It was a very nice gift, both of you. Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. Some people prefer to like donate in a way that like is an e-gift card or buying off your wish list. And so sometimes Anna will send, you know, an e-gift card to Amazon, which I'm saving. I'm saving the e-gift cards, mostly saving them so that I can get another air conditioner for the house. So I appreciate the e-gift cards to Amazon as well. I appreciate those. And I appreciate anybody who buys off the wish list. That's super nice of you guys. I appreciate it. I loved your faces. I always love your faces. It was like one of those little things. It's like the little things, you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't have to cost $1 million. It's the thought. And I appreciate that anybody thinks about me. I don't have a lot of family. So, it's real special when that happens for me, you know? So I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. So I'm going to tell you guys a little story about court yesterday. We didn't have any audio. We didn't have any video. But what we did have was Ashley and Lindsay. And I couldn't be there because I had to get my kiddo off a bus and I didn't have anybody to get my kid off a bus. So I had to be home. Obviously, I wish I could have been there. I know Lindsay knows I would have been there if I had somebody to get my kiddo off the bus. But I was cheering them on from here, hoping that we could, you know, maybe I didn't realize he was going to send some people down there. You know what I mean? Like to his court date, which he sometimes does, but not always. But of course, when it comes to Lindsay, she is his victim. He loves to just torture her life, essentially. You know, torture her absolute friggin' life because he's a piece of human garbage and a waste of space. And so, of course, to terrify her, he asks people to come down there. So Ashley bravely went with her. Thank you, Ashley. We appreciate you, my friend. And sat with her, and she did amazing. But the glarer, right, had a live stream on, and he's saying that he's getting audio and that he needs to listen to it, but he can't share it, right? Interesting. So I'm literally got the computer on and I'm listening in my living room because I can't watch his face and listen to. I just wanted to see if he had the audio or the Zoom. And so I'm listening and I'm like, is he serious right now? Like, that's real life? Like, what the hell? So I text a friend of mine and I'm like, hey, are you seeing this? Like, this is what's going on. He listens to the audio and he's like, oh, he's not going to be held or something like that, which is like, okay, I don't even know what that means. Like, this is a civil court date, but okay, whatever. So I'm like, he's like, well, wait, I'm getting something else. So he gets something else. He's like, I can share this one. So he listens to it and he's like, wait, no, I can't share this one. It's the same exact thing. He's like, oh, I just dodged a bullet there. Meaning you're not supposed to be playing it because you weren't supposed to have it, right? So I'm like, all right, this is unacceptable, right? This is not okay. Like, so, we get the information and I have a friend pass it along because I was in the middle of, on my phone, I was in the waiting room for my therapy appointment. So I couldn't call. So I had a friend call and she called the courthouse to make them aware of what was going on. And so in the middle of Lindsay sort of arguing her argument, a clerk or someone bursts into the courtroom, stops the entire proceeding. Judge looks kind of pissed off. They leave the bench. They don't even tell people like sit, stand, whatever. Like the clerk, the court officer, and the judge, they just leave, right? They're looking at something on a phone, by the way. The clerk brings a phone and they're looking at something and the judge is pissed off, they leave, right? Judge comes back like 15 minutes later. 15 minutes later, judge comes back and judge is like, if anyone is recording this, you are to delete it right now. If I find out later you are taking pictures, audio or video of this proceeding, you will be in contempt of court and we will investigate. Right? She looks right at Aiden and she's like, I wish what she said was, Mr. Sewer Turtle. She said, even if you're a journalist, you have to ahead of time ask for permission, and nobody has done that. Nobody has done that. So now, of course, if I'm the Sewer Turtle, I'm nervous, right? Because that's what he does, is like tell other people to do it or do it himself if he knows there's not going to be a Zoom and nobody can get the information. Like, because that's his way of trying to like play, pieces of it to try to, humiliate or whatever his victim. And so I have no doubt he was telling someone to do it. And so the judge said, you are to delete it right now. Like, the funny thing is, Meredith still put up a picture that she took of Ashley and Lindsay in court on her Twitter. You would think you'dn't be so stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'd think you wouldn't be so stupid. But we're not dealing with real brainiacs here. So she decided to take the risk anyway, apparently. Not smart on her behalf, but hey, all the more to you. Like, go ahead, do dumb shit. That's cool. The one who's going to pay the price is going to be your boyfriend. Like, it's not smart, bro. If that's your way of trying to humiliate someone, you're the one that looks like an idiot. Just FYI. Like, and they called Lindsay's like pants, like leggings. It's like the same thing than when they called my leggings pajama pants. Like, she was wearing like straight leg dress pants, right? And flats, and they called them flip-flops. I'm like, we're not like dealing with actual people that have brain cells here. Ridiculous. I hope she got my good side. I love you. It's just utterly disgusting. Like, absolutely disgusting. Hi, Willow. Ashley said she was impressed how they stopped the entire hearing to identify the person and recorded the hearing, but didn't out the person. It might have cost Aiden the case, and that would be, once again, his own doing, because these behaviors are things that he has told people and asked people to do. So that's on him. Like, I didn't see it either yet. Somebody just sent me the screenshot, but I just heard my phone go off and I asked for it. So That will be reported to the court. That will be reported to the court. After the judge told everybody you're not to do this and you have no permission to do so, they're still doing it. And they just seem to think because it's not in the courtroom that it's okay, like it's still in the hallway. You cannot do that. That's not a thing. Everybody knows the court decorum rules. Let's get real here. Like, these people don't seem to care, though. You know, they don't give a shit. It is 9:05. What is the judge doing? Karen looks quite not drunk today, I guess. But she does sure don't look sick. That's for sure. I mean, I didn't know defendants got to just take a day off when they felt like they needed a day off. It's amazing to me that they allowed her to just take a sick day. Yeah, the lapdog, exactly. I think she did beat him. I think she did. Apparently her and Alan Jackson were out the night before, and he came to court in a hoodie. Like, what? Like, what? Yeah, Celtic game. Like, what the hell? Like, that's so nice, Jesse. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm going to send that to the court as well. Appreciate that. Right after the judge yelled at them, they thought that would be appropriate. Like, I don't know. That's a good question, B. Tim. Not really sure. Like, what lawyer goes out with his clients every night? But if I'm his wife, I'm leaving his shit outside on the sidewalk. Maybe she doesn't announce divorce now, but after this case, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, maybe she's just a good person and it's like, you know what? I'm not going to announce it during his high profile case, but I'll wait until it's over. Like, you know, like, thank you, Jesse. Hey, Trisha. Lindsay was saying the lawsuit was for harassment and intimidating when the court stopped the hearing, basically proving Lindsay's claims were true. That's another thing. Like, you're basically just proving her true, that this is what you've been doing. And these pictures and videos are also going to be showing what she's telling the court. You cannot try to sue somebody for something if there's an ongoing criminal investigation. There is an ongoing open rape investigation against him. That is a fact. Okay? You cannot claim defamation when there is an ongoing case against you. The victim is the victim. They have the right to talk about it and fight back if you sit there and accuse them of things. Lindsay hasn't said shit for 6 months. He's the one who wanted to put out the rape report like an idiot, which he shouldn't have ever had access to begin with. His lawyers should never have handed it to him. They knew exactly what he was going to do with it. You know? I mean, I think she probably was hungover yesterday, you know? We don't know. The court knows, but we don't know. They didn't out that person right there, but they made it very clear that they knew who it was. Like, so, I don't know. You know? I don't know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? If I'm his wife, like, if I'm AJ's wife, just saying. Like, just saying. Yeah, 5 times. 5 times. Like, now you know why? You know what I'm saying? Like, now you know why Jackson's been married so many times. I mean, why go for a 4th or a 5th? I mean, you know, if, say, like, you get married, your first husband dies, right? Say that happens. Say then you marry someone else, right? You're married to them for 10 or 15 years and you get a divorce, right? I can see marrying a third time, right? I can see that. If you're with someone for 10 plus years, like, you're like, okay, I'm going to marry this person for, like, this is my 3rd marriage. But, like, if you're with that 3rd person for like 10 plus years, I can see a 3rd, but a 4th and a 5th, possibly a 6th, no fucking way. No goddamn way. Like, what is the point at that point? Like, if you can't keep it in your pants, buddy, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, 28 minutes. Oh, they didn't have a lawyer. So, you know, I find it funny that they like to tout this. They have no idea who she hired or what she hired. They just say this. This is false, by the way. She has 2 ongoing court issues that relate to Aiden, and she has hired attorneys and used that money for attorneys. So that's just a bold-faced lie. This whole, oh, she didn't use the money for an attorney. You have to hire an attorney piece by piece. Each hearing costs money. $3,000 covered one hearing. One thing. Okay? One fucking thing. Any other attorney that we called want like 25, 30 grand to do this. For the show, for like to start. Just to start. Okay. So she doesn't have 30 grand to keep having an attorney come and do things for her on this case or the other case. She has two things going on. She has hired an attorney. All the money has been used towards attorneys. You know how I know? Because I've seen the receipts. So that's the part that I find funny. I've seen the fee agreement. Like, he's a fucking idiot. But that right there is what defamation is. Is he is just saying this, not knowing it to be true, just to hurt her. If I was her, I'm countersuing him for defamation because he's lying and I have the proof that he's lying. And he's doing it just to hurt her. Like, she's used all of the money she raised for attorneys. Let's make that very clear. Very clear. Attorneys cost money. $3,000 goes absolutely nowhere when it comes to an attorney. Okay? Like, so let's just be abundantly clear about that. His defamation against her and libel against her are things like that, where he just lies and says shit because you don't see an attorney walk in with her. You assume she never used any money for attorneys. What? The first part of this was a motion to dismiss. Okay? Wasn't even in court yet. The paperwork being filed, all that stuff, like that stuff is not free. It costs money. Okay? And she's got two separate court things going on here that pertain to, well, three technically, that pertain to this whole thing, like with these people. Like, yeah, that's another thing. She said nothing for 6 months. She's allowed to respond after 6 months of being tortured. Like, that's very true. I mean, if I'm his wife, yeah, she is in California. And yeah, she's the DA, right? As far as I know. Yeah. Lindsay always does a fantastic job. Why? Because she's super smart. Okay. She's articulate. She's smart. She writes well. Like, she's a good person and she's very smart. She doesn't give herself enough credit. She keeps to herself now, but she's been harassed into oblivion. She had a Twitter account at one point, and she was sort of combating the misinformation and the lies. Like, after 6 months of people harassing her life and her children's lives, she decided to fight back. I don't blame her. I would have too. Like, I would have too. With all of his misinformation and all of his lies about her, I would have fought back after 6 months too. So then he used her fighting back as defamation. Like, you're trying to shut someone up about an open, active rape investigation. It is an open investigation. His lawyer also lied to the court in a previous proceeding saying that it was over and it was done and nothing happened. It's not over. It's not done. The police themselves have said it is an open, active investigation. Like, yeah, she was. She's terrified. Don't you think that lends some like credibility to what she's saying? She was terrified. She doesn't want to be anywhere near him. Like, let's talk about how he claims he did nothing to her, but she's shaking. Like, what does that fucking tell you? Anybody who has PTSD or been with an abuser, what does that tell any of us? I'll tell you what it tells you. She's terrified. That's what it tells you. Like, no, Dina doesn't know her personally. And Dina might want to shut her flapper. Because there's a lot of things people could say about her. She's deplorable and disgusting. She takes everything Aiden says and it's like a prayer, you know, like it is true because he said so. Well, they're going to be in for a rude awakening when his trial comes. Okay. When they realize they've been duped and they've been lied to and he's just been misleading them the entire time and that he did do these things and he's been lying about it the entire time and that there's evidence of it. They're going to feel real fucking stupid. And they're going to owe Lindsay a lot of apologies. Not that she's going to get them, but they're going to owe her a lot of apologies. And a lot of people are going to feel real shitty about the things that they've said about her when they don't even know her. I mean, they've done the same thing to me, and I don't expect any apologies. Although I have gotten a few from people who realized later on they were very, very wrong. But not everybody puts their big girl or boy panties on and actually apologizes. I'll tell you that much. He has 2 more indictments, yes. It's Chris and Colin. He was indicted on those witness intimidation charges. Yeah, he gets a new murderer for a wife. You're totally right, Leon. That's what AJ does. That's his like thing, 3+ marriages, right? Like clearly he feels this big inside, just like the sewer turtle, or you wouldn't need that many marriages. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they did. That's what they do. It's what they do, Jezebel. They're deranged and unhinged. And you know what I find so funny about Dina? Is she has the audacity to say anything about anybody else. Lady, take a good look in the mirror. If you think that repeating vile lies about people is funny or cute, people you don't know and have never met a day in your life just because someone else said they were bad, that tells me that you have no sense of self. That if I told you the person next to you that you've known for 6 months is a terrible, awful person, that you would just magically cut them off and say, you're a terrible, awful person because someone told me so. I never judge somebody based on other people's opinions, ever. I know better than that. Most people, as grown adults, know better than that. People have all sorts of nefarious reasons of lying and talking shit. Ian's number one reason, the sewer turtle's number one reason of lying and talking shit is to hide his own shit, to hide what he has done. It is not this, it's a pattern of behavior with him. It's not the first time he's done it. It's not going to be the last time he does it. Every woman that has ever stepped forth to say anything about the things that he has said or done to them has then been attacked, and he's the victim. It's not them, it's him. It's everyone else but him. If that is not a red flag, I don't know what is. Can't be everyone else but him, right? But yet they still can't figure it out. That's the part that gets me. All these people still can't figure out that he's lying. Never mind the fact that like he'll literally contradict himself in the same sentence, but y'all can't figure out he's lying. Come the fuck on with it. Lindsay did amazing.
All right, so Mr.
And
Clerk,
her and
you
Ashley
say
were very
counsel
brave
wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Jim.
Right? It was very brave. Well, that's the first sidebar of the day. Are we making guesses now? I'm going to go with 11 today. I'm going to go with 11 today. I don't think Lindsay's watching the chat because she would be driving right now, but I will take a picture of it and send it to her, and I will read it out loud. And it says, this is from Jesse, and that's Mr. O'Keefe right there. It says, Lindsay, if you're watching, you and your family are in my thoughts and prayers. Stay strong. Godspeed. You have people who love and care for you. Self-awareness is lacking over there, Jesse. You got that freaking right. I'll have to show you how to use it, Ash. Well, we have some of his marriage certificates from California. It's on the Reed Whacker. We have a Reed Whacker channel on my Discord. 2 videos from the bottom. You can email it to me or her. Although, don't put your email in the chat. It's probably not a good idea. No, I wish they could, Alma. That would be amazing if they could demand a psych eval for him. Before court gets started, I'm going to read, I think we got one donation. I saw the little thing go off, which is super nice of whoever sent it. I appreciate you. You know, as you guys know, the channel has been struggling lately because we're small. We don't have the options some other channels have. So it's been a bit of a struggle. Oh, Sunken Grave sends $20. Thank you, Sunken Grave. I appreciate you. I'm going to look for, hold on. Make sure there's nothing on PayPal to get people for. I don't see anything. I see Ashley's email though. What was that? It says for you. Thank you, Sunken Grave. I appreciate that. The struggle is real, my friend. It is. It is. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. It's the niece. Yes, it's the niece. Oh, that's right. We're not going to know how many sidebars with the kids. God damn it. They can't demand a psych evaluation. I wish they could. That would be nice. I mean, he clearly needs one, you know? SW said I'm behind. I just heard the Lindsay story. These people are disgusting. Karma is coming for TV. Lock him up. Lindsay does deserve justice. You're right. She 100% does. She's been through hell. And let me make this very clear. She is a very good and close friend of mine. And I will vehemently, defend her because I have seen it all. I know the evidence against him. I know what my friend has been through, what her minor children have been through. And it has been hell. Nobody deserves. For what? For being brave enough to step forward and say, this is what happened to me? How dare she step forward? How dare she be brave? How dare she actually open her mouth? And how dare she have ever been a victim of abuse before? Because if you're a victim of abuse before and had a restraining order against someone, magically all of a sudden you can never be abused again, apparently, according to these people. And if you have a restraining order in any one or even two people in your past, if someone abuses you again and you get one, they can just call you a liar because, you've gotten one on someone before. If anybody knows abuse, you know that it's usually a pattern, unfortunately. And also, there's a lot more abusive people in the world than there was 20 years ago, unfortunately. I've lived it myself, okay? I've had a restraining order on my abuser and one other person. You don't get to decide whether someone went through abuse or not. You certainly don't get to call somebody's pregnancy or abortion fake when it's not, and then send it to your followers and tell them that it was all fake because you don't want to admit to cheating on your wife and doing what you did. The first thing that came out of that man's mouth when he found out that Lindsay was pregnant was, I'm going to lose all my followers. Now, what the fuck does that tell you? He was going to hide it any way he could. So he decided calling her a liar would be the best way. Well, I can't wait for people to find out the truth and how much of a liar that he is. He's got to look himself in the mirror every day, although I think he does it just fine. But everyone else that has piled on to her in all of this time, they're going to have to look themselves in the mirror after all of this. And I hope they can live with themselves for the things that they have done and said about her when they realize they were wrong. It is impossible, although I will say I have found some reasonable people, but it is impossible with the core rabid animals of it. That's impossible. Oh my God, you guys are going to love this. Guess what? I know, right? Who won the seats today? So on yesterday's video, you guys are going to love this one. You guys are totally going to love this one. Some idiot free Karen Reed person that clearly has no idea what they're talking about and just went from the Sewer Turtles live to my stream to write a comment, wrote this ridiculous comment and said, you raised money for an attorney and didn't spend it on an attorney. You took good people's money. What did you do with it? Newsflash, crazy lady. I've never raised any money for an attorney, you absolute wackadoodle. You're coming on a stranger's live stream you've never met a day in your life talking nonsense about someone else. And you can't even keep your people straight or know what the hell you're talking about, because even the person that you're trying to address with that nonsense, that's not a fact. That's a false statement that the Sewer Turtle made. So maybe know who you're talking to, you weirdos, before you decide to go on someone's live stream and talk about lawyer money that they raised that was never raised. I didn't raise money for a lawyer, nor have I ever raised money for a lawyer, but I'll let you know when I need to. And no offense, but how dare you say that anybody who raises money for an attorney it takes it from, quote, good people. What did they do with it? Well, I'll tell you what Lindsay did with hers. She paid for attorneys with it. Doesn't get much. $3,000 doesn't really get you much. Just FYI, might get you some papers written, some motions filed. That's about it. maybe one, and as she had the attorney that came with her the last time for the clerk's magistrate's hearing, that cost money, darling, money. But I'll tell you this, people send money. Karen's taking money from people who are on SSI. Okay, so she could eat at Smith Wollensky, staying in a hotel for over over $100,000 to stay in a hotel and pay for her attorneys to eat. You're trying to disparage a single mother of 4 who raised $3,000, not a lot, who already paid the attorneys with it, okay? That you don't even know, based on something that a sewer turtle said that was factually incorrect. And then you come on my channel and my live stream and accuse me of doing it, because that's how dumb you are. You don't even know who you're talking to when you write the comment. Why? Because you just took whatever he said to you and you applied it to whoever you thought it was. That's pathetic. That is so utterly pathetic. It should really make you question what you're doing in life. Like, I can't. Like, what in the hell? You know? Something to her car. Lindsay's car was the one who was damaged. They damaged her taillight and scratched her car at a...
All right, so...
All rise for the court, please.
Like, there's something fucking wrong with those people. Like, it was... Freak was right. It was 9. It was 9. It was 9. Ashley said, Elise has been there longer than me, but as past victims of aiding, we need to stick together and support each other. I might have been there longer, but every victim who has come to me, I've always helped and I always will. And most of the time they come with quite a bit of evidence and I send them to the proper authorities to report it. Yep, I know. I'm fully aware that she was pregnant. But I guess they're going to find out in his trial that they were lied to, and he was trying to hide all of it because he's afraid he was going to lose all of his followers. That's all he cares about, really, is the money, all the money people give him. It is an innocence fraud campaign grift. It's all it is. Like, yeah, Karen's raising money for a lawyer. Yep. Yeah, and then she says she doesn't have to pay them. Isn't that amazing? But some random free Karen Reed person decides to come on to my live stream, make a comment on my actual video talking about me raising money for a lawyer, which I've never done a day in my life. So they're idiots. Obviously trying to talk about Lindsay to say that she did all that money was spent on attorneys. You absolute fucking idiots. Like, newsflash, Sewer Turtle doesn't get the receipts to her attorney's fees. That's not how that works. Like, the fact that anybody believes him at this point is the amazing part to me. See an open space next to Bill Reed Graves says, could that be reserved for a court officer? Perhaps. Yeah, it is. He has to have a court officer sit with him now, because if he misbehaves, which I think is stupid, because if the court officer is sitting next to him, unless she's staring at him or he's staring at him, you're not going to see him do something. You know what I mean? You need somebody who's standing like behind him, watching where his head's turning or whatever. Like, AJ was married to his high school sweetheart for many years, has 3 or 4 kids with her, married current wife around 15 years ago. She's a DA in California. Yeah, no, he has been married 5. I think it's 5. It could be 4, but 4 or 5 times. One of them was very, very short. Very, very short marriage. Dude, they're always long-ass sidebars. It's shitty. I'm going to go with 9 today. We might not get to see them all if they're doing the kids. That's the thing. So, I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. 6. Graves says 6. Well, it's not that dozens of people have had restraining orders against him. They've tried. Dozens of people have tried to get restraining orders. But he has had quite a few restraining orders against him for his behavior before. You know, Joy, we all want to know that. We all really want to know why the fuck he's not in jail. They think that because he doesn't run around with a gun or a knife that he's not dangerous, or that he hasn't stabbed or shot anybody that he's not dangerous. And that just shows you how stupid they are. Like, you know, the seat is for the straight jacket. TwistedTragedies3@gmail is my email. If anybody is looking to get in touch, that's it, Jesse. It's TwistedTragedies3@gmail. Carolyn, yeah, she has at least tried to raffle seats for the courtroom before. So that wouldn't be a shock to me, I'll tell you that much. I really need to get coffee. Like, I haven't had coffee in 2 days. Didn't have coffee yesterday. 2 people sitting next to Mr. and Mrs. Rita, Brenda and Dennis Sweeney from Canton. Yeah, I know who those people are. Vocal at the Canton Select Board meeting, boots on the ground outside, and Rita's neighbor. Yeah, the Sweeneys. Jesse's sticking with 12 sidebars. Yeah, the Sweeneys. You know, I would love to know. I would love to frickin' or that one. Yeah, I have 2 emails. I have 2. That one's for my PayPal, but it is an email. The comments he makes seems to be he's looking for someone in his group to do the work for him, to follow up on his threats. That's exactly what he does. They're dog whistles and veiled threats. He's looking for the mob to do it for him. Like, that seems like it should be illegal to do that with court seats. It is. They're public court seats. Like, they're public. They're for the public. It's first come, first serve. You cannot reserve seats for people you're raffling off seats to. That is illegal. You absolutely cannot raffle off court seats. It's not a thing. It's a public courthouse. They're public court seats. Lindsay's okay. She's okay, but she had court yesterday with him for the civil stuff, and she did very well. Even in the face of them video recording, taking pictures, being screamed at by the judge for doing so, but then continuing to do so. Because they just can't follow the rules. They think the rules are above them and nothing will ever happen to them. That's the problem, Joy, is they keep getting emboldened more and more to do these things because, A, they don't get charged, right? The DA's office doesn't charge. They care more about optics. And because they've charged people before and the courts keep letting them go, they've just given up on charging people, I think, at this point. I don't know. I do know there's a couple people that they're looking into that probably will be charged when this case is over for their behavior. But those people have been doing it for quite a long time, and there's a lot of evidence against them of that kind of behavior. So, but as a bulk, there's not much being done. And so that they are emboldened to just keep doing it and doing it and doing it if the courts are going to keep letting them go or choosing to do nothing about it. So they get bolder and bolder and bolder. And then more and more people are like, oh, okay, I can do it too. Cause like, they're not getting in trouble and like nothing's happening there. So like, clearly I can do it too. And then more and more people start doing his dirty work. Like, you know, I don't know. It's a good fucking question, Jesse. It's a good goddamn question. I will tell you though, for every one of us that have to deal with the cult harassment on a daily basis still since 2023, and I'm talking a daily basis still, whether it's phone calls, text messages, emails, DMs, mail, like things they send in the mail, deliveries unpaid for, like the amount of harassment these people do takes up their lives. I would never waste my time harassing somebody I don't even know, right? Like I would never waste my time. Yeah, the judge took it under advisement. So that's all we know about yesterday, but I do have a great feeling that the judge could absolutely dismiss it outright on its face. The judge can't allow a court case to go forward for defamation for using the word rape when a rape victim has an open, active investigation with the police about it. All the statements that he claims are defamatory are things that people have been saying about him for years, most of them, long before Lindsay ever existed, number one. Number two, there's an open, active rape investigation. You don't get to sue people for defamation for calling you a rapist when there's an open, active investigation. The victim has every right to say what they want. And let's be clear here. He's the one who brought it out to public. He's the one who decided he was going to post a rape report, give it to someone else to post. He's the one who was going to talk about it. So he damaged his own reputation. Other people calling him it, that's their choice. Like, but if you have sex with someone that cannot consent because they're so fucked up that they can barely stand, that is rape. State rape. Doesn't, just because you're dating them does not make it okay. This whole like argument of, oh, they were dating, so it can't be rape. Like that's why it's called date rape. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life, is saying that couldn't like happen. I have been a victim of it with my abuser forcing me while I'm screaming no. That's date rape. Imagine being in a position where you don't even remember anything that happened, and you wake up to your clothes on the floor and it's been recorded without your knowledge, and you clearly couldn't stand, never mind, you couldn't even keep your head up. You can barely stand, you can barely keep your head up, and you're fighting with this person ahead of time, trying to escape their car. Strangers have to ask if you're okay as you're running away from said person's car. I mean, come on. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what happened there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's called date rape for a reason. But not even know if you can't even get the words out of your mouth. You know what I'm saying? You can't even get the words out of your mouth. Like, the same thing here. Yeah, the defense gets away with all the shit here because the judge allows it, right? Judge keeps just allowing it. She's like, oh, Jackson, don't do that. I don't want to hear any shenanigans from the defense. And then 10 seconds later, we got shenanigans from the defense. Makes me sick too, Jesse, especially because so many more people have to deal with the harassment on a daily basis still. We still deal with it every single day. Yeah, that's the problem, Joy, is they're basically saying, oh, you can't prove it. That he's having to
before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near,
Are you still looking at the fan?
you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, James. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember, I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So
Yeah,
we
bullshit.
took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience.
Yeah, and
And
they'll still
also,
be
I really
assigned.
appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable, and I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case
Never
with
gonna
anyone
admit that they
since we
didn't.
were last here?
Let's get real here. None of the
Everyone
juries
said yes
admit.
or not.
Oh, yeah, I looked on social media.
Were
Sorry.
you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation in this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook.
I find that very hard to
All right, can we
believe,
have our next witness, please?
that every single one of these people didn't
Yes.
see or hear anything. What's happening? Yeah, instead of 30, you just
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips. The
Okay.
first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury
clips.
is clip 20.
We got clips, y'all. See it.
This innuendo here, that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
What?
Commonwealth would
Didn't
ask
hear
to show
shit.
clip 19.
Nobody yet, Lou. Nobody yet.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
The kids want to testify. Let's make that clear. Not putting them through it. The kids have already been to the
All
goddamn.
right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your
They want-
next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
Damn it. So we're not going to see that, but we're going to stay live because I don't think it's going to be long. So we'll sit tight. Yeah, never breaking up with me. The niece wants to testify. Let's make that very clear. She wanted to testify in the first trial. She was told, absolutely do not have to. You do not have to get up there. You do not have to testify to anything. You don't have to do anything. And the kids were very adamant that they wanted to. And they were very adamant this time. They wanted to. So, you know, this is hard on any kid. I was 12 when I testified. 12 years old, and I'll never forget it. But it's not a thing that, like, I remember as being bad, if you will. I remember it being me getting up there and just telling what I knew, the truth. And that's all I needed to do, was get up there and tell what I knew. And at the age of 12, all I could do was just answer the questions that were asked of me and give them the truth of the answers. And that's what I did. And I remember, like I said before, the attorney sort of asking me the same question, but like 3 different ways, the defense attorney. And I remember answering it and saying, like, I've answered this question numerous times, like numerous times. Oh, you guys want to see something? I'm going to show you something. Are you ready? Are you guys ready? These are the flip-flops that they called Lindsay's shoes. They're dress shoes, obviously, flat dress shoes. But this is what they called flip-flops. Okay? That's what they called flip-flops. And this is what she was wearing. Okay, so let's make it clear. This is what she was wearing yesterday, and this is what they called leggings, I guess. They're dress pants, obviously, straight leg dress pants and a sweater. And dress shoes. Very appropriate for court. Meanwhile, Meredith is wearing a one-piece jumpsuit that actually kind of looks like scrubs in a way. So I find it funny they have anything to say about her very appropriate attire. It was very appropriate for court, probably more appropriate than anybody else dressed there. Like, that's the funny part. Jesse said, Tom said this morning that he isn't putting himself in the buffer zone for anyone for him to get arrested. So he's staying away unless it gets lifted. He doesn't care who tells him to go. Wow, he's learning, right? He's learning that the sewer turtle just uses tactics to try to bait people into doing shit. Like, yeah, go get arrested. You do that. They need you out there. Do that because the sewer turtle said so, right? Like, but again, the kids wanted to. There isn't a point of putting the kids through anything. They wanted to. They're not putting them through anything. They were adamant they wanted to. I was adamant I wanted to when I was a kid. I wanted the truth to be told. And I was one of the witnesses. Therefore, I did it. Right? That's exactly what Hank just did with that clip. I didn't hear much of that first clip either, Jennifer. Not much. It was something about them not breaking up. We can kind of go back, maybe play it again, but I really couldn't hear much. Hank seems to forget that, like, he's right next to the microphone. And so, like, he's rustling papers around as they're trying to play it. And it is up so loud that like through another microphone to us, it seems very grainy, you know? But yeah, this was Hank sort of dispelling that John would have read Higgins' text and then they got in a fight about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if only that fan could talk. Seriously. Seriously. We can try to play it again, Jennifer, because we didn't hear much either. I'm not sure if John's there. I was looking to see when they were showing the back row if John was there, but sometimes he sits over to the side and they don't always show that side where the door is. So can somebody go see if he's posted anything on his Twitter to see if he says he's there or not? Like, I think that would be the appropriate thing to do, is to have Laura talk to Kaylee McLaughlin, you know? Yeah, they're definitely more clear there than they are here. Yeah. It's never Karen's fault for anything. Right, Joy? Never. Never, ever, ever. Not even by a long shot. Like, well, that's exactly what part of it is with Kaylee, is that it's going to be told, like, that the relationship was over, that Karen and John told her, like, to leave. She wouldn't leave, like, and then what she heard that morning, what happened that morning, waking her up, what she was yelling, what she was saying, walking back and forth, screaming with Jen on the phone, all that stuff. Yeah, I'm sure that's the problem, is that they're booming in the courtroom. Good morning, Anna. You weren't here yet this morning, but I did do a whole thank you to you and Francesca for your gifts. I got them yesterday after we weren't streaming anymore, and I absolutely love the rug. It's super, super, like, plush on my feet, and it's a bathroom rug. For those of you who weren't here, Anna got a bathroom rug off my wish list, and I absolutely love it. It's got cherries on it, and everything in my bathroom has, like, cherries. I have, like, a picture on the wall of cherries, and my curtains are black with cherries, red cherries on them. So it matches my bathroom. Everything in there is pink and black with cherries. And it's a pink rug with red cherries and flowers on it. And it's super plush, and I love it. Thank you so much, Anna. I appreciate you. And Francesca got me this picture off my wish list that I had, and I absolutely love it. So thank you guys so much. It's always nice to know that you're thought about once in a while, and it's nice to get a surprise. I know. I have yet to see her either, Lou, on a cross or a direct. Like, I would love to see her on either one, you know? Yeah, and they do. They had pertinent information, but they were told they did not have to. They did not have to, you know? You were going to wear a bikini and you didn't. God damn it. No sidebar. Kaylee's on the stand and she's a minor. So we're just going to be looking at the fan until that's done. Yeah, those are not flip-flops, right? They're dress shoes. They're dress shoes. Like, that's the other thing, that Karen was the only other person that would have had access to the computer or the ring system. So, oh yeah, Meredith's wearing a one-piece jumpsuit. It was like dark blue, looked like scrubs. Like, right? It should have been orange. Like, flip-flops you would wear to the beach. Yeah, those shoes exactly you would not wear to the beach. Those are called dress shoes. Like, the fact that they even tried to attempt to call those flip-flops is, like, again, we're talking about the same people that called my leggings pajama pants. We're not dealing with really smart people here. Like, oh, did she? Hilarious. Hilarious. These people think that the rules don't apply to them. That's half the problem, is they don't think that the rules apply to them. Like, oh, Alma, if she hasn't already figured it out, I really don't know. I really don't know if she ever will, until it's happening to her, until she is a victim, as she will be afterwards. But, I mean, hey, takes her that long to figure out. Shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's on her. It's on her. Let's see. We have a $15 donation. I think this is Scorpio Moon Girl. Thank you so much. Get some coffee. Thank you for streaming. I will get some coffee. I haven't had coffee in 2 days, and I haven't ordered it because, you know, you got to pay the DoorDash fees, and it's kind of, it ends up being like, you know, 15 or 16 bucks. It's pricey, that's for sure. I think I did send Beat him a link this morning in case he wants to hop on panel, but he he might not have time. He works, you know. Kaylee has a lot of testimony about Karen acting like a psycho that night and what she was saying about John being missing, hit by plows, etc. Yes, she does, Joy. And she was also told she didn't have to. You know, she didn't have to. She wanted to. Like, or was this from you, Agent 99? There are so many of you with that same first name. I oftentimes get confused. Said he would be there. I'm assuming he is. Yeah, well. Interesting. Interesting. John's there. So hopefully we'll get some stuff from him. John DePetro is in the court today. Seems the biggest argument so far is whether today is day 15 or 16. Yeah, that's why I wrote day 15 twice. Dubs. Try over again. Try again. Like, because today technically is day 16 because they didn't have one yesterday, but it's also day 15 of trial. So, I mean, you know? Sorry, I got a text message. I always check them like every so often, especially when I'm hearing it go off every 5 minutes, because sometimes it's pertinent information for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God, I do that. Amazon Vine, I might be able to. Oh my God, I would love that. I love household stuff. I love household stuff. You know what I mean? That, like, I also love beauty stuff. My wish list is on our Discord. So if you're on our Discord, it's in there. I think Patrick has testimony about John trying to get rid of Karen, the toxicity of the relationship. Both of them do. So I'm not sure if Patrick's going to testify because in the last trial, we were told it was kind of like a double up. So they don't necessarily need both of them, but I guess we'll find out. That's okay. You're allowed to sleep in, girl. Freak Agent 99 was like you yesterday. Had a migraine. And I was like, both of you better rest up. Better rest up good. Yeah, unfortunately, though, she'll get no sympathy from any of us because of all the vile things she has done. None of his other victims have attacked other people. It was you. Thank you, Agent 99. I appreciate you. Thank you for that $15 donation, my friend. She'll get no sympathy from any of us. Apparently, they were seen out together 2 nights ago, and he showed up in a hoodie yesterday to the court. Like, weird. I mean, obviously we can't prove that it's because they went out and they were hungover, but like, you know, I mean, she's just as bad. You're right. She's 100% just as bad, and she won't get any sympathy from anybody over here because she decided that it was time for her to trash other people and act a fool and just say some really awful, terrible, vile, mean things about people. Like, it's not okay. It's just not. Like, I love your screen name, Agent 99. It's like one of my favorite ones. Lou, too sick to show for your own murder trial, but not too sick to run around town drinking with her new boyfriend. I've never seen a murder defendant get a day off just because they're sick. Most of them are like, you know, sent in their wheelchairs if they have to. Lindsay Clancy was paralyzed and had to appear for her hearing from a hospital bed via Zoom from her hospital bed. So I've never seen them, especially in the middle of a trial, be like, oh yeah, the defendant's sick, day off. Obviously not sick enough to not be in a hospital, not sick enough to not still be sick today. They asked her if she felt better today, and instead of opening her mouth saying something, because her attorneys obviously told her to shut the F up, she just did this. So you guys are always invited, always. You guys know I have like an open panel when it comes to having people on. I don't think they'll cross her either. That would be very like risky. You know what I'm saying? It would be very risky to cross the minor child and look like an a-hole. And I assume they would have Little do it anyway, but I just don't. Yeah, you have the same first names. And there's quite a few of you with that same first name. So sometimes they get a little mixed up. F. Kara says Higgins had a fold-up body stretcher in his hand in the photo. Oh my God. The stretches that they're willing to go through is amazing to me. Like, oh, yes, definitely add me to the list. Anything you don't want. That's so nice of you. I tried to get into the Vine program, but I couldn't. So, womp, womp, womp. Did the McAlbert Power Totem arrive yet? Nope. Just kidding. It's right here. It's right here. I got it last night. You missed it in the beginning of the show. I thanked you, and Anna sent me my bathroom rug. I absolutely love it. And this is what we're calling it. This is the McAlbert Power Totem. This is what this is, right? I know exactly where I'm going to put it, too. Thank you so much, Francesca. I love it. I love it so much. I thanked you and Anna this morning, and then I realized neither one of you were here, but I still wanted to say thank you because it's always nice to get a surprise. And I love that you guys picked, I mean, everything on my wish list is something I either need or want. And obviously a couple things I put for my oldest and a couple things that I put for my little. My oldest, she likes those murder mystery games we can play together, and she's blind, so I have to like read the parts of it. But like we love playing those together, and we have so many of them we've already solved. So at the bottom of my list is a lot of those like murder mystery games you can play with your family where it's you have to solve an actual murder with all the pieces of evidence. And so we love playing those together. So I put those on my list too for our nights of trying to figure out murder mysteries. They're fun. Does anyone see in Aiden? I don't know what the fuck anyone sees in Aiden, Lou. Leah and Lindsay are so pretty. Not only are they pretty, they're both amazing people. I'm friends with both of them. I talk to both of them basically on a daily basis. I love them both dearly. They're like family to me. And this might make me cry. I'm going to try to suck it up a little. The hell. The absolute hell they have been put through because of that man. It makes you lose faith in the system as a whole. Leah moved to a completely different state. And granted, she does amazing for herself. You know, she has a facility with dogs that she trains. And as a Massachusetts State Police officer here, she had many awards for working as a canine officer with the dogs. And she does amazing for herself there. But she shouldn't have had to go through years of hell to get there. You know, Lindsay's a single mother of four babies. Okay. Those kids should not have had to deal with the level of harassment that they have had to deal with simply because he will not ever admit to what he's done. Ever. Like, it is not okay. Like, not okay. And I think part of the problem, Lou, is he preys on people who are in like a part of their life that is very easy to manipulate them. And we're talking about two really smart, intelligent women, independent women, and Kara being a third that I'm friends with. Smart, independent women that, you know, Kara owns her own home and works really hard. Lindsay takes care of 4 children with some medical complexities and brought herself through nursing school. Leah runs her own business. Like, these are smart, independent women. Smart. But we've all been, what the theme is a lot of them have been through trauma, just like I have. And I think that's why it makes me so emotional, because I've dealt with the harassment, still deal with the harassment when it comes to those people, simply because I am friends with them and because I know what he did. And because I refuse to lie for him. Sorry, not sorry. Like, and so for me, it's more personal because I know these women. I know the hell they've been through. I've been through some of it, not nearly as much as them, but some of it with the harassment of his mob myself and ongoing to this day. And to this day, you would think they would stop harassing Leah. To this day, she gets messages from people saying awful, terrible,
there, Karen Reed trial
shit.
watchers. You know what a lot of the
To
trials
this
we
day.
cover remind me of?
Not okay, dude. Not okay. They're awful, awful things that these people have said and done, and they don't know these women. They don't know them at all. They're just taking whatever he said as a fact. And that is what really bothers me, which is like, if you're that easy to be swayed on something, then that's concerning. That's thank you, Scorpio Moon Gal, for your $5 donation. Set for the DoorDash fee. Thank you. I have one other one. I'm not going to read the first name or the last name because it's somebody's government name, but it's a $25 donation. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But this is the stuff that really gets to me as a person, because it's not okay. None of it is okay. Like, all right, hold on. I'm going to get Ashley up here real quick. Hold on. Email, Gmail. It burns my behind, because I know these girls, these women, and they're all beautiful, wonderful, amazing, smart, funny women. Like, each one of them is funny, like, in their own way. Like, yeah, his girlfriend, and he didn't, she clearly did not learn from any past of anything. The only problem is she's the only one of the women who have like dated or dealt with him in any way that decided they were going to go after the other exes or other people on his behalf, even with fake accounts, with all sorts of stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all sorts of stuff. Yeah, they wheeled Harvey Weinstein in like he was in a damn coma. Like, where's my mouse? It's like missing. Where is it? Hello, mouse. Oh, there it is. It goes over to the other screen now over here. So like, I'm like, I don't see it anywhere. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Where people are in sick in bed and they were still brought to court. So I'm totally confused. Like, obviously, good morning, Francesca. Hey, Ash. I see your floor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You can shut your camera off, you don't even have to have it on.
I didn't know I had it.
It's on it's on the dog. Yeah, there you go. Now it's off. What a cute pup. Yeah, they made Michael Jackson show he was in the hospital.
I didn't mean to scare everybody just now. Sorry.
You did not scare us. We saw the
puppy.
I did.
I scared myself. You saw the puppy?
I saw the doggy.
So my camera's still backwards from yesterday then.
Yeah.
That's my Bella.
So cute.
Anyway.
I don't have an ear on it, but I'll look real quick while Ashley's talking. I'll look.
So yesterday we went to court. Lindsay was a hysterical wreck before we even went into the building. She was afraid to leave her car, get out of her car, leave her car. She was afraid they were going to bust it up. Did they actually bust her taillight yesterday, or was that previously?
That was previously. And, when she got home, I was at her house, and like, I was like, we need to go out and take more pictures. So we took more pictures of the damage of the car, and I posted the pictures. And because the apartment complex she lived in still had like lights up on the shrubs outside, and they were like off in the distance, people were like, that's not a real photo. That's from Christmas time. There's still lights on it. And I'm like, there's still lights right this minute today. You can drive past it and you'll see those lights. Like, I was at her house when she got home. I'm the one who said we should take more pictures. Also, in the picture is literally her feet. You can see her feet in the same shoes she was in court. So it's like, you guys will make up any lie to make it not be true. It's fucking amazing. Like, yeah, I mean, even if he did cross Kaylee in the first trial, what my point is it's risky to cross a minor child. Like, that's my point. So I don't know what your point was, but like, it's risky to cross a minor child. Go ahead. Sorry, Ash.
No, that's all right. When I got upstairs, she was already upstairs, and I saw 80, and he looked like he just saw a dead person walking around, He couldn't believe I was actually there. Went right straight to his attorney, probably trying to figure out how to stop me from either testifying or being there. Yes.
Yep.
He was literally like that look of looking death in the face kind of a look.
Yep.
I walked over with Lindsay, and she was going through her paperwork. She was so worried everything was going to go so wrong that she was worried about going through her paperwork, making sure everything she had done, written, was done right. Points
Yep.
of fact were going to be there, and she was scared, and rightfully so, because she's facing what, $2 million.
Yeah. Something
Aiden's
ridiculous.
suing her for a loss of a movie deal, but
He
probably
lost
could
that
never
movie deal before any of that.
But my question to her is can he prove a contract that he even had a movie deal to begin with?
And that's what he has
You
to do.
know, and I'm betting you he didn't,
No.
because I remember
when he lost it.
early
This was
on.
before any of that. Like,
Well, I'm just saying is early on he had made a video in his basement, like he was doing a reenactment in John's basement, but his basement was all full of shit. A weight bench, trash everywhere. If you're gonna do a reenactment, as if it was the actual basement, it would have at least been set up, not with trash everywhere. And that's what Aiden's basement had, was trash all over the place, junk, garbage, boxes, and he had a green screen up in the background. They wouldn't do a movie reenactment in Aiden's basement. Number one, Aiden doesn't even know what their basement looked like, or doing a reenactment in his basement, because he doesn't know what actually happened at that point in the basement. So that was just a crock of shit just to begin with.
yep.
But they wouldn't do a reenactment with Aiden. They would do a reenactment with an actor, you know. So did he actually have a movie deal? I don't know, but I'm highly doubting it, because he's nothing but a con artist. He probably did it for clicks and views like usual.
Yeah.
When we went into court, Aiden seemed like he was how do I want to say this? Adderall on steroids, going back
Yeah.
and forth in and out of the courtroom.
What he
You
does.
know, I didn't see the live clip that the judge saw something live. She actually saw something live, because when she walked out, when that information came forward and the judge walked out of the courtroom, the clerk walked over to the sheriff with the cell phone already live. So whatever they were broadcasting, the judge saw it. But the judge also could identify where it was coming from based upon the recording.
Yeah.
I'm believing it was a seating position is where the judge knew it was coming from. But they stopped Lindsay dead in her tracks while she was talking
Talking.
to the
Yeah.
judge. And Lindsay's like, what's going on? Now, she kind of knew that it was already going on because messages were being sent to her. We were trying to get the sheriff's attention, but it was better that it happened the way it did. So they
Yeah.
can't blame her for it, blame me for it,
It
even
had
though,
nothing to do with her. She didn't even know until I told her. Like, she had
well,
no
I
idea.
wasn't gonna say who the snitch was, but okay, Shane, you gave yourself away, haha.
I already said that I'm the one that found it and said something. Like, that's
Right.
not okay. Like, sorry.
Bear with my TV for 1 second. Hold on.
Obviously, other
But
people called court, though. There was clearly more than one person that called because they had some sort of video. Like,
right, the sheriff got a call moments before, I guess, whoever called the second time. And he was starting to look over, but when the clerk walked over with the video, that was the end of the game, because she actually saw what was going on.
Thank you, JMS. That was you. I didn't want to read the first or last name. Thank you for your $25 donation, JMS. I appreciate that very, very much. Sometimes I get you guys mixed up. I don't want to read first names, and then I don't want to usually know who it is via like screen name, but sometimes I forget. And I haven't had coffee yet, so excuse my brain. Thank you, JMS. I appreciate that $25 donation that you sent. Go ahead, Ash. Sorry.
No, it's okay. But Lindsay was strong. She was solid. She was shaking like a leaf, yes.
I know.
And I believe the judge could see that clear as day. That judge was awesome. Yeah. That judge gave her a lot of leeway. Instead of, just saying what she had to say, facing the judge allowed her to read off of her document.
Yep.
And Lindsay actually presented a very valid case that she was not the one to start this, initiate it. Aiden took documents that he had no rights to begin with. That was the phone dump that the courts accidentally gave Aiden, and he took advantage of it and ran with it.
The entire fucking phone dump, and the phone dump had everything on it from birth certificates to her kids' birth photos, like
social security numbers, everything.
everything and other people's things. You know, if you're with someone, right, a significant other, oftentimes they'll call you and be like, hey, I'm at this place. I need you to send me a picture of my ID. I forgot it or something like that. And you'll take it and send it. Like, so like there was all sorts of things on there that he didn't belong having, that he decided he was going to start releasing little by little to harass her. Had nothing to do
Right.
with herself. Like,
And I hope that the courts that released it and ordered it returned find out that he actually did take all of her phone dump and post it off the internet.
he did.
You know,
He did.
because he's in violation of that all by itself.
Yeah, because there's an order, a protective order that he keeps breaking by revealing more and more things that are on her phone. Like,
Right.
that he was supposed to give back nonetheless. They were supposed to give back any and all copies of it.
But she stood her ground. She stated her case, and then Aiden's lawyer. I'm not sure who's who in Aiden's lawyer because I really don't follow any of his
Gradle,
garbage.
he's a piece of human garbage and just a pathological liar himself.
Right. He was actually making points that she made yesterday about certain cases, but he was making them in the wrong kind of way. And the judge looked at him like, no, that's not going to fly.
It's not the way that works. But you want to know why? Because there was no case that he could cite that would work in his favor. That's why.
Right.
You know?
And a couple of times, at least one for sure time, the judge rolled her eyes at him because
Elma, it might be because it's my Discord is its own channel. So it's the Twisted Tragedies like channel itself. So that might be why you're not finding it like by name on there. We can put the link in the Freak will put the link in the thing. If you click on that link, it should bring you to my Discord where I am. And then you could just find me and then click on my little circle bubble there and then add as a friend if you want.
But what I think really did it for the judge was the fact that she testified that he essayed her, and it was true. So you can't sue somebody for talking about calling him a rapist when he actually did rape her, and there's no denying that he did it. She's got the police report. She's got the evidence. The police have the evidence.
That's right.
It's still under investigation. I don't know why it's still under investigation. I didn't feel as though it was my right to ask.
Well, it shouldn't still be, but of course, I think that they wanted to wait for the Karen Reed case to be over. They don't want to do all these things during this case, and that's
and
unfortunate.
I agree with that. I am betting there's going to be several more charges once she's convicted that's going to come out against him.
Yeah.
Especially with this phone dump, they can prove all the harassment he's been doing.
Oh yeah.
You know? They've got it all documented.
Yeah.
You know. But the truth of the matter is the judge seemed like she is a friendly judge for both parties. She's happy to do the right thing, her job. She's a judge with a smile, you know?
Yeah.
And when Lindsay testified that he really did essay her, she didn't seem to like that too kindly and looked dead at him.
Yeah, because you can't sue someone for defamation of an ongoing criminal investigation.
But the judge also didn't like that. He didn't mention that he initiated the back and forth online, whatever Lindsay said. He never mentioned in his report that he broadcasted her private information first, and she was just responding to it, which is the basis of her motion to dismiss. That she was only replying to his lies, his cons, you know,
his harassment, his lies, his mob of people going after her children and her, calling her children schools, emailing the schools. Like, I'm sorry, that's just disgusting. Like somebody literally wrote an email and said, I don't know these children, I don't know the mother, but according to Turtle Boy, she's a terrible person, awful person, she shouldn't be real, like all these things, but admitted that they don't know her and have never met her or her children. I mean, how friggin' crazy do you have to be in your mind to think that you can write and demand someone's children be taken away from them, whether it's to their school or to DCF or to CPS, and you have never met them? You don't even know who they are as a parent. You're just going on what this person online is telling you. I mean, how cuckoo bananas do you have to be to do something like that and like actually think that that's normal or okay or that anybody's going to take you seriously? Like, you just admitted you don't even know this person. Like, what? Like,
in my opinion, I believe Turtle Boy.
exact thing yesterday, Anna, when he made that post 4 hours before court about calling her the fake victim, which, by the way, that phrase is actually banned in my chat. Nobody can ever say that in my chat because that's what he likes to try to call her, except he's the only one who's the fake victim. He is the fake victim, the only fake victim. And so you want to sue her for defamation to quiet her about what you did. That's all it's for. But for him to sue anyone for defamation when he's the literal king of defaming anyone and everyone and slandering everyone and anyone is fucking rich, if you ask me.
Right.
Because sooner than later, he's going to find himself buried in his own defamation suits for years to come.
When the judge found out that he initiated the YouTube video first, and she was just simply replying to it, it didn't look too well for him.
It's not going to.
You know? But and if she's listening, if Lindsay's listening, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this now. Even if she wins, she's going to lose because they'll appeal it.
Oh, they'll appeal it, but I don't think they'll win that appeal.
I don't think so, but it's just going to drag it on, is all I'm saying.
It'll drag it out, but if they lose and they appeal that decision, and I've told her this so many times, judges do not like stepping on other judges' toes. So you can appeal it all you want, but there's about 0% chance they win that appeal. So they can appeal until the cows come home.
I'm betting the judge is going to have a harder time writing the decision so it's not appealable than she did making the decision.
Right.
If she finds Lindsay was convincing.
I mean, here's the thing. The judge has to err on the side of caution. So if there's an active open investigation, she cannot allow a suit for defamation to go forward on that statement. You just can't.
But also, she admitted that he did it to the judge. She admitted she's the victim. So he cannot claim that it's slander when the victim herself is testifying that it actually happened.
Correct. She is the victim. Like
that part of his lawsuit is already lost because the victim is there standing in live testifying against it.
Yes.
You know?
Well, who's paying for his lawyers? That's funny you asked, Anna. Well, his followers, and apparently some of them just work for free. You know what I'm saying? Like some of them just work for free. So just saying, like, it's amazing to me that this kind of shit is allowed to even go forth to get to the point where it got to in ever having her ever have to go into the court. Like it shouldn't have ever got to the point where she ever had to even go into the court to motion to dismiss this at all, ever. Like
Aiden doesn't care because it's not his money he's wasting and throwing around.
Which is funny because then he sends one of his little idiot minions to comment on my video yesterday to say something along the lines of, you raised money for an attorney and you didn't spend it on an attorney and you took people's hard-earned money and what did you do with it? Mind you, they're literally like saying it to me, like as if they think I'm Lindsay, like idiots that they are. This is what you get when you deal with people who just like hear something and then run with it. Like, A, I'm not Lindsay. I love Lindsay, but I'm not Lindsay. I'm Elise. Number one. Number two, I've never raised money for an attorney. So like you people are so fucked in the head. Number three, Lindsay did spend all the money she raised on attorneys. She's got more than one issue. And then some, exactly. And then some. So it's amazing to me that he keeps having the audacity to sit there and slander and defame her and say that she didn't use the money for attorneys when she did, while he's trying to sue her for defamation. It's freaking amazing to me. Like they have lost their ever-loving frigging minds. And like the fact that you hear him say something and then you run to a channel of, apparently you don't even know who the host is of that channel. Okay. And you say something like that, like, you look so stupid and you don't even realize that you look like an utter idiot. Like, because you just ran with your little fingers to do your finger push-ups to say something about someone you don't even know on a channel that has nothing to do with what the fuck you're talking about. Like, well, what? Like, what?
And they're complaining about $3,000 supposedly that Lindsay raised. Aiden's last time I checked, I believe his fund platform, whatever the hell it is, has got $170,000.
Exactly.
He hasn't even caused his attorney fees to be that high yet. But yet he's complaining about a measly $3,000, which to you, me, and Lindsay is everything. But he's got $170,000.
Exactly. And not only that, but let's see his receipts to his attorneys. Hey, Stuart Turtle, let's see the receipts to your attorneys, since you want to, slander other people about what the money they spent on attorneys. I know what you spent it on because I've seen the fee agreements. So I know that she spent it on the attorneys. She has more than one thing going on with him that requires paying for it. Also, everything is money. Every motion you have to pay for. It is not free. It is time and money. And the amount of money that an attorney wanted to do this entire civil thing just to start was anywhere between 25 to 50 grand for this, is what the attorneys were asking for.
People don't understand. As soon as you pick up the phone and you connect with that attorney, they're charging you. Even if it's a 2-minute question and answer, they want 15 minutes, half hour for some lawyers. Every little thing you do with that attorney costs you.
A phone call.
If you email them a document,
yep.
You email them a document, and they're going to charge you as long as it takes them to read it.
That's right. That's right.
And they're entitled to their fees because they work based upon their fees, and they're doing the job that they're getting paid for.
That's right.
That phone call might have lasted 2 minutes, but the lawyer may have had to write a motion based upon that phone call. That's now a half an hour,
That's exactly it.
They don't understand these things, but yet they attack people for getting the few dollars they get. Okay? I did a GoFundMe well before I met Aiden because I was out of work. I was pending unemployment. I was pending disability. I wasn't getting any income. And my cat died. And he attacked that as if I was a fraudulent crook for asking for help for my cat's cremation.
Well, same thing when I had a fire. And then when I had all these broken teeth over here from having my face punched in by my ex when I was abused. And needing dental work, which made nothing anyway. But then we had the fire, and then my daughter needed to go to Texas Children's Hospital to see the one doctor that studies her disease. So he tried to use all the GoFundMes that I had over a year's time, and then added a bunch with people who had the same name as me that weren't me, and then say oh, she's a scammer, a fraudster. It's the same thing he does to every person. Everyone's a scammer.
Exactly. That's where I was going to go to. He has hundreds of different GoFundMes and Give, Send, Go, and whatever else there is. He's had hundreds of them out there. Well, when he went to court for me, this is the funny thing. He did a massive GoFundMe. When he went to court for me, he showed up with no attorney. He got $14,000 in one night and showed up with no attorney. And when the judge made if you will, an agreement he agreed to in court, he as soon as he left court, he reneged on it, and then he started to trash the judge again with no attorney.
That's what he does.
The only time he got an attorney is when he filed a federal. He made my restraining order against him federal, and I couldn't afford it because I didn't have people dumping $14,000 in my lap every time I went on a video. I had no money. I had no chance to prevail in a federal hearing, if you will, against my restraining order because he made it about free speech.
That's what he makes everything about. I'm getting conspiracy seats. I love conspiracy seats. I don't know what that
really
means.
made it funny is what really made it funny is the $14,000 he made in that one video was taken away from him, and he really lost his shit then.
Oh, from YouTube?
GoFundMe took the money back and gave it back to the people that gave it to him.
Oh, shit.
It was $14,000 that one night in videos. And because he didn't show up with an attorney, I guess somebody reported it, and they took the $14,000 back.
But that's
the
thing.
When
that's
he also filed his own restraining order.
Well, she didn't show up with an attorney to this hearing, so she didn't spend the money on attorney's fees. She did, number one. Number two, every hearing, every paper you file, again, it is money. So she can't afford to have an attorney at every single hearing for every of the 3 court things that she's dealing with when it comes to him and his minions. For that, she's already hired an attorney for the other thing she's dealing with. That attorney has shown up. The money has gone to that, and the paperwork needing to be filed in these cases. $3,000 does not go far. So the fact that he's even saying it when he knows that he doesn't know whether that's true or not, he's just making it up, is fucking absurd to me. First of all, criminal stuff is definitely more important than civil stuff. Yes, civil stuff's important, but you got to deal with the criminal stuff first. I said to her, we got to worry about that first. That is what needs to be figured out first. Then you deal with the civil stuff. They've lost their ever-loving Joy. Not only have they lost their minds, but I kid you not when I say the attorneys in the state of Massachusetts have lost their minds. None of these attorneys will even take dealing with him. They won't take the cases to deal with him. And I'm telling you, like, if I was an attorney, as you know, Joy, I'd be the first one raising my hand to say, I'll take it. I'll take it. These attorneys don't even want to take the case because they don't want their families and their loved ones and themselves trashed online by him.
Well,
Sad.
the thing is I have several different valid legal lawsuits I can file against him.
Yes, you do.
But I know if I do it by myself, his lawyer will just shit all over it.
Well,
I need an attorney.
You need an attorney.
No
Absolutely.
attorneys, no civil attorneys will take a case against him because they know he'll destroy their business, their reputation.
Yes.
And his minions, cult followers, will destroy that business's reputation, just like they did to D&E with all of the false fake reviews.
Yeah. Insane people, Lou, insane people. Like, literally insane people. Like, it's nuts. Like, I don't watch his lives. I do know that he mentioned me at some point. That's all I know. I refuse to watch anything that has anything to do with him. I will not give it a view. I will not give it a click. I will give it nothing. I don't usually give him most of any of my time, but what he has done to these people is disgusting. Utterly disgusting. And we're hearing that Kevin might be released tomorrow. I did check on him this morning. I haven't heard back yet, but I did check on him this morning to see how he was feeling. That's a good thing if he's going to be released. And TV said the buffer zone ruling likely won't impact Karen Reed in real time, but he's probably banking on it helping his trial. Yeah, if anybody shows up, and I promise you, he might have like 5 or 10 minions, but as you notice, not many people are showing up for Karen. Never mind him. Like
the other thing that's funny too is Aiden is barking jump to his crowd, and they're not following. You know, he trashed me yesterday for being there for her yesterday, and I will be there for her again in the future and
apparently
testify
he said
if need
like,
be.
Where was I? Well, sir, I was home getting my child off the bus because I didn't have somebody to get her off the bus for me. Otherwise, I would have been there with Lindsay. She knows that I would have been if I could have been. I could not make it. I have a child to get off a bus and nobody to get her off the bus besides me. So I don't have a lot of family that's left alive or that can help. So, you know, this is I have multiple children I have to take care of, unlike him. So you know.
Well, the thing is the free Karen Reed people quickly
agree,
waking up and walking away. You know, his followers, when he barks jump, they're not jumping anymore. Last time he said my name on a video was a few weeks ago. He was bent about me reporting his ass to the courts for harassing online groups, and I screenshotted what he was harassing the groups with, and I sent it to the judge, and he was mad that I did that. But he also lied in that same video saying that the sheriff came up to him and said, "You're all good." Nobody ever went near him. Not one person went near him. They were monitoring him. They were watching him. Somebody from that wasn't even in the courtroom, was standing there for a little bit watching what he was doing. He didn't like that.
Mentions me, R. I'm just gonna call you R because that's your old screen name. He always mentions me, and usually people will just say like, "Oh, he's talking about you again." I'm like, I don't care. Like, he's ultimately mad because I did not lie for him way back when he got caught cheating on like 3 different women and his wife, and I didn't lie for him, so he was mad about that. Like, sorry, it's not my job to fucking lie for you, buddy. I don't even know you like that. It's definitely not my job to lie for you. Number one. Number two, he's mad that I am friends with some of his victims and that victims have come to me for support. And I don't give a fuck. I've sent them all where they should go. And I've encouraged all of them to contact the authorities with the evidence that they showed me to the authorities. Most of them have. He's forever going to trash talk me. And I don't give a shit because he'll never shut me up. He will never stop me from speaking the truth. I am a survivor of abuse. Okay. I don't like the word victim. I am a survivor of it. I have dealt with it my entire life. From being a child who was SA'd to being abused every way in foster care to then being abused as a young adult by my abuser. I will never remain silent if I see something like this. I will never not say the truth or be afraid of anyone ever again. Ever again. No man is ever going to tell me what I can and can't do or make me afraid ever again. I don't care who the hell you are. Especially not that little man.
And I'm not going to back down from standing up for others now in the future either. It took me 3 years to do what Lindsay did yesterday. and she's done it in less time than I had to deal with it. You know, when
Yep.
I waited for that not guilty, and I'll be honest with you, when the prosecutor in my case with Aiden showed the jury his blog against me, that all that slander and all the lies, I thought for sure I was going to get convicted of a crime I didn't do. But the jury stood up and did the right thing. You know,
Yep.
um,
It did.
but Aiden's lies. I'm not going to say whose voice it was in that voicemail, but they could clearly tell it wasn't my voice. And many people have said it's a radio host buddy of Aiden's that left that voicemail. That was also verified in my trial. Who that radio host buddy of Aiden's was, they verified it was that person's voice. Okay,
Yeah.
my attorney hired a speech expert. So
Yep.
Aiden lied. He had me falsely arrested, sent to prison, and I love it that Aiden talks about karma because Aiden sent me to prison for one night over his lies, but he did 60 days for his actions. That's karma.
Karma is if the court ever catches up to him in a way where he spends more than 60 days in prison. And Joy, that's because you're a good person, Joy. It's what I would do if I was an attorney as well. Like, I want to help my clients. I want them to be able to, and most people can't afford. People for years have been saying, Lisa, you've been doing, volunteer advocacy work unpaid for 18 years. You could survive off that. Like, you get paid for that. And my response is always the same. The people I help cannot afford to pay me. They
Right.
cannot afford it.
And Lindsay offered me gas money yesterday, and I told her no.
She's just
I
like me.
actually left
I
before
know.
she could even give me any. I
She's
said
just like
no.
me. She's just like me.
Yep.
You know
I
how
wouldn't
I
accept a
am.
penny from her.
You know
She's
how I
got
am, dude.
she's got 4 kids to feed. Gas money for me is something. If I couldn't do it, I wouldn't have. I did it because I wanted to be there.
Yeah,
You know.
that's because you're a good
So
person. You know what I mean? If you get the timestamp, don't send it to me. I refuse to watch anything like between him and Crazy Altman. Like, that's all they do is talk shit about me. And I refuse to watch any of it because I don't care. I don't care what they have to say about me. I know who I am. People like Ashley, Lindsay, some of you who know me as a person know who I am. I
well,
don't need the sewer turtle or his minions to tell me who I am. I know who I am, nor do I need their fucking approval. Like, so he needs the approval of everybody because he's a very little man inside. He's very, very insecure. So he needs all of those pats on the back from his viewers. I do not need that. I don't
Alicia
need
4801 is saying divorce work is a killer, and you know what? I can attest to that. My divorce lawyer said my divorce was probably within the top 5 of the worst divorces she's ever dealt with because
They're
of my
expensive.
ex-wife and Aiden. Top 5 in 40 years. But divorce shouldn't have to be as messy as it is. And people are vindictive,
Attorney
sure.
Amber's right here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you can have the attorney's fees just for them helping you like look something up or write something, and then it's gone. And then it's gone. Like,
Yep.
and this is exactly it. Like, this is exactly it. It is because you're amazing and fair, Joy. You know?
My
$500.
divorce attorney would not.
Hey, it's not much. So he's basically saying the $3,000 she had, she didn't use on attorneys. She did. She
She
absolutely
used
did.
more than that on attorney so far.
And more, exactly more. Like, I charge for thinking about making a phone call. But you know what I mean? They do charge you for phone calls. They'll charge you for emails. They'll charge literally, I kid you not. Like, I kid you
They
not.
charge you, rightfully so, they charge you travel time to court too. Travel time from court,
Yep.
because they have to travel to do their job.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the customer's expense. It's not the lawyer's expense.
Nope. Part of his like shtick, Agent 99, is to send his, mob of followers to write false reviews on people's jobs or people's businesses. It's his dog whistle way of trying to harm people. Like,
And he
yeah,
also does it with his 50 plus fake accounts.
yeah. We know he talked about us, but people tell us, but I always tell people, I don't care. I don't care what he said.
But
Because
what
nothing
he's not
he says is
telling people,
any
at least
lies.
what he's not telling people is, in my situation, I was protecting my 15-year-old daughter from a 49-year-old predator my ex-wife was allowing to go on.
Yeah.
So essentially he's helping a pervert get away with my daughter at the time. He wouldn't do anything to protect my children. Instead of protecting them, he blackmailed and bribed them and lied to them with a document I sent him. I sent him the document that my daughter made a statement to the East Providence Police Force. He would not use that document to tell the truth. He used that document to tell my daughters I was slut shaming them.
Of
I wasn't
course.
slut shaming them. I sent it to him, not knowing who he was, to prove my innocence. So instead of doing the right thing, standing up for the child, he allowed a pervert to get away with my daughter, while shaming me and blackmailing and bribing my daughters to help him do it.
Yeah, he's
You
a
know,
vehemently disgusting human being. Like I can't. Like I just can't. Like anybody that follows that, I don't know what's wrong with you at that point. Like
but
if you know,
perverts will help perverts, and he is, in my opinion, a pervert
I mean, that's all
who
he talks
doesn't
about.
mind helping other perverts get away.
Talks about
You know,
sex 24/7. I'm like, guy, you have anything else you can talk about? Listen, Agent 99, you don't have to tell me. I have friends who like have like rich relatives and they're like super duper poor. And people are like, well, if your aunt and uncle has millions of dollars, why don't you have a new car? And they're like, because it's not my money. Like, and they're not just gonna give me money. Like, what do you mean? Like, like what the hell? I mean,
but
divorce lawyers definitely should get like hazard pay. I get it, but it sucks, it sucks. Like,
But at least you've seen that both of my daughters are in my life now.
of
You,
course.
when we were out, me
He
and my
does.
daughters have a fantastic relationship.
Yeah, I mean, they say that. I mean, there's no line they won't cross. They cross the line when it comes to my kid. My kid is terminally ill. If there's not that line, they won't cross. Like, and me and my daughter are like this. Like, so it's amazing to me the shit that they have to say. Like, he can contact the Boston Globe reporter who wrote his indictment, but they're not going to tell him anything. Like, what do they? Does he think the Boston Globe reporter was there when he was indicted? Like, is he an idiot? Like, well, I mean, that's rhetorical. He is an idiot. Like, oh my God, Agent 99. Does this not sound like me? I am literally like exactly like you. Like she said, I'm gonna give her two I buy for everybody but me. That's me. That's me. It's usually the kids, obviously, but like I don't remember the last time I bought myself clothes. Like literally, I need clothes desperately. This is like I wear like tank tops, lots of tank tops, lots of t-shirts, and like I definitely need clothes desperately. I don't remember the last time, probably years ago. I bought in like 3 t-shirts this year for myself. But like actual clothes like that I needed, like I couldn't even tell you besides underwear and socks the last time that that I bought myself clothes or sneakers for that matter. I desperately need sneakers. Like
But just the same, Elise, my kids have no relationship at all with their mother.
but
And
there's a reason for that, Ash. We know.
I know they realized what my ex-wife was allowing to go on then. And the fact that my ex-wife was using my 2 daughters as baby making machines was the biggest part of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
She couldn't get pregnant anymore, so she used her children to have babies for her to be able to play with.
Some
You
people
know?
are that sick. Some people are that sick. They literally
And the
are.
other thing is, Elise, as you know, as I've discussed with you, I'm the only one that takes care of my former in-laws. My
That's right.
father-in-law passed away. My mother-in-law didn't call 911. She called me.
Yep.
I take care of everything that they need
You
help
have
with.
a wonderful relationship with your mother-in-law, or your ex-mother-in-law.
Yep. My father-in-law passed away. I had a fantastic relationship with him. You know,
Right.
both great people. My ex-wife only used them as an ATM. That's all she's ever used them for.
Probably.
No,
It's
definitely.
unfortunate, like
You know,
people don't realize how lucky they are to have family that can help them, that are alive. When you don't have that and it's just you, like I work every day except Saturday because my family needs to survive. I need to pay for the groceries. I need to buy the toilet paper. I need to
right.
survive. So the only day I give myself off from this is Saturday. It's the only day that I spend with my family all day is Saturday. And after I get done here, as you know, Ash, I'm checking emails, I'm taking phone calls, I'm doing source information
You're
and checking.
you're also helping other victims when they have problems in the background.
And then I'm cleaning, and then I'm cooking, and then I'm doing
Right.
homework, and I'm doing like I'm only one human trying to do the best I can for everyone, including
Right.
anybody who comes to me, and my advocacy work on top of that in the background. Like I can only do so much, but I do everything that I can And if someone comes to me, no matter what side of this case they're on, I've talked to so many people who have been victimized on the free Karen Read side who have come to me and been like, oh my God, I did not realize like I was in a cult. Like I did not even know until I was out of it. Like, and if you come to me for help, I'm never going to turn someone away. Like I might not be able to help monetarily, but I have a lot of knowledge and a lot of places that could probably get you the help you need. It's not always possible, as we've seen, but most of the time we figure it out. And if we have to figure it out together, we figure it out together, because nobody should have to do anything like that alone ever.
Right.
And not having like family to call to be like, hey, I need a ride to the store. I need to go grocery shopping. I need to bring my kid to the doctor. Like, can you bring me? I can't afford $150 in Uber. Like, and having to sort of figure it out yourself. Like, there are people like you, Ash, that will come and help me. Like, and there's only very few of you, but I'm extremely grateful to have those people in my life, because it's very hard when you don't have family to just come and help if you need them in an emergency or in a situation. And so I try to be that for other people, knowing what it feels like to not have that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and to be a low income person myself. Like, I know what it's like to struggle. I struggle. Like,
there was one time that you messaged me that you were having a difficult time, and you messaged me out of frustration that you were having a difficult time going to the store to go Easter shopping for the kids. I offered it right up. I didn't think twice. I don't care.
And
you
we
know,
had such
and you
a
weren't
blast.
asking either.
No.
We had a lot of fun, and you found one of your followers at the store too.
She found me. She found me.
Yeah, that's right.
Me and Ashley were there for 5 minutes, and I got a tap on the shoulder, and it's a woman, and she was like, I was just watching you. And I was like, oh my God, thank you so much. Like, she's like, keep up the good work. It was really nice. Like, I love meeting people like that out in public. And me and Ashley had a good time, and I was able to shop for my friend's kids with her kids that she came over, and she doesn't have family. So I was able to get a basket for each of her 4 kids. So, you know,
And you made it special. You did. You made it very special for them.
I tried.
You
know,
know?
I know what it's like, and no one should ever have to feel like they're alone or don't have someone to talk to, or someone, a shoulder to lean on, or someone to vent to, or someone to cry to, or someone to just laugh with. Like, you know, laughing gets it out. You know, it's in the soul, man. Like, it's crying and laughing. Like, those two things are like cleansing to the soul, you know?
Yep.
Like the other day, my friend Tracy was here from Texas, and she's on the side of, she thinks Karen will probably be found guilty of something, but she thinks the investigation was bad, so she doesn't think that she should, you know, be found guilty. But she came up, and she was only here for a day, and we went to go get our nails done, and we brought my little with us. And I said, tell me how much I got to Venmo you, because they gave the one bill to us for mine and my daughter's portion. And she's like, no, I'm covering it. And I'm like, all right, dude. Like, but it was so nice of her. She took us out to dinner, and she me and my daughters and my husband and my daughter's boyfriend, and we got our nails done, and we went to Walmart, and we had a blast. And at the end of the day, I really wanted the Blackstone grill. I wanted that Blackstone grill so bad, right?
You want to delete this? You want to delete this comment? I Canton recall. Obviously, a troll.
I'm not down the bottom. Yeah, troll, definitely.
Person's a loser.
Like, I have a therapist. You see that? It's good for the soul to talk about things. Sorry that you don't feel that way. If you want to stuff everything down, maybe that's why you're in a cult. Just saying. Ooh. Hold on. Back in the court.
Back in court. I'm gonna drop off for now.
All right. Love you.
If I can figure out how. Oh, there it is.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled C-L-A-R-K.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
And how long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SPDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or
It was
recruit training
surreal.
troop, with
Somebody
the
just
state
poked
police,
me on the shoulder.
hosted in
It
New
was surreal.
Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration.
Well, there was
including
two.
criminal law, criminal procedure,
one
motor
that's
vehicle
shaped
law, defensive
cherry.
tactics,
That one's still on.
emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5,
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection,
Yeah, this is
and
live. It's
culminates in a
Lily.
competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale, so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape be placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance, They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, I'm going to give you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, call most seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Okay. Oh, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos to the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly? Your Honor, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I call to seek to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits?
All right, I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
It's 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading?
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
If I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Objection.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
Sidebar, but I wrote it down.
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
I'll ask
That's
John.
right.
You have no personal
About that.
knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael
Said
Proctor
no.
reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized
I'll read it.
together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained and jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question, disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I need to be here because you're telling me no. are trying to sneak things in that they're not supposed to have. That's part of the problem here, is they're trying to sneak in things about like Tully that are irrelevant and don't matter, and Colin Albert, which they're not allowed to talk about. Not allowed to talk about Colin Albert. He's not a third party culprit. Okay. He wasn't even fucking there, and they're trying to drag Colin into it now, of course. So he wants to be heard at sidebar. I will read John's entire thing when we have a minute. Yeah, those reporter notes are very sparse all the time, Francesca. I'm not really sure why. Yeah, she does look like an idiot telling them less sidebars when there's just more sidebars all the time because the defense can't be told no. There's 632 of you.
Recess, we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
Morning recess. Well, great.
Just follow up.
Maybe they'll argue this now. Hold on. Let me like move my position in my chair here. I'm uncomfortable, but that's my own chronic pain here. There's 635 of you now between X and YouTube. If you're on X, come on over to YouTube. We have a live chat and it's great. We have some great people in there. I think you would enjoy it. If you can, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, it's very helpful. We definitely could use the help. We're a very small channel. We only get buy-on donations from our viewers. So we have Cash App, we have Venmo, we have PayPal, and we have Revolut for those of you who are around the world and want to donate. And we also now have a link that goes to my PayPal, but you don't have to have a PayPal account for just if you want to use credit or debit. And so
Hey
anybody,
there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials
anybody can use it for credit or debit. You don't have to have any of the payment apps or a PayPal account, but we have a link. Freak's already on top of it in the chat. It is in there. It's also in the description of this video. So if you're on the replay crew and you want to donate, you can do so. It's always nice when that happens because it happens out of nowhere and you're like, oh, I'm not live anymore. But then I read them on the next live anyway, because it's my way of saying thank you. And I want everybody thanked properly. So don't you worry if you're on the replay crew and you want to donate, you can, and we'll just read it on the next one. So I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. And this is a circus per usual. Let me pull up John's stuff here. I think they already have realized it, right? Like you would think that they already would. Like David Bignick, WCVB, not in courtroom, nor Christina Rex Grant, John DePetro, Sue O'Connell in court. See, the only person's reporting in all of that I trust 100% is John DePetro's. So I'm going to go to his thing here. Let's see. All right. This is so slow. My phone is slow. I'm sorry, you guys. It's an old phone. The thing's like 3 years old, and I definitely need a new one. But I cannot afford hundreds of dollars for a new phone. So, got to work with what you got. All right. Let's see. John says, long post on niece testimony. Niece takes the stand. All right, you guys ready? Is everybody listening? See you soon. Jezebel will be here. I'll try to give you updates when you get back. All right. Let's see. It says, long post on niece's testimony. Niece takes stand, called him JJ. Calm, well-spoken, every juror watching, most note-taking. Relationship was dependent on the day. Karen favored the brother, her brother Patrick, the kid's brother. Karen would give her the cold shoulder. JJ's relationship with Karen changed at the end of 2021 to 2022. They were fighting a lot, more arguments towards night after lunchtime. John and Karen would argue on the phone. John was very frustrated. Karen was always loud, angry, upset. Karen wouldn't leave. She noticed there was tension. Karen was very cold to her. Karen would cause fighting and tension and refuse to leave the house. JJ wanted the relationship over. 4:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. that morning, Karen said that morning, could I have done something? Was he hit by a plow? Karen said, maybe I hit him. Jen McCabe was basketball coach. John and Jen were friends. This is good for Jen McCabe. JJ was friends with Carrie Roberts. Karen does not interact with niece or comfort her. Jen McCabe was level-headed. Karen never checked on the niece. Let's see. What else do we got here? Trying to... Oop. Hold on. Edited to be clear and noteworthy about the niece. Karen said out loud that morning at Meadows after leaving the hospital, I am living a nightmare. This was after they learned John had died. Seemed self-centered, never comforted either child. Compelling testimony of niece. Karen and John fighting constantly in December of 2021 and January of 2022. John wanted to end things. Karen was loud and causing arguments. Karen was frantic at 5 a.m. saying maybe I hit him, maybe a plow hit him. John was friends with Jen and Carrie. Yannetti asked her to not call Karen the defendant. Why would he ask the kid to not call her the defendant? She is the defendant, and usually that's what people, the defendant. Like, that's really strange to me that Yannetti would ask the minor child not to call Karen the defendant. Like, I'm sorry, what? She is the defendant. And the fact that the judge should have struck that from the record, I'm hoping they did, because that's absurd. Yannetti did cross John's niece, asked her if she remembered Karen taking her to get her nails done, asked about the Aruba trip. Karen helped her with some school projects. Trying to make Karen look good? Like, oh, okay. Interesting. He said about the clip, we start with the October clip of Karen saying they never would have broken up with her, that he never would have broken up with her, followed by a clip of Karen saying, hold on. It kind of ends just like without the rest of the sentence. I'm confused. Let's see. What the fuck? So, yeah, we're on the morning break. It's not even a lunch break, but interesting. My hair extensions are brought to you by Clip-In Highlights, and they're blue. They're blue in memory of John. That's why I'm wearing blue. So they're aqua, but they are blue. And I thought it would be a nice touch in memory of John to have some blue Clip-In highlights that look pretty. You guys can't really see them that great because it's far. You're far from me. But they're very comfy. Check WCVB, more detailed notes in the read article. Open and scroll down for reporter cross-section. Judge hopefully told Yannetti to sit down and told niece to refer to Karen as a defendant. If he did that in front of the jury, not smart. Yeah, they exactly, B. Harley. They barely did anything, WCVB. I'll look on that in just 1 second, Francesca. I'll read those to you guys too. Oh, we're taking a conspiracy walk with a conspiracy dog poop? Sweet. I've taken care of people with MS. She doesn't act like someone with MS. You know, it's, I never, the one thing I don't do is judge people on their stuff because I have chronic pain. And I think people think that if I'm not like crying 24/7, that I'm not actually in that chronic pain. And me and my daughter were just talking about this. My daughter's been in pain her entire life. And it's like people don't realize, like, just because we're not crying and complaining about it doesn't mean that we're not in a lot of pain. We just don't, complain unless, like, it's one of those days that like you just feel like complaining about it, you know what I mean? But MS, I mean, I knew a guy with MS, and some days would be perfectly normal for him, and other days he'd have to use his cane, and he's very wobbly. His name is Patrick. I absolutely love that guy. He's freaking a rock star. He worked at a shelter, and he was so nice to everyone, staff, residents. Like, he was just one of those people that you want to be around, could make jokes, and like, even though he had MS, like he didn't want that to define him. Like, he was going to work no matter what. Like, even though sometimes it was hard for him, very hard for him, as you could see it while working with the guy, you know? Next time he asks a question that's stricken after 2 sidebars to clarify, judge should tell him to sit down. I don't understand why she hasn't yet. Like, that's what they keep doing, is asking questions, and they know they're not supposed to be talking about those things. They'll ask a question just to get it in for the jury, even if it's going to be striked from the record. Like, what the dude? It's stricken from the record, but then sometimes she's not striking things from the record. Like, she needs to get it together. She needs to get it together. Like, really. I also think that they threw Yannetti into this because I feel like he just saw a lot of people complaining, saying, like, what is he really doing in this trial? He hasn't really done anything. He hasn't done any crosses. He hasn't really done shit. Like, are they just like benching him as he's sitting there? And I think he probably got pissed off and was like, I'm doing the next 1 or 2 crosses because whatever. Like, you're talking day 15 and he hasn't done a single, cross. Like, come on, man. Like, I feel like he sort of complained to Jackson and bitched about it to even do these crosses. I don't think him crossing the niece was the smartest idea either. That probably would not have come off the way they wanted it to. They should have had Elizabeth Little do it. She was a female. Like, that would have been like shown that they were trying to be a little gentle because she's a minor child. Like, no, they just didn't care. They didn't give a shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh yeah, Colin's it. Dude, what has been taken from Colin Albert can never be given back to him. And Colin's such a like polite kid. Like, he's a very kind, polite kid. Like, first of all, if you remember when you were a kid, we all said stupid things and we all like act tougher than we were. We're kids, right? Like, but Colin Albert isn't some hoodlum that's out selling drugs and acting a fool. Like, he was a college athlete. Like, what the hell? Like, oh yeah, she had some serious, has some serious issues, like Karen Reed pulled an Amber Heard banging on John's bedroom door when she refused to leave the house. That's the thing. She did refuse to leave the house. And that's exactly it. Is in Karen's world, there's only Karen and no one else. Nobody else matters, right? Like, to her, at least. Like, I do think that she's probably lying about some things for sure. 100%. 100%, I think she is. Like, that's what she does though, right, guys? That's literally what she does. There's no getting around it. That is what she does. Like, hold on. I'm going to send John a message and ask him if the niece brought up the ring stuff. So give me 1 second to just shoot this message to him. Thank you, Francesca. I see it pop up. All right. Now we're going to go to what the other notes that we had here. Let's see. Thank you, Allie. And thank you, Joy. Joy said the same thing. All right. If it goes down to the bottom. Thank you, Francesca, for sending this on the Discord because it makes it easy for me to access. All right. Scroll down to the bottom, right? You said? Yes. What's happening? Oh, God. Do I have to go all the way to the bottom? Like the bottom of like all of these or just the bottom of this specific one? Agreed. She's going to be staying up all night and drinking that much with those ailments. I don't know how. I barely drink like 10 times a year. Girl, you can say that again. Chronic pain. I used to have more migraines than I do now, but I get them once in a while and they suck. I get them in random places now. I used to have it where it's my whole head. Sometimes now it'll be like right here, right here, right here, like really random. They call them cluster migraines, I guess. I had never had those before I had COVID. So that's something new I got after COVID. She does copy other people's a lot of stuff. That's for sure. Like, no, I'm not downloading the app for this. Okay, State Police Sergeant testifying. Okay, here we go. Latest notes from the courthouse. Reporter's notes. 11:23:59. So this was like 2 minutes ago. Sidebar. During the sidebar, the niece smiles and said, wait. Oh, this is just them updating it, I guess, but it does say 11:23:59, so 11:24, so 3 minutes ago. During the sidebar, the niece smiles and says something to the court reporter. She smiles over at her family. A court officer warns someone seated with the Reed family they're not allowed to eat in the courtroom. After the sidebar, the judge tells jurors they cannot consider the niece's statement about not being comforted by Reed, which is so fucking stupid. Why not? The niece says Reed returned later in the day with her father and brother. She met them before. They didn't stay very long. Says Reed told her and her grandfather that she felt like she was living in a nightmare. McLaughlin asked if Reed ever comforted her during this time. Yannetti objects. Judge tells jurors to disregard. Let me go from the bottom because I feel like it's going from bottom to top. It is. All right, hold on. Okay, let's see. Niece says, niece is now 17 years old. She was 14 at the time of O'Keefe's death. She was questioned by Assistant District Attorney Laura McLaughlin. She has a brother who is 3 years younger. She plays softball, still lives at O'Keefe's home with her grandparents, and called her uncle JJ. McLaughlin asked the niece to point out Reed. The niece looks at Reed from the corner of her eye and says she's wearing blue. Niece says after Reed started dating O'Keefe again in 2020, she stayed over about once a week, later daily. Says she would get food and go shopping with Reed. When asked about her relationship with Reed, the niece pauses before saying that on some days they were on a good standard, but not others. She would kind of like not ignore me, but it felt like a coldness towards me. Reed listens to the niece, has no expression on her face, holds a finger to her left ear. Niece says Reed's SUV had a screen that showed the backup camera. Oof. Niece says O'Keefe and Reed's relationship changed at the end of 2021. They were fighting a lot, she says, unusually, like more towards night. Says O'Keefe seemed frustrated while talking to Reed on the phone. She was very upset and angry. Niece says of Reed, her voice louder than her uncle's. Judge instructs jurors about upcoming testimony, says it can only be used to determine Reed's state of mind. Several young people, early teens, are crowded onto the benches where the O'Keefe family sits. Probably her friends, I'm guessing. Niece describes a New Year's trip to Aruba, where she says she witnessed a fight in her hotel room. Says her uncle came in and told her brother to get off his iPad. Says Reed then entered and stood up for her brother. Niece says Reed started yelling that he had kissed someone else. Says JJ, what the hell? What the hell? They must have just updated something, so it kind of scrolled back down on me. Hold on. Okay. Says JJ started saying it didn't happen. Says Reed was very loud and very upset. Niece says O'Keefe came into her room and fell asleep in her bed. Niece says there were more fights when they returned home to Canton. She refers to Reed as the defendant in her testimony. I remember hearing him say that the relationship was good but had run its course. The relation was good, but it had run its course. That's what it says. I think it's supposed to say relationship. It says Reed was upset. O'Keefe asked her to leave. She did not want to leave. Says O'Keefe then more aggressively asked her to leave. It was more like stern, she says. Says Reed followed O'Keefe upstairs. He wouldn't let her into the bedroom. She began to bang on his door. I would tell that there was tension, she says. They were cold towards each other. Says the tension surfaced a couple times per week. Says she heard Reed on the phone saying she and her brother were worried. Heard O'Keefe say it's run its course. On 1/28/22, she and a friend were celebrating getting into a private high school. Her younger brother had gone to a sleepover. O'Keefe went out, sent her a text asking if she was okay. Per house rules, she plugged in her phone in her uncle's room and went to bed. Niece says Reed woke her up at 4:30 in the morning. She was yelling to wake up, she says, and that O'Keefe had not come home. She was very, frantic. Niece says Reed asked her to use her phone to text O'Keefe. No response. Says Reed was on her phone, remained frantic. Says Reed asked for phone numbers, asked her to call Jen McCabe. She put phone on speaker and handed it to Reed. Reed told McCabe O'Keefe had not returned home. Oh my God, it did it again. This is annoying. She was very frantic. Okay, it says not. McLaughlin asked if the niece had heard anything else. There's a long pause before she says yes. The defendant was asking what could have happened. The niece says she said things like, could I have done something? Could he have got hit by a plow? McLaughlin asked her about previous testimony. She also testified at the first trial, then hands her a transcript for review. After looking through transcript pages, the niece says Reed said several things, including, it was like, maybe I hit him. Says she heard that statement just once. Says Reed remained frantic. She said that she had dropped him off. McLaughlin begins to ask if Reed said anything about arguments. Defense attorney David Unity objects. Judge sustains. The niece says she had never seen Reed as frantic as she was that morning. She says Reed left for Jen McCabe's house about 20 or 30 minutes later, then returned with McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Describes McCabe as the mother of a childhood friend and her basketball coach. Says both McCabe and Roberts were friends with O'Keefe. Says she still has a relationship with McCabe today. After the three women arrived, Denise says McCabe came into her room to comfort her. Says McCabe was very level-headed and Reed was still very frantic. Says Reed did not try to comfort her. The niece says Reed returned later in the day with her father and brother. She met them before. They didn't stay very long. Says Reed told her and her grandfather that she felt like she was living a nightmare. McLaughlin asked if Reed ever confronted her during this time. Unity objects. Judge tells jurors to disregard it. I don't know why you would literally wake up a child in the middle of the night at 4:30 in the morning. I'm skipping down to the bottom of these comments. Sorry, guys. Oh, yeah, that's what it looks like. That's for sure, Joy. So it says, niece says, oh, God. So Yannetti begins the cross-examination. After the sidebar, we read about the sidebar. And then he smiles and says something to the court reporter. We read that part. So it says, Yannetti begins his cross-examination. He is speaking in a much softer voice than he has used with other witnesses. Notes that the niece did not used to call Reed the defendant, but instead called her Karen. Niece agrees that Reed took her to get her nails done once a week. I don't remember if she stayed with me. Yannetti asks if Reed took her to doctor's appointments. She answers, no. Niece says she went to her sports games, went on a tour of a school with her, helped with a couple of school projects, sometimes straightened her hair the night before school, planned a scavenger hunt for one of her birthdays. Niece says she and her brother sometimes stayed with Reed at her home in Mansfield. Yannetti asks about the Aruba trip, asks if niece remembers getting ice cream with Reed. She doesn't. Repeats that O'Keefe fell asleep in her bedroom, says she left, came back later, and found her uncle was gone. I had just gotten dumped by my 8th grade boyfriend, so I was in a crisis, the niece says. Slight laughter in the courtroom. Niece says O'Keefe returned to the room. Reed followed. Reed was trying to stick up for her younger brother about the iPad. Niece says she never saw any physical contact between Reed and O'Keefe. Says when they returned home from Aruba, the couple's relationship had changed. It was the same amount of time, but it wasn't the same. Yannetti steps away from the podium, whispers something to the defense attorney, Alan Jackson, then to defense attorney, Robert Alessi. He's done with his questions. Interesting. What the hell? What the hell? That whole she hit his car bull crap is exactly what it is. Bull crap. You know what I'm saying? Absolute bull crap. let's see. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that anybody has sent me that I need to read. Oh my God, we still have people writing on like my video from yesterday. This dummy, this cultist here, Megan Murphy, no subscribers, of course. Like she's been on she makes one comment. So clearly you've never made a comment on a channel before. You have one comment. It's a sock account. Gosh, you're a clown. Did you take science in school at the very least? This is pure comedy. You're right. Your comment is comedy. Why write it? You're just going to get banned from the channel and it's going to disappear. So all those finger push-ups you took the time to write, I just get rid of it. So why do you cultists waste your time? I'm totally confused here. Like, why don't you go watch The Glarer, where he can't decide whether a new indictment actually can get your bail revoked or not? He told his entire audience yesterday that, no, that can't get your bail revoked. And then he said, oh, wait, I don't know. Can it? And then listen to his audience instead of actually looking into it. Amazing, huh? Isn't it amazing how stupid some people can be? Getting indictments on things you were charged with absolutely can get your bail revoked. They're saying, oh, the judge already decided on it, so he can't get his bail revoked for the new indictments. False. Yes, he can. But if you want to listen to the Glarer, I mean, definitely take advice from him when it comes to like law stuff, because he absolutely definitely knows what he's talking about, even when he literally says he doesn't even know, and then just reads what the audience says. And you can tell that these people have no idea what they're talking about either. One of them says, nope, that can't happen. One of them says, oh, it's in a different county, so it can't happen. What? They could just put a warrant out for his arrest and arrest him if they wanted to. Just FYI. Like, I don't think that's what they'll do, but they could. Like, you know? Like, well, that's the thing. We know her alarms were on in her car. We know they were because she butt dialed herself and pulled into the garage and they were all going off. Like, that definitely was. I agree with you there, B. Tim, that it was definitely devastating for the defense. It undermines the defense that they were like a loving couple. And like the niece is even saying that she said she hit him one time. Like, then it was her going through, could I have, did a plow hit him? Like, she definitely knew at that point that she had hit him. She definitely knew. And like having a minor child say what she said in that testimony is not good for the defense. Like, no, it's not on this video. It's on yesterday's video. They wrote a comment on yesterday's video just now. And it's like, bro, I get a notification. I'm just going to get rid of you and your dumb comment, considering it's clearly a sock account. Like, I don't know why they waste their time, honestly. Like, it was up there for 30 seconds, and the only person who saw it was me, except I read it to you guys because I find it comical. Like, exactly, new charges. But they were explaining it like this, Joy. They were saying because he was already charged with it, that because he was indicted now, and the judge already said they wouldn't revoke his bail on the charges, that it can't be revoked. No, he was now indicted on those charges. You actual idiots. Of course it can be revoked. Like, yeah, they like to claim their relationship was good. And then, of course, you have the niece saying, no, it's not. And everybody else saying, no, it's not, including Karen. Like, including Karen. You know? Like, exactly, Trevor. Exactly. But yet you don't think that these people could put two and two together, asking me if I took science. What? Like, I'm sorry, what? They could rearrest you for being indicted and they can revoke your bail if they want. Like, what the hell do you mean? Like, but the Glarer told everybody that's not possible, but then backtracked and was like, well, actually, I don't know. I'm a little confused about that. But then just read like 3 comments from people, apparently one being Sleuthy Goosey and the other being Olivia, and taking their advice as if either one of them actually know what the fuck they're talking about. Olivia has no idea what she's talking about. It's very abundantly clear from the comments she made in the post that she made that she has no fucking idea what she's talking about. She said Chris Albert wiretapped Turtle Boy. It's not wiretapping in a business on a public sidewalk, you absolute moron. Hi.
Yeah, you can, because once they do it, like once they indict you, yeah, it can revoke your bond.
Yep.
Absolutely. It can happen.
Yep. It has a million times happened.
Yeah, so it could happen very easily. because that was the same thing when that was happening with Bullhorn Betty, because they had a grand jury and they found no true bill. But if they would have indicted her, that would have been a new charge, and they would have revoked her bond basically, and they would have brought and that's pretty much it. It's how it works.
Exactly.
But that person, I mean, listen, you always gonna get troll comments. It's engagement. It's always good to get
Hilarious.
engagement.
It's funny.
They think they're hurting you, but when they make these comments, but it actually helps the algorithm pick you up and actually build your channel. So, you should probably not ban that person. You should probably let them just keep on posting and just keep on helping your channel grow. That's all.
If I thought it was just like an FKR, like regular person, I would have, but it's clearly a sock account. Like, so I'm like,
even sock accounts help with the engagement. Make sure they hit the dislike button. But anyway,
hit the dislike button.
The dislike button and like button doesn't matter. It's like you make a mean comments, engagement. That's the most important thing. It's like
true
whatever.
That. I just think it's so funny. Like the things that they say, do they actually believe like the things they're typing? Like I don't.
Yeah, it's like they don't quite understand. It's like you don't know the science. It's like yeah, I do actually.
Yeah, the science and the physics. Physics is science, you fucking idiot. Like
yeah, but I mean, like sitting through this is getting more. I think like the picture of the car and what she could have seen while driving is definitely pointing more to murder 2 or whatever the next. Because she's seen him while she was backing up.
Oh yeah.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Are you serious?
Sidebar.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is number 4 in case anybody was wondering. Susie, he's an actual idiot. They are new indictments. He was charged with these witness intimidation charges in March, and they have now indicted him on them. They are brand new indictments. He was indicted yesterday. So he's a moron.
Another thing is the problem is the glare was also the idiot that didn't tell him, like, hey, man, don't fucking do this. You might get in trouble. Yep. He's just behind him doing like laughing and acting like a complete idiot.
I think they all should.
I mean, it would be funny if he got charged because, but he would probably be like, it would not be good for him. Let's just say.
I think that they should all be charged, all of them.
So
like,
what do you think of like, basically, I mean, like the whole cross of the people like trying to make it sound like they were a loving couple and they were affectionate. Meanwhile, you're seeing all this testimony that points to this is a failing relationship. And Karen Reed just didn't want to let go. And it was the other way around. I see Mr. Grant has a place in the courtroom. I noticed that.
Yeah, I see him.
Yeah, Grant Scott is interesting. He's pretty interesting,
The problem with Grant is he likes to add things in to make it very salacious that are not fact. And so I can't go on.
Yeah, I know. But, it's kind of funny. It's funny.
I can't. The only person I can trust with 100% certainty in that courtroom to not add things in, and just give us the facts of what happened is John DePetro.
True.
Out of all those people right there that I see, there's Sue O'Connell, and she's an absolute liar. So that doesn't help us any. I don't see Ted Daniels. Anybody see Ted Daniels lately? Where'd Ted go? Ted, where'd you go, Ted?
Yeah. Listen, I'm like, whatever. I mean, he's just a funny guy to listen to once in a while. It's like, it's entertaining.
I just give the caution, and it's hard because I was friends with Grant for a very long time. But the problem is, and I tried to help him with this. He just doesn't always take any, critiques or advice. You can't add shit in just because you want it to be so.
Yeah.
Or because you want to uncover. The problem is he wants to uncover salacious conspiracies. And so he draws lines to things that don't actually exist and aren't actually true.
That's true.
Exhibit I
So
for ID.
You can't.
Thank you.
draw lines to things that don't exist and talk about them as if they're fact when they're not.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Then you're misrepresenting things to people. Or like, for instance, a motion will come and be like, oh, they're dragging them back into court. That's not what that motion is. So he adds things to make it sort of like more compelling and more salacious. And
Well, yeah, I get your general, but I just like watching him because he's sometimes funny. Because his whole affect is hilarious to me. No, I don't take my like information from him. I just find him funny. You know what I mean?
The rabbit holes, the rabbit holes. That's the half. It's not just hate. Like,
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
it's literally everyone and anyone.
Clark.
That's our accent.
I mean, it seems like the whole defense is basically like, did you know Proctor was nearby? And did you know that the Alberts had someone in the police force, and you can't trust the police. Even though my client has admitted to multiple times of hitting him to multiple people and has admitted her crimes.
Yes.
I don't think it's helping him any. The defense is not helping themselves at all, especially pissing the judge
Sir,
off.
when
That
you
was
went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Netti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirect.
Sorry?
No redirect.
Okay. All right. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
Who? Wait, Evan Brandt?
Evan Brandt. We don't know.
I've never heard that name, I don't think, before.
I feel like
Daddy
whenever
Reed's-
they call a witness down, they should play like the Price is Right music when they're like, come on now.
They totally should. That's what they've made this. I'm just saying.
Can you guess the conspiracy today?
Oh my God.
Will it be Albert sneaking in pretending to be Higgins?
We need it. We need
Chloe's the
that.
fake. Chloe's the fake dog.
We need that. We need that clip of just like the Price is Right music, and like the next witness is the Price is Right music. Like,
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Daddy
Thank
Reed's
you, Your Honor.
personal court officer is back, guys.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name
always
and
with
spell
me.
your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, Brent.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
For just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
Not that I remember.
Do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Exactly.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself.
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out. So I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I agree, Sarah. I do think they're going to wonder why you're not hearing from any of these people that they keep mentioning so often. I don't think that's going to help the defense.
Do you recognize that?
Not hearing from them.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. It's coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
The like
From
button,
handing you
guys.
a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's
Like
depicted in those
button.
7 photographs?
Donate if you can to the channel. It's very helpful.
Yes.
And in the
Credit or
first
debit?
5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the
And the
last
video
4 of
description.
the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm calling off the seat and do the bids at the next exhibit.
No objection.
Damn, Proctor was like Ashton Kutcher, just popping out the bushes and shit. You've been punked.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Thank you, Carolyn. I
Ms.
appreciate
Gilman,
that.
if I could have photograph 7749.
You must be a psychic, right?
And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question, what are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
And an angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
And 2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 is this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Oh, God. I don't think they know exactly why. They were just told unforeseen circumstances. That's it. That's all they were told. They weren't even told medical issues. They were told unforeseen issues or circumstances. Yeah, not one scratch. Exactly. Not one mark. Not one scratch.
Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at 1 Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes,
because
you did, idiot.
You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th,
Yes, not prior,
correct?
dumbass.
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, You had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Yeah, they were going to post a guard there for days. So
Not that I'm aware
ridiculous.
of.
They're not going to
And
do
when
that.
you got there was no crime scene tape,
Stop it.
correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
Crime scene tape there for days.
No.
Or tents.
Other than the police officers standing there on
Spaghetti.
February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify.
Exactly,
to that.
Anna.
But you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos, and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
I totally would be your paralegal if you were here, Joy. If I had the money to move, I would. Totally would.
I do. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Right.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you Please
social
introduce
insight
yourself to the
man.
jury and spell your last name for the court.
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab,
He is married.
which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA
Where's
comparison
DA?
by swabbing a
Oh,
person's cheek cells and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Blame the
Were
dead
you
guy,
ever
right?
asked to do
Cool.
any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police
Telling
Department?
me, Joy.
No.
Were you ever asked to
Good
do
luck
any
to him.
buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Right, Insider Man?
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
I would love to move to North Carolina or Texas. I've
Next
thought about moving to
come
both.
along.
Way too expensive here.
Maureen Hartnett.
Maureen Hartnett. She is the lab lady. There'll be a lot of questions from her for her. But I have thought about moving to both places. It is extremely nobody can afford to live here. It's too expensive, and especially being low income, it's not lunch. You guys go to lunch, but I'll be still stuck here. Probably. There probably is, Anna. There probably is.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2, and that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3, and that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminalist unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I'll also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can. Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Miller.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, not a Leslie. No. Yes, the niece testified, Michael. It was in the beginning, very first person, and it was fairly quick. We can't do Leslie. Oh my God, this is gonna be torture. Headline from Fox News: Karen Reed prosecution dismantles defense timeline, leans on physical evidence to build case. Nice. Inverted
Show me a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Notice they are, in fact,
139.
trying to blame Chief Berkowitz, the man who's not
With the court's
alive.
permission, I'd ask to show the jury
Anymore?
P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes. So this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes. So I did take notes of that area, and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining the vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs, to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
And we'll listen to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
141.
Court permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you.
I wonder that
Would you
too.
mind
Brittany.
pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
And could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The kissing disease, grave mono. I can't do unless he makes me want to like smash
Show
my
you a photograph.
computer,
Do you
and
recognize
I
that photograph?
Yes, I
can't
do.
buy a new
Do you
one.
recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's gonna be conspiracy glass, Anna. Conspiracy glass.
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-176.
Snow also reflects 95% of
Can you
light,
zoom in just a little bit more, please?
so that is difficult, you know.
You told us
for
that you
anything.
saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in
Uh-oh. I know. I don't know why he's yelling them so loud. Hold
relation to
on.
this?
Whoop. What happened?
You mentioned the hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B, please. 144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
Thank you very much. You could hold that so the jury can see it. You could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you call in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Dash, of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
Sorry, I'm writing a tweet right now. It's pretty funny. These idiots. This is the most funniest thing I've ever heard. TB2, are you in here? So funny. I have literally never even met TB2 in real life. So I love that the cult has now assumed it's my friend Laura. What's so funny about this is my friend Laura has a very heavy.
See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
Hold on. She's from Boston and would just tell you to go fuck yourself under her own name. Just so we're clear here. Like, These people should never be fucking detectives. They are terrible at it. They're grasping at so many straws. Like, it's ridiculous. You're breaking the straws that you're grasping at, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's amazing. I have to find it funny because it's like, what? Like, one says, "Oh, I sent a." First of all, they refer to my friend Laura as the homeless. First of all, she's not homeless anymore. She's been in her new apartment for quite some time with her 2 kids, and she was homeless for a short period of time in between apartments. And yes, she's my friend, and I tried to help her because that's what you do when you have friends. So calling her the homeless friend is like the most ignorant thing on planet Earth. These people think they're better than everyone else, and I'm going to laugh when the consequences of their actions come back to bite them in the ass. But to try to draw some correlation between my friend Laura, who has a very heavy Boston accent, who would literally just tell you to go fuck yourself behind her own name. She doesn't even have Twitter. With TB2 by saying they're the same person. Like, you have to be cuckoo level fucking crazy to draw those correlations. Their voices are nowhere near similar, not by a long shot. Like, that's why it's so funny to me. Like, one has a extremely heavy Boston accent. My friend Laura has a very heavy Boston accent. So what in the actual fuck are y'all talking about? Like, what the hell is wrong with you people? I fucking can't. I literally can't. This is why the cult and their leaders should never fucking be detectives. Because they're real bad at it. Like, real fucking bad at it. Like, real bad. Like, I'm sorry. Like, the fact that you guys are so concerned with who TB2 is amazing to me. Like, why do you care who it is? Why do you give a fuck who it is? I don't even care that much who anybody is. Like, I know this. I know that she's a good person. I know that she's not willing to allow people to keep being victimized, just like I'm not. And that's all that matters to me. I don't give a fuck if her name is Sally, Frank, Sarah, whatever. I don't care. I know she's a good person. And I know that she doesn't approve of people being doxxed, harassed, slandered, defamed by the same people that do it on a daily basis to other people. But I do know that their voices are very fucking different because my friend Laura has an extremely heavy Boston accent and is from here. Like, so what? Like, what? To draw that correlation is the most amazing stupidity I've ever seen in my fucking entire life. Like, my friend Laura will just tell you to go fuck yourself under her own name, Laura. Like, she wouldn't have an account without her name on it. Like, just so we're very abundantly clear here. Like, she came with me to the courthouse for one of Lindsay's hearings. And she's the only reason why a bunch of cult members didn't get knocked the fuck out in a courthouse. She has no problem telling you where to go and how to get there under her own name. Like, so let's be very clear about that. They're drawing, trying to even say that their voices are similar is the most cockamamie bullshit nonsense I've ever heard a day in my life. Their voices are nowhere near similar. Nowhere near similar, considering Laura's from here. And she has a very, very heavy accent. Like, Like, what? Like, what? Oh my God, the grasping is fucking amazing. You know what that tells me? TB2, I guess you're bugging them because they're so concerned about who you are. Like, so concerned about who you are, they're willing to like say that you're someone who has a very heavy Boston accent and try to draw the lines that don't exist between you and my friend Laura. That is the funniest fucking nonsense I've ever heard of a day in my life. But this is exactly why you don't get involved in cults, people, because they're willing to believe anything they're told, even if the two voices are very clearly don't match up. You have these people saying, "Oh, they match. Yep, they're that's definitely who it is." Like, what? Get a fucking hearing aid. Get a hearing aid. The reach is so crazy to me. The reach is you're literally grasping at so many straws, you're breaking them in half. Like, what? One is from Boston with an extremely heavy Boston accent, heavier than mine. Like, heavier than mine. Alessi will be the one crossing, yes. It's apparently, right? Like, it's just fucking the funniest thing I have ever heard in my life. It's do we think it's her friend Laura? Does anybody have clips of her voice other than the one from Facebook? Like, what? She made some serious threats against Aiden. Nobody made threats against Aiden. There's no threats. There's promises that if he commits crimes, it'll go to the police. There are no threats. Those are promises. If you commit crimes against people and you harm people, you'll be reported to the police. That's not a threat. That's a promise. Like, let's help Aiden get more suits. You do that. You let Aiden spend all that money on suits he'll never win. That's such a great, bright idea. You should do that. You should all do that. Like, you should all do that. What? It says you did those of you who donated to Lindsay Thurley to know that money could have went to homeless Laura. I'm sorry, what? I did one stream for money to help Laura and Lindsay, which is Lindsay's idea. It was like $40 that was made total. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what are you even talking about? Like, what? These people have more secrets than the Clintons. Newsflash, there's no fucking secrets. You're making shit up in your head. Like, newsflash, no secrets exist. You're literally making them up. Like, then this idiot, Deanna, says it's her. I even texted a few that the homeless lady from the South is 2B2 after listening to her voice. It's her. It's her? If TB2's from the South, how is it Laura? Fucking what? Like, Laura's not from the South. You idiots. You idiots. She's from here. She lived in the South for like 2 years at one point in her life. She's from here. You fucking absolute moronic idiots. Like, but you know what? Go with that theory. Keep going with that theory, please. Oh, for the love of God. You walk the Freedom Trail? Actually sounds like fun, not gonna lie. Sounds like fun. I mean, the cult apparently knows everything. There's all these secrets, like the Clintons, apparently. So many secrets. Like, newsflash, I don't have secrets. I'm an open fucking book. I don't give a shit. They're not even a little bit. Nope. Nope. Like, what, dude? The shit people write on Twitter is fucking wild. Absolutely wild. Like, fucking wild. Like, the amount of things you have to believe that there's some grand conspiracy. There's so many rifts between all these people, and there's a conspiracy. This person must know a lot, or this person knows a little, and we need to know what they know, or we need to find out who they are so Aiden can have all these lawsuits to sue people for things that he's never going to win. An opinion is opinion. You can't sue somebody for their opinion. I'm not a fucking journalist. I have an opinion. He's a shitbag and a piece of shit, a liar and a snake. Sue me. How about that? Those are my fucking opinions based on my experiences. Fucking sue me. Good luck with that. Can't sue somebody for their opinions based on actual things that happened in real life. Sorry, not sorry. You can't sue people because they tell him that they're going to turn him into the police if he does illegal things and keeps going after people with his cult. That's not a threat. Like, hey, I wish you guys would have called me. I would have went with you. Shit. Like, funniest part is I've never even met TB2 in real life. I've talked to them quite a few times, but I've never met them in real life. So, like, to draw that correlation is the most amazing thing I've ever heard. You know what? Professor Plum and Miss Scarlett, you guys keep doing that good old research you guys are doing over there. You guys are doing a fucking great job. Great fucking job. Great job. Boundless Millennial posted a short yesterday of a psycho Karen Reed supporter calling Proctor and his wife corrupt motherfuckers who are going to jail, and a Proctor's wife or children be gone. Yeah, no. Sorry, not sorry. Just so we're clear here, Proctor's wife is a wonderful person. Liz is a very nice person, and I will have her back 1,000%. I don't give a fuck who wants to say, how about this? How about that you're that unhinged that you think that people are going to take you seriously saying shit like this means you belong in a loony bin. You need some serious fucking medication. Like, to say this about Proctor and his wife, you don't know these people. You don't know his wife. You don't know his children. You don't know who they are. You know what you've been told by a lunatic and his lunatic followers that draw lines that don't exist into fucking rabbit holes that don't exist. Like, absolutely it is, Joy. Absolutely. He's all the things I said plus 1,000 more. Like, you can't sue somebody for their opinion on somebody based on real life shit that happened. You can't. You'll never win a suit on that. The mental gymnastics that have to happen here for them to draw some sort of correlation between my friend Laura and TB2 is some of the most ridiculous mental gymnastics I've ever had to see. And they'd have to contort their body so fucking far that their head went all the way up their ass and back out. Like, those voices are not even close. Like, not even by a fucking long shot. Like, ask for Jenny. 1,897 Jenny. Anybody remember that commercial? Yeah, I'm not, Judge isn't my favorite person either, Lou. She, the like leaning, and not holding them accountable. I don't see anybody there. No one's there. It pops right up on my screen. No one's there. I literally am. Like, I literally am. There's no secrets that I hide. I don't hold the key to anybody's freedom or anybody's downfall. Like, they want the world to believe I have some sort of like information. The only information I have and the only person's downfall that would result in that is the sewer turtle himself, and the information that I have of the countless victims who have come to me with evidence of blackmail and threats. So never, Karen, we know this. We know this, but like, how do you get to that level reach? Like, those are silly straw type circles you got to do in mental gymnastics to get Laura's heavy Boston accent to match TB2's voice. What? I have to show Laura this because she's literally just going to pee herself laughing. Like, she has no problem telling you all you're fucking stupid and to go fuck yourself. Like, just saying. Like, just saying. And I don't normally swear that much, but this is fucking stupidity. Like, just absolute abject stupidity. Like, it's so funny to me. Like, I'm sorry, but to spend all your time on Twitter trying to figure out who is who, like, what a waste of absolute time. Like, what a fucking waste of time sitting on Twitter trying to figure out who is who. I barely write a fucking thing on Twitter anymore. I barely did before, but like, I barely write anything on Twitter anymore because it's just a cesspool of nonsense, dude. It's what this one, it's just literal gossip circles. It's all it is. Gossip circles, people arguing, people fighting, people calling each other names. It's really gross. It brings my mood down, man. I'd rather be helping someone outside with my kid riding her bike after school, like cleaning the house, rearranging furniture. I'd rather do anything than sit on fucking Twitter and look at the mental gymnastics those people have to do to draw a line between two things. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like Ash took a whole walk down the Freedom Trail apparently with TB2. I wish they would have called me. I would have went. Shit. Would have been my first time meeting her, but I at least would have been able to give her a hug and tell her, like, good job on making sure that like people aren't victimized further. Good job standing your ground. I think she does a great job standing her ground. My friend Laura though would just tweet under her own name with her own picture. Sorry to burst your bubble. I've never seen a judge say yes to every sidebar either, B. Harley. It's a little cuckoo if you ask me. Like, I definitely have not seen that before. Sometimes they'll say no, don't ask for another one. This issue is done. Even if they don't even know what it's 1,000% about. The problem is when the defense is like, well, we really need to talk to you. Like, she just lets them, thinking that like later on they're gonna be like, whoa, we wanted to talk to her about X, Y, or Z, so now we're appealing some crazy thing. And it's like, doesn't matter. They won't win the appeal anyway. You as the judge have the right to be like, no more fucking sidebar on this issue. The issue is done. I said no. Sit the fuck down. Like, I've never seen a judge not take control and be like, enough with the fucking sidebars. Enough with the sidebars. Like, enough. No, she doesn't. But it's also like, what backlash does he deserve? Like, get private messages that weren't meant for public consumption. You know what I mean? The man has to vent somehow. Like, shit, we all do. We all have to vent somehow to someone. If you don't get it out, it just boils up, right? Like, that's not healthy. Don't do that. Like, we don't have trolls, at least not right now. We have hate watchers that are watching. We always do, from the cult. But what we have is people I get screenshots. I don't read shit on Twitter. I just get screenshots of what people are saying. And I got a screenshot of them drawing some ridiculous conclusion that my friend Laura was TB2, and I found it fucking hilarious. Like, first of all, their voices are nowhere near close. My friend Laura is from Boston and has a heavier Boston accent than I do. Like, oh, amazing. They could even draw that line. It shows you like these people are not good at investigating things. Like, if they were good, they would have ruled that out within 2 seconds. It wouldn't have even been a thought. Like, so, I mean, come the fuck on with it. Come the fuck on with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the accents are there. Like, it is a cesspool. It's literally a cesspool. I cannot deal with the cesspool that is X. I check it for my messages mainly, just to check messages. If one of you guys has messaged me, I check it for the messages and make sure I'm getting back to people because I get information that way too. From so that's the only time I check X. I'll go days without checking X. No, I try to not go like more than 2 because I know people are like sending me messages and I want to reply. But most of the time, I check the messages, I reply to the messages, and then that's it. Like, I don't, once in a blue moon, I'll like scroll for a few minutes, read a couple things, click on a couple people's but like, I don't spend more than maybe an hour every so often on there other than checking my messages. Like, it's just ridiculous. Oh, she is? Yeah. Let her know that Brennan, does she have Chloe on the phone too? Because I got a ball here for Chloe. Like, maybe a dog treat or 2, Ash. Like, so, I mean, if she's got Chloe on the phone too, the newest conspiracy the newest conspiracy is that she's Laura. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so, I mean, hey, shit. It's conspiracizing, goddammit. Like, so do the goddamn conspiracy. Like a pokey mean bag. It's not, I mean, it's so funny though, when I go down south, like Florida, when I go down there, people ask me to say things over and over. When my friend Tracy was just here from Texas, when we were at Walmart, getting the grill. She talked down I don't know how she talked down the price on this grill. I don't even know. But that was my Mother's Day gift. She got me the Blackstone grill, which I am forever grateful for because I wanted the Blackstone grill so bad. And I have a Blackstone grill now. And it's got the lid because some of them come without the lid. Some you got to buy the lid. This one comes with the lid. And she talked the guy down on the price, but she has her down south accent. She's from the Carolinas, but lives in Texas. And the people at Walmart were asking her to say it again. Like, can you say that again? Can you say it again? And so it's like, that's what happens to me when I go down south from Boston. But the one thing that the people down south always get confused is whether I'm from New York or Boston. And that's offensive. Okay. They'll say, are you from New York or Boston? Like, that's offensive. All right. You should know a Boston accent from a New York accent. They're very different. They're very different. We don't say ka. They say ka. Like they accentuate part of it, and they call it coffee. They say coffee. Their accents are very different than what we have here in Boston. Like, so very different. FaceTime with Chloe? Oh, FaceTime with Chloe. You know, Chloe's a good dog. Ghostbusters couldn't find the State Puft Marshmallow Man due to the blizzard. He got away. Goddamn Marshmallow Man. That goddamn Marshmallow Man. To be fair, I loved that Marshmallow Man when I was a kid. I literally loved the Ghostbusters movie so that I could watch the Marshmallow Man. That was like my favorite part of the Ghostbusters movie when I was a kid, was just watching the Marshmallow Man and then him blow up and the marshmallow pieces go everywhere. What's the Marshmallow Man? It was my favorite part of that movie. Favorite part of that movie when I was a kid. I mean, we don't have to be, right? Oh, the Diddy stuff. Yeah. The Diddy stuff is happening right now. I heard yesterday part of the testimony has been following it with Cassie was, you know, full Diddy and Cassie video out. Yeah. That's, I read some of it this morning when I woke up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? From Virginia? Car. Yeah, car. That's what they make me say. Park your car in Harvard Yard. That's what they ask you to say when you go down south. They're like, can you say park your car in Harvard Yard? So it's like, okay, park my car in Harvard Yard. Say it again. Park my car in Harvard Yard. Like, what do you mean? Now I don't even know what I did with my drink. Hello, McFly, soda. What'd I do with it? Hold on. I need my drink. Please hold. I found it. It was in the conspiracy bathroom. You know, I had to make a phone call to Brendan so he could bring me my conspiracy Mountain Dew and put it in my conspiracy bathroom and then leave and run back to the courthouse so that the latest conspiracy about Laura can just be told to the world after he brings me my conspiracy Mountain Dew, right? I told him to bring the conspiracy bone to the conspiracy dog. Like, right? Hey, Chloe girl. You know what I'm saying? Right? They make you say it too, Carol. Every time I go somewhere different, they make me say it too. Obviously, Ka and Harvard are like the two main ones. But like, if you say something and they catch it while you're talking, they'll ask you to say it again. Can you say that again? Can you say it again? And it was so funny when they were doing it to my friend Tracy here that I was like, this is what they do to me if I go down south. So it was funny to see it like the opposite way, because I've never seen somebody here in Boston ask someone else with a different accent to say something again. So it was like funny seeing it the other way around. You know what I mean? It was. Arlene was in Washington, D.C. a few years back and tried to order a baked potato. The guy couldn't understand what I was saying. A baked potato. It depends on the old school Boston people call it a baked potato. A baked potato. That's what it's called. It's not a baked potato. It's a baked potato. Like, that's what my grandparents used to call it, a baked potato. I've been to Virginia once and I've been to Vermont twice. It's beautiful. Is that what they got? Life with parole? Oh, shit. They were supposed to have their resentencing hearing, right? The Menendez brothers. The Menendez brothers got life with parole, Scorpio Moon Girl said. Life with parole. So that means that they could try to parole probably now. So I guess we'll find out, right? If they try to parole right now. That'd be interesting. Never been south, just Boston. Well, Carol, you have to go south. You have to visit the Carolinas or Georgia or Florida. It's beautiful and the weather is gorgeous. You got to go in the fall. You got to go in the fall. But you have to visit South. You have to. Wicked Pissa. Yeah, that one. Oftentimes people will ask you to say Wicked Pissa or just Pissa in general. It used to be something we said a lot, like a lot. Probably I'd say like 15 or so years ago. Wicked Pissa was something you said a lot. Nowadays you don't hear it as much, but it was something that was said quite a bit back then. So I love when they do commercials and they do like a Wicked Pissa, because it's like that's definitely a Boston thing to say. Like, what do they call a baked potato down? That's a good question. Potato. Yeah, potato. A baked potato. That's, yeah, potato. My grandparents called it that. No, they would call the remote, we call it the clicker. It's a clicker. It's not a remote, it's a clicker. So that's a Boston thing too. People ask you to say sometimes is clicker. Can you say that again? Clicker. And we call soda, we call it soda. They call it pop down south. It's called pop. Never heard that one before until I went down south. I was like, you mean soda? They're like, no, pop. Like, yes, soda. Like, yeah, pop. I'm like, yeah, soda. They're like, yeah, but it's called soda pop. I'm like, sure, we just call it soda. Like, or a blinka. People call it a directional. We call it a blinka. It's a blinka. People make you say that a lot. Blinka. Tonic. Yeah, my grandparents called it tonic. That's what my grandparents called it. Tonic. Spucky. Spucky is a sub? That's funny. I don't know. We'll find out if they're getting out. A hearing is scheduled, so I don't know. They could move to go on to parole right now if they want. So I guess we'll find out, right? With the Menendez brothers, if they actually get out on parole. Like, oh, I can't eat grits. I don't like grits. Axe. Yeah, ask. Yep, I've heard that one quite a bit. And now I live in all my grandkids and talk to me. Oh, that's very cute, Carolyn. Your grandkids must love it. Say it again, Grandma. Menendez was resentenced to 50 years to life with parole, which means they can apply for parole. Yeah, that's what I figured. 50. I thought I'm surprised it was 50 years to life, or is it 25 and 25? So that it's. I wonder. We'll have to check it out after. When you visit, you tell me. You can come stay with me. You tell me if you visit. I'll bring you all the fun places. The Packy. Yes, we do not call it a liquor store. We call it a Packy. That's correct. Yeah, I figured it was Idaho. Idaho's got them potatoes, though. You know what I'm saying? They got the good potatoes. The good potatoes. Yes, we call it a Packy. We don't call it a liquor store. It's called a Packy. They've served 35. Is that what it is? Is that how long they've been there? 35? I mean, they could get out on parole. That's the resentencing. And as I think they didn't have parole before, they could apply for parole right away and be granted parole with their good behavior. So I guess we'll find out, you know. Here in New York, all the police chiefs were born in Boston. That doesn't shock me either. Yeah, I mean, they murdered their parents, you know. You would think, I don't even know, following it and why they gave them the hearing and all that. Like, the whole thing was a cluster anyway. Like, the whole thing was a cluster. I don't understand taters. Yeah, mashed taters. Mashed taters. You've never seen grits? I can't eat grits. I don't like them. And maybe it's a texture thing for me. I don't like them. They're not my jam. Johnny Petro did just comment on the male juror mentioned by the other media for smirking. Apparently, John said he's always smirking, so don't read too much into it. Majority of the jury is focused. They like the way you talk. Yes, Packy. We call it a Packy. You know that, Jesse. You definitely still call it a Packy, right? Or your husband? I think Nathan Hotchman will allow it. See, that's the thing. I think it's up to like the governor, right? Isn't it? Is that what it is? It's up to the governor there. I'm not sure how that works in that state. I thought they had a good record. I thought that's what they were saying in the last hearing, was that they had like a good record of good behavior in prison. And that's why they should be able to, that was the argument they made, that they should be allowed to get out on parole, was like they had good behavior in prison or whatever. They were abused. That's true. But I was abused and I didn't kill my parents. Just saying. You know what I'm saying? Now they can get rich by podcast and book interviews. Yeah, I mean, they are kind of infamous. But isn't there like a law that if you've been convicted in California that you can't make money off your crimes? I know there are laws in certain states for that. Does California not have that? It's California, right? Yeah, California. Does California not have that law? Like, I'm pretty, like, there are some states that have laws where if you are convicted of a murder, you cannot get out. You cannot get out and then make money off of that crime, like with book deals or podcasts or any of that stuff. You can't. So, I don't know. It depends, I guess, on the, oh shit, sorry. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, Ash.
That's all right. She's at the Boston Museum of Science today.
Oh, hey, tell her to ride the Omni. Love the Omni. It's a blast.
Last time I went there, it wasn't open.
It wasn't open. I told you have to do the Omni.
I'm going to go back. Don't worry.
It's a blast. It's a blast. I haven't done it in a really long time, but I heard it was fun. That's for sure.
Well, she didn't want to come live because she's at the Boston Museum of Science.
That's fine. She
So,
didn't have
not
to.
that she didn't, not that she didn't want to, but it's kind of hard to video chat there, you know?
No, yeah, it definitely is. But either way, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I was willing to just say how fucking ridiculous it is anyway. Like, my friend Laura has a very heavy Boston accent. You can't confuse her voice with TV2's voice. They have very different voices. Like, and they're very different people. Like,
What do you think of TB2's accent? Do you think she even has one?
no, I don't. Not that I can hear. At
Right,
least.
because she's from Boston. You know, it's our accent, if you will.
Yeah, but Laura's is so heavy that, like, you can, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's,
I don't know who Laura is, so I couldn't tell you.
yeah, my friend Laura. Hers is super, super heavy, like super heavy. So, like, even people in Boston who have Boston accents notice it because it's so heavy. Like,
Now, you know where I live. My sister, you know, when we were growing up, we lived where we lived. And my sister now lives in, I think it's New Hampshire. And she
yeah,
lived in Massachusetts for a while, maybe like 5 or 6 years. Now it's Boston. She don't say Boston like you and I. It's Boston with an A instead of an O.
yeah, that's funny.
You know? I said, where the hell did you pick up Boston from?
Right. That's a good question, Maui. I don't know. If they move to a different state, could they then make money off of it? That's a damn good question. That's a damn good question. Like, if the Menendez brothers moved to a different state, could they then make money off their crime? I don't know. That's it. I mean, how would they? I mean, you're right though. How would California overreach that and say we're taking it? You live in a different state, so I don't necessarily think that California would have jurisdiction to say, hey, you can't. So I mean, it's a damn good question, Maui. I don't know the answer to it. I'll look into it, but that's a damn good question. Like, they make them donate the proceeds, Anna said there. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's what I heard them make the argument on. I mean, I follow it a little, probably not as much as everybody else. But I was following this whole, like, will they get out, won't they thing, just to see, like, what's for lunch? Nothing, because I never eat until after lunch is over. Because I can't just make something while you guys are here. Obviously, that's not really probable or possible. And it's not probable to always have to order something either, because that costs money that I don't have. So,
Let me ask you a question.
yes.
Doesn't the Glera Baby Gap, doesn't he make food on his hot plate in the basement of his parents' house while he's live?
I don't know, does he? I know he makes,
That's what
like,
I heard.
coffee. He makes coffee. Like,
Yep. I heard on one of his shows he had his hot plate going making something. I don't know what the hell he was doing. Glera, the Glera Baby Gap. That was by who the hell said that? That's by someone that is Southern.
Dolly Vision.
Dolly Vision, yeah. He's the one that called the Glera Baby Gap because everything that the Glera, I forget his real name. Everything that he wears is too tight and too small for him. AKA Baby Gap.
Yeah, facts, dude. Hilarious.
Remember that movie? What Oh shit, I'm brain dead now. The one with Eminem in it. What was the name of that movie?
8 Mile.
Yeah, when he was singing the Lotto, that shirt don't fit you. That reminded me of Baby Gap every time I see that clip.
That's so funny. The day going, Karen back.
Oh.
Yes, Jack. Karen is back. TV shows, Superfan, make me cringe because they cannot nail the accent correctly ever. Like ever. They make it either too heavy or not enough, and it makes me cringe. I'm like, just get someone who's one of us to like go in and like say the lines. I don't know, or have them mimic one of like just a person that lives in Boston. Don't try to make it so heavy that like that's the mistake they make is they try to make it overly heavy. Like, but Karen looks totally fine, Jack. That's the funny part. I think, just wondering why she needed to have a whole day off yesterday when they're wheeling people in from hospitals in their freaking wheelchairs, and Lindsay Clancy paralyzed is in a, on a Zoom being arraigned and having court hearings from her hospital bed. But no, Karen gets the day off because she's not feeling so hot. Like,
Her brain tumor was bothering her that day.
you know what I'm saying? Like, the Menendez parents were murdered. They murdered their parents, both of them, the mother and the father.
Just an update. There's no more information on Lindsay's case as of now. It's still pending.
I don't have a Ninja, but what I have is I have a Gourmet air fryer. So it's got double doors that you open up, and I love that thing. I absolutely love it.
I almost bought one of those at Savers. Savers had it for $25. I almost bought it.
I love my Gourmet. I wouldn't trade it for the world. I thought book proceeds go to victims' families in most states, but they killed the parents, so not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how that works, but I thought that Maui says the California Supreme Court struck down a version of this law in 2002, finding it unconstitutionally broad and infringing on First Amendment rights. Oh, damn. Even the Dunkin' commercials overdo the accent. They do, Arlene. Those ones are the ones that get me the most. Like, those ones drive me freaking bananas. You're welcome, Jack. Always got your back, my friend. Busy morning. It's great. She gets time off illness. I've never seen anything like it. But again, I've never seen anything like what this judge is allowing anyway. So she was out the night before with Alan Jackson. So it's plausible. She could have had an episode. Who knows? It's plausible. Oh, what happened to the parents' money? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure whether it went to, I mean, I know they spent a whole lot of it before they actually were like arrested, but I don't really know what happened to all the parents' money after that, whether it went to like an aunt, an uncle, I have no idea, cousin, or them. I don't know. I don't know how that works. If it's supposed to go to them and they killed them, do they still get the money? Probably not, right? Like insurance fraud? I don't know. Like, so I don't know, whatever money they probably had left over in their bank accounts, I'm guessing they probably used on attorneys back then. You know what I mean? I like my air fryer is the Gourmet. So that's the one that I have. And yeah, they spent it on attorneys. You know what I mean? Somebody else, Molly, was saying that I was on the phone this morning with a friend, and she said, people have been, like, does Jackson look sick to you? Like, does he look different? And I'm like, he definitely looks like he's aged. And you guys have been saying that for a while. A lot of you guys are like, yeah, he looks like he's aged, like, 10 or so years in just the last few months. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. It's very real possibility that he's having a rough go of it. But maybe here's an idea. Don't canoodle with your client and then you won't have to worry about it. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Canoodling is not as funny as Nature's Credit Card. I'm sorry.
Nature's Credit Card. It looks like a shriveled up shrimp. That's hilarious. I can't. Do me a favor.
Are you talking about Aiden's mushroom with no stem again?
Oh God, no. Oh God, no. The father did damage to a big artist. They never sued. I heard about that. That was like recent though, right? That the guy came out to say that. My air fryer is my favorite appliance, Anna said. JMS said maybe Karen had her period yesterday and needed a day off. Do you think she was screaming about it being on her hands and asking if that was it? Because that's what she did that day. Like, that's what she did that day. She was talking about you know, is it her period on her hands? Is it her period on her hands? Is it
Oh,
that's what Karen was yelling that day. Like, is it the blood? That's what she like said in the car.
well, when she got arrested, she didn't have any underpants on, and she was all worried about that.
That's when she was indicted. That was the second time
Oh,
she did. Like,
I can't believe that got out.
I don't usually swear as much, but I had to let a couple of those fly, Carolyn. I had to let a couple of those swear words fly. A black widow spider. I heard those are not good. Are those the ones that are like poisonous, right? Those are poisonous, the black widow spiders. Yeah, he does look, but he also, in my opinion, looks like he's not, I doesn't want to be there anymore. Like, he looks like he's done. He's like sitting, like the last couple of times they've shown him that I've looked at, he's got his hand on his face like this, right? And he's not looking at like what's happening like in front of him. He's kind of just looking off into the abyss. Like, almost like, when will this be over and get me the F out of here? Like, his hand is just like this. And he just kind of looks like he's done with this whole thing. And so I was kind of shocked to see him doing cross today. But also, I forget which one of you guys pointed out, but one of you guys pointed out, like, they're using their second string quarterbacks on both sides today. On both sides today. Like, not just one side, but both sides. Like, on both sides, which is interesting to me. Like, yeah, you know, I think that might make you age rapidly as well if you have that kind of, you know, client relationship or whatnot. Yeah, they were definitely comfortable, but I'm assuming all that money's got to be gone by now from the Menendez family money or whatever. Air fryers like a mini oven. Yeah, I have mine is, well, there's different kind of air fryers, right? There's one that you pull the bucket out from underneath. Mine has like double French doors, kind of like the doors, like there's a handle on this side and a handle on this side, and it opens the doors. And then there's 3 racks. I have 3 racks, and it comes with like three or 4 different like kinds of racks. One is like a flat, like almost like a cookie sheet. One has like holes in it. Like, you get different kinds for like different foods that you're making. But mine, you can put like a chicken, like a small whole chicken in if you wanted and cook that. I've never tried it, but you can. Like, but it's the Gourmet air fryer with the French doors, not the XL. They have like an XL version, which is like even bigger, but just like the normal size one. And I love it. I love it. I do. I love it. Try being married to one for 20 years. Yeah, been there, done that. Like, it's. I mean, they look totally fine to me now. I mean, 1976, right? Carrie. Oh, that movie. Does everybody remember that movie? Carrie. Karen makes all sorts of weird statements. So many weird statements. Like, so many. I lost weight, my hair, my mind. I've lost a lot of hair in the last couple of years, being in my late 30s now. Like, my hair used to be so thick, and thanks to COVID, I lost a lot of it. I have long haul COVID, and I've had it for years. And when I first got COVID, I was losing hair in like handfuls, and I have psoriasis on my scalp, and I have it like rosacea and a little bit of psoriasis over here and over here. And it doesn't help your hair follicles, it helps hair fall out faster. So like, I lose quite a bit of hair when I brush my hair every day. Like, it's also very dry. My hair's very dry. I need a treatment or something. Like, oh, they're awful. You don't want one as a romantic partner, a family member. Narcissists are literally the worst people on planet Earth, because then they victim blame and they try to make themselves out to be the victim. And it's like, it's exhausting to deal with one. Like, he does, Joan. I agree. That's exactly what I think he looks like. Exhausted, burnt out, checked out, like whatever you want to call it. Like, you know, I think he's completely over this case. Like, oh, you logged yourself out. Hold on, we'll log you back in. Give me a second. Let me just try to catch up to these. Yeah, I mean, I think he does know the jig's up. You know what I mean? Like, I do think that he thinks like he looks like he's over this. He's done. Like, it's donezo. Mr. Burns, yeah. They will be on, Joy said they will be on parole for a while in California, so their fame may fade before they move away. Oh yeah, they probably can't move away, right? If you're on parole, you got to stay in that state. So I mean, I think family would take them in, though. From what I've heard, they have family fighting with them or for them or whatever. So I'm assuming one of them, or one has a wife, right? They're married. One of those wives are going to have a house. At least one of them's married. Like Jose Menendez was loaded back in the 80s. He was a multimillionaire. Yeah, he was back then. I don't know how much money, like, but they were very rich, like, at least back then. Hoodie, Zoom call, just doing the math, right? I can make edibles in my Ninja. That's hilarious. I actually never thought to ask anybody if they could do that. I don't smoke weed and I don't eat edibles, but I think that would be hilarious if you like, hey, I just made some edibles in my Ninja. Like, I never actually thought. I have a friend that makes like foods and butters and all sorts of stuff, and I never thought to ask, like, hey, do you make them in your Ninja? Like, yeah, see, I don't like the ones with it's like a one-person deal unless you get like a huge one. And I have a family, so like it didn't make sense to get one with a basket because like you can't put enough stuff in there. And what if you need to put 2 things in? You know what I mean? Like you can only put enough for like one person. So I needed like, and it was on sale for $60, and I bought it like before Christmas for myself. Like a hot dog. Get the munchies. Get the munchies, Anna. Yeah, I think Bev's probably checked out too. I don't disagree with that statement. She's definitely a little bit checked out, you know? She is the client from hell. Oh my God, imagine 666. Listen, my husband smokes and he smokes before he goes to sleep at night and he smokes in the morning and that's it. Like, so, I mean, listen, hey, I don't judge. I do not judge. We've got plenty of people who smoke and do edibles here. And hey, all the more power to all of you. Just not my thing. I get paranoid. Last time I smoked weed, I was like 18, 18, 20, somewhere around there. I was young. It's not my thing. Yeah, they did go on a shopping spree. I remember hearing about that. Do me a favor, because we are on lunch real quick. I got to pull Ashley back up here. I just do a million things at once. I'm trying to do a million things. I'm going to check my emails to make sure there's nobody I need to thank via PayPal, because those don't just pop up on my screen. But do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. There's 672 of you. So hitting the like button and subscribe button is super helpful. Share the video with people who don't know that we exist yet. People keep finding us, on a daily basis. I get messages or comments like, oh, I didn't even know this channel existed. Well, we exist and we're here. So it would be very, very helpful if you hit the like button and the subscribe button. If you're on X, come on over from X to YouTube, because there's a live chat over here and you can have conversation with people via chat while we're watching. And it's sometimes you'll get a good chuckle out of what they have to say in live chat when we're doing the trial, especially when it gets a little frustrating with people like Alessi who don't stop talking and don't actually make points. You know what I mean? His points get buried in the ongoing comments that he makes. So if you can donate to the channel, it's super helpful. We're a small channel. We do not get we don't have monetization yet. I check every single day. I'm waiting on YouTube to approve it. They can take up to 90 days, so it's taking forever. I don't know what's taking so long, but that's the standard for them. So we don't get paid for memberships or views or anything like that. So the only way that the donations come in for the channel is the ways that we have here, which are Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have Revolut for those of you who are out of country. It works for all sorts of countries, including yen. And then we have 2 links, one for Apple Pay, and then one for people who just want to use credit or debit and don't have any other, they don't have PayPal, they don't have Venmo, they don't have Cash App, they don't have Revolut. It's a link and it says to PayPal, but it's to my business PayPal. So you don't have to have PayPal. You don't have to sign into PayPal. You just click on the link and you can put in your credit or debit information and donate any amount you want. And then we'll put those in chat for you guys. Put that in back chat, Ash. Oh, you got to unmute yourself, darling. You got to unmute yourself. Yep. In the first comment of Freaks, that's the credit card one. You can use credit or debit. And then the second one is the Apple Pay and the Revolut link for you guys. Of course. And it's super easy with like Venmo, Cash App. We also have Chime, but nobody ever uses it because it's all the exact same tag, except you guys know the difference. Venmo has an @ sign in front of it, and Cash App uses the $ in front of it. But all of them are the same thing, SKYE Skye3188. They're all the same. So it's easy peasy lemon squeezy to find for you guys. My daughter has a master's degree and it's a high functioning pot. I freaking love that. It's hilarious. Rather smoke than drink. See, I'm not a big drinker either. You know, I maybe 10 times an entire year, and that's being generous, you know, like I don't, it's not even the feeling. Obviously, when I was much younger, I drank more. When you're younger, you do, like, but I don't know. I just, unless it's like a social event, you know what I mean? Like I'll have a couple drinks at a social event, like birthday party, wedding, vacation, when I'm on vacation without the kids, like those kind of things. I might have a glass of champagne on New Year's or something like that. I did for my uncle's murder, who's on parole, was overturned after being granted 25 years served. That just like makes me sad, you know, like, you know, your family member. I have a friend whose dad was murdered in Wareham, and he went to the store and ended up murdered, like, you know, and that person was out in like 4 or 5 years or something like that. Like, I believe it was shot, if I'm not mistaken. And that person was out 4 or 5 years. And I remember like her saying, like, what if he comes back for us, like the family? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a fear that she lives with. Like, and it's like 4 or 5 years for shooting and killing someone. Like, you should never see the light of day ever again. That guy didn't have an excuse either. I don't even understand how he got such a low sentence to begin with. But again, we're talking about the courts that don't make sense here in Massachusetts. A lot of the things the courts do here in Massachusetts don't make freaking sense. It's part of the problem that we have, okay? Where the victims just don't seem to matter, or their families, or innocent people, but everybody accused of a crime, you know, let's give them all the priority in the world to just keep doing it. And doing it and doing it and doing it. And we'll just keep letting them out. Like, they're never going to learn. Like, not that they're learning by putting them in there to begin with, but if they never get to get out, then, you know what I mean? Like, Ash, you know you're still, like, muted, right? You're here, but you're muted. Did anyone see that AI victim impact statement from the man that was killed? It was on Julie Grant's show. How powerful would that be if it could be allowed in this case? So victim impact statements are allowed, but they're not allowed until after the jury has had a verdict. So, I mean, the family will be allowed, if Karen's found guilty, to read a victim impact statements to the court. So, I mean, but that doesn't happen before someone is found guilty. It usually happens after someone's found guilty.
I'm here, Elise, just letting you know.
I know.
I'm working on an
I
issue.
put you there.
No, I'm saying I'm working on an issue right now. I'll be back in a moment, but I'll still be here.
Okay. They are, I mean, all of the impact statements are always so powerful, you know, like, because they're speaking from in their heart, their soul, like from what they really think and believe, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to me that it is, how do I put this? It doesn't make sense to me the way the criminal justice system in Massachusetts seems to want to work. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Like, there's a lot of things here in Massachusetts that are ass backwards. And I've helped so many people through domestic violence or court cases trying to get their kids away from abusers. Like, all of the things that you would think would be easy if you have proof to show the court and say, here, this is what it is, help me. They don't actually get help, right? They get told to keep coming back to court and keep coming back to court and keep coming back to court and keep coming back to court. Like, what? It's like a never ending cycle of keep coming back to court. Let them out. We're not going to hold them. Like, you know, let them out on the personal, or let them out on a $40 bail. And then they do something again. And maybe they get locked up for a week or a month, and they let them back out, and they let them back out, and they let them back out. And then you're fighting for custody of your kid. And I've seen this happen a multitude of occasions with people that I've helped, where the court's like, oh no, but they have parental rights. And you're like, yeah, they tried to kill me. And they're like, oh, but he didn't try to kill the kids. And it's like, if he tried to kill me, what makes you think they're not going to? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then some of these things end in tragedy because the court didn't take it serious.
Are you talking about my life again, ending in tragedy?
I'm not. But so
Okay.
many people have dealt with this, right? And the courts here just don't catch up to the reality of some of these situations. You know what I mean? Like, I hope so, Stella. I hope so. I do hope
Elise,
so. Yeah.
when I got finished with my case with Aiden, I wanted to go back to Leominster District Court, where he got
Leominster?
his fault. Go ahead.
That's what I think about Leominster.
That's where he got his false restraining order from that judge, who obviously knew him and was buddy-buddy with him somehow, and I can't prove it. But I wanted to take that not guilty verdict. It's a document I sent you earlier. I wanted to take that back to Leominster and explain to that judge what he allowed to have happened with Aiden down the
You
road.
can write a
you know?
letter. You can write a letter to the judge explaining all
Yeah.
of it. You have a right to.
Well, he doesn't live in Holden anymore because his wife booted his ass out and kept the house.
Right.
But all of the judges need to know. It needs to be a memorandum from the higher courts
I feel like
down
it
to
should
every judge in lower courts.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the way it works. They are not allowed
Nope.
to just tell other judges what's going on in any one case, That's the shit pot. Like,
I didn't mind going court to court to court.
yeah.
You know, when I was arraigned on the criminal charges, that judge looked like he was pretty pissed at me, you know?
Well, that's the problem is these judges don't seem to realize what they're dealing with, right? Like, they don't understand the gravity of the situation of the act. Like, they think that because someone's not being shot, punched in the face, or stabbed, that it's not dangerous and it's not doing damage. The problem is that it's doing more severe damage than I'd rather be stabbed than harassed for 3 years.
If you watch that arraignment video when I got arraigned,
Yeah.
you'll see me begging to the judge, what can I do to stop him? You know?
Nothing. They don't want to do
Aiden
nothing.
laughed when he laughed when he broadcast it on his live show. But at that point, it was the lowest point of my life because I was in prison the night before I got there
Right.
because of Aiden, and I was going to hang myself in the prison cell.
But you're not the first person. It won't be the last person, and that is what I'm worried about. Having a
And that's
parent
what
that suicide by hanging, that holds on me like a weight on the shoulders because you're not the only victim that has come to me and said that. Some of them in that state right then and there, and so many people just want to end the harassment, and the false rumors and lies, like just to end everything, like, and no one should feel like that. That is dangerous. If any one person is making that many people feel like they should come off of this earth so that they no longer have to deal with a mob mentality of harassment against them for something they didn't do, for lies, like, then that is danger to society as a whole. Like,
You know,
to be done.
When I was held overnight in that prison, they put me in a room by myself. They asked me, am I suicidal that night? And I straight up told them, well, I guess that all depends. You know?
Some of them won't even, like, some of them won't ask. And then, I mean, if you ask, some people are going to lie because if they want to carry out what they want to carry out, like, they don't want you in their way. Like, we are late for lunch.
I was in that room by myself, and there was a payphone with a pipe coming down the wall for the payphone wire. Okay.
Oh, the payphones, yep.
And what I was thinking is just tie my pants around my neck and just hang myself from that pipe for the payphone wire because of what Aiden caused. You know?
But you're not the only one and won't be the last one. And that's the danger.
And that's what I want to prevent. That's why I would like for all of these judges with this nutcases allowed to run free, getting false restraining orders, you know. He's got
false charges that he tries to go and file on people because he's been charged with something, like, as a revenge.
And that's what he did. The day that he got that restraining order granted against me, the same day he went to the police to file the charges with the same document that he used to get the restraining order. He double dipped on evidence, which is also illegal. You know, you can't use evidence from one to another just to gain a criminal charge.
No.
But he was mad that I couldn't be extradited. He was furious. And I have the YouTube video where he schemed and planned to write a new false claim against me.
Yep.
It was that moment, and my lawyer had it. It was that moment where he schemed and planned to file another charge against me. Sure enough, the next morning he filed a new charge, and now a warrant extraditable is out for my arrest.
But this
And
is
that's what happened.
exactly what he did to Lindsay, was try to get her charged with wiretapping. And that is when, mind you, he left out the pieces of the text message he's showing. So he has two phones,
Yes.
right? Shows the cops one part of the message, only the parts that he doesn't want them to see. So then she
Right.
calls in questioning, and she has to show them everything, right? And they're
Right.
reading her Miranda rights. She has to give them everything. And so she gives the phone, and they're reading everything, including the part where he's like, "Oh yeah, I saw your camera. I winked at it. You can record me anytime." He didn't show that to the cops. No, not when he was trying to get a false charge for wiretapping from cameras in her own home for protection, for safety. Like, so we're talking about him being mad already that he was charged with what he did to her that night. You go into a police station and you keep going back. And that's the problem, is he keeps going back and back and back until they actually do something. And it's like, cops have discretion. Their discretion should be to tell you to go fuck yourself. Like, that's
Exactly.
the problem. It's not so that he's allowed to use the Leominster court and the Holden PD. They need to be investigated. Okay, bottom line. Even the Leominster clerk said that he was seriously concerned in Kate's case on how the Holden PD had been used against people.
The
Seriously,
Holden
and that is on
PD
record.
buddies. When I went to serve papers to Aiden from the court I went to go to serve papers for Aiden. That cop got abusive. He got violent with me, threatened to arrest me, threw me out of the police station because they are the ones that have to serve the papers in their town. That cop threatened me so he wouldn't serve Aiden papers. They are definitely buddy with him. They definitely need to be investigated. Even process servers, or what do you call them? Independent people that serve documents, even they
Usually
wouldn't
it's
go
a
into Holden.
constable.
Yeah, even they wouldn't go into Holden. I was willing to pay somebody to do it, and they said, "Nope, I won't go into Holden. Too corrupt." You know.
Shocker. Like,
So Holden Police and Aiden are definitely buddy somehow, and they protect him fully.
Avi, and you know what? Lindsay's talked about it and been brave too, and then she's been harassed further for talking about it. False charges again, people harassing her. It's the same ploy over and over, no, just depending on the person, right? So Ashley goes through it, Lindsay goes through it. This is a pattern of behavior with him. I don't know, Trevor, but that's what we're looking into it, because at what point does this become such a danger to society? To people, and I'm not even just talking people who are against like Karen Reed here. There are people who are from the other side who have literally been in the situation where like, I'm just ready to end it because I can't deal with the harassment from these people.
It was easier. That thought was the easier way to handle it. Just end it all.
Right.
My
And that's
kids are the
not
only
okay.
reason I kept fighting.
Exactly. That's right. That's it, Scorpio. Gaslighted to the point of suicide is diabolical. The man, I'm sorry, is a terrorist. In my book, he is a effing terrorist.
Hold on, Elise.
Terrorizes people, just straight terrorizes people, and then uses the mob of people to convince them that this person is bad and they deserve to be harassed. It is not okay. It is not okay. And I'd like to think he doesn't, Trevor, but there's something going on. There is something going on. I'll tell you that much. For someone to get away with the amount of things that he has, you cannot call any of that free speech. And thankfully, like Ashley said, she kept everything. She has all the records to prove it all. And then some. And so does Lindsay. It's just not Lindsay's aren't all public yet because there's still cases going on. But like, I like champagne. It should be hate speech. You know, calls to violence are not protected speech. The problem is because he uses dog whistles and veiled threats to have his mob do it. No one's willing to say it's not freedom of speech and that he's responsible for other people's actions. He's never once told his cult to stop harassing people, and that should be the main takeaway right there. Coercive control is now part of abuse in the state of Massachusetts. What he did to Lindsay and consistently does with a mob of people is coercive control. It's literally the definition of coercive control.
But again, that's why I want to stand by any victim of his, because
Me too.
I'll
Always
help them. Yep. I'll help them. I'll go to court. I'll testify what Aiden did to me to verify what they're saying is true, because I am proof of what he did was criminal.
Correct.
He does it maliciously. There was no reasoning behind it.
There's never a reasoning behind it. That's the diabolical part. Is there's no real reason other than in his own mind revenge because you had the audacity to actually tell truth about him or say something about him, not lie for him, or like
That's
something
it.
he doesn't like. He does it just based on jealousy too. Like
If
it's insane.
if you stand up to protect yourself, you become the villain instantly, and he targets all of his cult, all of his mobs. He
I'll be
targets
the villain.
everybody
Cool.
against you, but
Cool.
he will make sure to shut you up and shut you down as fast as he can. And that's what he does.
Good luck to him. Good luck to him.
Don't wish him luck because he gets away with it for some reason. I don't know why. In Rhode Island or in Connecticut or in New Hampshire, he'd never get away with what he's doing in Massachusetts.
Absolutely
ever.
not. That's half my problem. But I'll tell you this: it's not going to shut me up. Sorry, not sorry. I am a survivor of abusers just like him. I know his game. I know what he's going to do before he's going to do it.
But you notice he never messes with men.
No, mostly. Once in a while.
You know why he don't mess with men? Because they're bigger, they're stronger, and they're more willing to take care of business, if you get what I mean.
Exactly.
Okay?
That's
He filed false charges against the guy in Fall River. Do you know even till today, that guy ended up taking a plea deal instead of going with, whatever Aiden wanted to do to him. He took a plea deal. Even till today, that guy in Fall River is so petrified to talk. I called him and I explained to him who I was, and that man is still to today petrified to talk. And that happened before my case.
Who are still afraid and won't even go to the police with what they have in evidence, which is a lot of evidence because they haven't seen any movement on people who have gone to them with evidence. So they don't want to. And I cannot blame them. I always tell them that's where they should go. But you know what I mean? If all they need is just my support, like I'm willing to just give them that as well. Like whatever it is that they need at that time, like I'll give, like, because I've been there. And to allow this to continue happening to people, not only diabolical, but absolutely disgusting behavior from any human being. There is no excuse. You cannot call it satire. It is terrorism. It's not fucking satire. Like, it's not freedom.
Bear with me 1 second. I had to grab some Adderall from Aiden while I was in court yesterday, so I'm going to pop some right now. Hold on.
I can't stand you. I can't stand you. Court's coming back. We have court. Hold on. I got to unmute it.
All right. I'm going to disappear.
All right. Love you. Bye.
And attempting to
You too.
use the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
It is, Alba.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes.
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court
I'm
for
going to
other
make
proceedings?
damn well sure
Yes.
a
And
law
do you
is
know
made.
if this item
It
has
takes
been
next
on different
15
travels
years.
over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
Does that count?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Exactly why, Abby.
When you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment. Okay.
That's right, Jesse. Exactly, Lou. I do believe karma, though, and I believe in the universe course correcting, no matter how long it takes.
One last question.
It's coming.
When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers of packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay. What? Oh, can't deal with Leslie. This is going to be torturous.
Could you present that?
Yes.
I need to get something for lunch, too. I'm starving, and I'm like, can't get up to miss this. Thank you, Jack, for the $10 donation. And thank you, of course, House of Viva. Thank you, Anna, for the $15 donation. I appreciate you guys. We're almost at 100. Woo-hoo. John DePetro says, John's niece did very well, Jezebel said.
And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
I agree with you, Alba. We've begged them.
146.
We've went all the way up to the FBI. Doesn't seem like anybody really gives a shit, to be honest.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes.
Ew, anchovies, no.
Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184, 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag.
I love you, Grave. I seriously love you. Special German, come here, the fucker no more. New from Fabco for just $9.99. You sleep soundly with the new
items
arrest
were
tape.
also located in the bag.
Get yours today.
Thank you very much.
I didn't know you weren't here, Anna. Thank you for your $15. Almost made it to $100 today.
I'll take that.
Almost. 5 hours and 23 minutes in.
Thank you.
Snacks are a great idea, Abby. You know what else is a great idea? This pad you got me for my chair because I squirm much less with it.
When you brought
Much-
the taillight housing back to the
much
lab,
less.
did you take it
So
out of
much
the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer
Please.
from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
My back is junk,
Were
JMS.
you
That's the next thing I
shown
need
a
is something for my
bag full
back.
of red
For
plastic cups with an item in it when you were
One's
at the
for my
Canton
butt.
Police Department?
My hips.
Yes,
but I
I
need
was.
something for
We
the
have
back here
exhibit
too.
56, please.
I just haven't found the right thing to put on my wish list yet. But I definitely need something for my back too. My back is complete junk from being in a car accident as a passenger.
Thank you.
And
This is
flux
a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you
I have split
recognize what's
disc.
in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a larger minimum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
You take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly.
I'll be right back, you guys. I have to go get myself something to eat in the kitchen. I am starving like a hostage.
Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
So I'm not ignoring your comments. I just got to go fill my belly real quick. I can hear everything that's happening in my kitchen from here.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
And there's a little bit difference, there's markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that to keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, man?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is Exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Should I write? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'll move these 2 photographs to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
Exhibits 148A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17. Is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the
Yes.
court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that T-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
I'd move these 2 to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the T-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
Sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt?
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
when you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Everybody get ready to fall asleep and want to punch things with Alessi and his slow ass, not making any points.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor,
Show Mr. Brennan what you did. Okay.
Pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like with Your Honor's permission and for the clerk
Great.
to have marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate.
Okay.
I'm already aggravated with him. This would be a good chance to go make a donation to the channel if you don't want to listen to his mouth. Because it tortures us all. I think this, Alessi, is a form of torture. It's cruel and unusual punishment, Your Honor. Auntie Bev says, I'll allow it. Like, Your Honor, I object to Alessi's face and the words coming out of the hole in his mouth because nobody can understand what he says or what he means. His points are missed, Your Honor. So can we please object to being tortured? I object to being tortured by Alessi. I'm just saying. We're 5 hours and 51, it's almost 6 hours into this for today.
Exhibits 150 through 153.
And Your Honor, there is one more exhibit that we have pursuant to stipulation offering that evidence.
Then why didn't you give it to her then?
Next in order.
Oh my God. I can't. Chinese water torture. That's it. These are the ways that you can donate if you want to just use your card.
If I could just show
That's
Mr.
the link.
This to make this more
Okay.
efficient for the last one.
Then we have an Apple Pay
Thank you,
link
Your
for
Honor.
you people. He's got what I call the rotary cut. A bald spot in a circle. It's the rotary cut. It's a rotary. Look at you.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need them.
She's already trying to smirk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, crashing Karen. Crashing Karen, don't go crashing into the witness
Unless I may
thing.
approach
Your
the
chair.
witness. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
So painful, Jennifer. So freaking painful. Like, look at even Karen's side looking at him like, what the f are you doing, clown? Start.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on Direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd read a book, but
That
about
was
the victims,
important
not
to
about the case.
you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
I concede he
So
looks good.
you were looking for anything possible
He
that
does.
would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle.
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's absurd.
You also looked
That's
for,
absurd.
as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you see Karen
You were
Reed?
told,
Karen Reed.
Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right
Probably
arm
not. Doesn't mean it didn't happen.
of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st, 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
It's Illuminati. Could it have been Illuminati? Could it have happened?
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm
Geek
of
Squad.
Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on
I
that
love you,
right
Lou.
arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
I love you, Lou.
With your honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
You're trying to make me hungry. I'm starving over here. I'm surviving on Pringle Mingles. At least what was left of them.
Ms. Hartnett, I'd
I need
ask
some
you to
meal
take a
after
look
this.
at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, everybody on
And
planet Earth has, sir.
you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
You just asked
I've
that.
seen this photo before, yes.
Same question twice. Geek Squad. That one's got me.
You cannot state
I don't know. It's
whether
crazy.
the wounds
Harley.
on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on the person.
So
Why are they
the
cross-examining
answer
her on
is you
these?
cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of
Objection?
the wounds on
You don't
the
get to
right
just-
arm as
No,
Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, right. Project versus CLI.
And
It was Chief Berkowitz.
you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that
That's not
question
her job.
is no, you
Stop telling them what the answer
cannot
is.
state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right
So he's
arm of
just going to
Mr.
ask
O'Keefe.
her out of the scope of her job if she did anything that other people do in this case. I mean, I don't know why the judge would allow him this line of questioning with this witness. You want to question her about
We
what
can
she
now
did,
take that down, Your Honor. Thank you.
not about what other people do that's outside of her scope of practice or her scope of job. Like, this doesn't make any, I don't even understand what this kind of
Did
question.
you look toward the
Did
top
aliens do
of
it?
the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Canton Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
As you sit here today, did the KKK do it? Is there a dog clan?
Did anyone ask you?
Was it a
to
zombie
examine
apocalypse?
that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage
No,
of
see, it's crayon
the
eater.
vehicle?
Crayon eater.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then with the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Right, Anna?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the
on purpose
vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
his naps?
Yes, that's
and you
correct.
refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
His
So, and
naps.
so all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
Bingo, Joy. Like, that, don't need to have that picture up. No, Your Honor, I need a few more hours to prove that Maureen Hart can't answer my question.
Notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
Said no.
No, I did not.
She still hit him. You fucking buffoon. Like, what?
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
Beyond the scope, though.
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy
said
of
that.
collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative.
Right,
for
exactly.
Any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
I object to seeing your undercarriage.
What I'd like to do now is to
so slow
talk about
the
sort
extenuating
of overall what we just discussed.
Bonkers.
So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
That's an absurd assertion that it just magically was there before.
That all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
But it didn't.
Yes, that's possible.
But it didn't.
Are
So,
you
like,
aware
what?
of the odometer reading of the Lexus
She must be.
when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence
oil change
that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay.
Did you rotate the tires, Maureen?
You were there with
Why?
Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
Couldn't help myself. Just came out. I can't be responsible for the things that fly out of my mouth sometimes. You guys know this, right? Been here long enough. I know I cannot be responsible.
The mileage.
Why didn't you rotate
on
the tires,
vehicle
Maureen?
was of no interest to you?
Were you aware
in
they had
your
tires?
Inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role.
Thank you, Trevor.
If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
It's not going to make sense to the jury. The jury's going to be like, what is it? You're asking a DNA lady about the odometer? He actually thought damage analysis was on the vehicle,
Moving
not
on to
on
another category.
cells of DNA.
You spoke
Oh my God.
on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stain material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
Yeah, but she's also taken them from the floor, the ceiling, from trash. Like, what?
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
That he found Bigfoot? I don't know what he's trying to prove. Like, that Bigfoot exists? I'm not sure. Like,
how did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at. Is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Did the bumper sticker say Crash and
Could that
Karen?
be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
Did you
I don't know,
confer
Carol.
with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
But the jurors can't even make this reasonable. Doesn't make any
Forensic
sense.
scientist 2, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here,
Bingo.
could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
More than one DNA, dumbass.
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verio.
Shock and horror. She wasn't there? Oh, Lord.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to
So it
me.
was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person.
It usually
Did
is.
that person
Mass.
show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
Be drunk in 5
No, they
minutes.
did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence
That
from
doesn't need
solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No testing was done on those swabs.
No testing.
So as we all sit here today,
As we sit here,
there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
it's John's.
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
It's John's blood. Come on, bro. It's not hard to figure out. Like,
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Okay.
Oh,
Sustained.
Yeah, objection is right. I'm all the McAlberts. Let's make that clear. I'm all of them. That's me. I'm a McAlbert, and I'm all of them. He has to
You
skip through his questions.
testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Michael Proctor has taken control of those solo
he's
cups?
a state police officer.
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
That's not her job.
Why is it that you believe
Lizard people, right?
a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, that's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed, as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video?
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to
That was
the tail light.
Guys.
Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Just drink that into me too.
With your honor's permission.
With your
Thank
honor's permission, I bore everybody to death and cruel and unusual punishment.
We have up on
right. Where's the
the
gotcha?
screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that we were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Watch, the cult's going to say he wasn't bleeding now. It's not his blood because he wasn't bleeding.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
So
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
Oh my God.
So I collected the swab from any of what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Thank you.
OMG. Do me a favor, guys, hit the like button,
In
subscribe,
terms of
share.
the
Donate to the channel if you
swabbing,
can. It's very helpful.
You did
All
not
the help you can get.
swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including
that's a lot of taillights to swab.
area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
You don't swab every tiny piece of the taillight.
Of the taillight that you did not swab.
You don't do that.
And if you could use the laser
they don't
pointer,
do that.
if
Sure.
help you?
They're not going to swab every single inch of the
So
that's
I did not
absurd.
swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the
what?
light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
Why would you? For what reason would you? What would be the reason that you would swab that area? What?
In terms of where you did swab,
I can't.
Given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Don't know.
Just that it would have been present. If there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
They're grasping at all sorts of things.
But again,
Nothing.
on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. I did not swab the inside.
With Beck, with regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right,
I'll be pokey.
to the outside of the taillight lens, or some
Parents
other
only
place
pokey.
in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find.
Oh my God. Your ass? No, you did not. It's really
Any
far. Your head is up there.
Glass
Any.
on the inside of the taillight, did you?
What?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass.
Why would you find glass inside
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass.
That would be unusual to find glass inside the taillight.
On the inside of that taillight, you were at Sally.
Why would you find that?
Inspection on February 1st, 2020.
It would have all fallen out onto the bumper.
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
What are you,
using
what?
your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
Would it be in the taillight?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to? I can answer that question, but I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is.
It's not. I don't,
one.
Okay.
It's not a basic one.
You found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
What?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay, so last part of the questioning, you didn't make
But it's all
any
broken. The
note
glass was falling.
that
It's
said
not gonna
you
stay in
found
there.
glass inside of that taillight.
So that doesn't make any sense. Why would it be inside?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to
Not our
what a
job.
material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
You're asking a question that doesn't even apply to her, Guy. It's getting nowhere.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this
Isn't
item.
it, Joy? Have you ever heard anything like
You
this?
didn't find any
It's a
DNA
DNA
on
collection.
the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit. So
Once
I
again-
can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody
Idiot guy.
that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So
That
what I
doesn't
want to do now
do
is,
you,
if we can
Guy.
take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes
just kept it
referred
up
to as
for
touch
no reason?
DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair
OJ was in there
example
too.
that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium from what I just did? Okay.
Sustained without more of a foundation from this.
Ooh, Snickers ice cream. I'll take
Thank
that.
you, Your Honor.
I love those.
So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based
Yes.
upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So, do
No stickers for
hands,
Bob.
palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
That's
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I
She
understand
can't say what it
forensic
is.
science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh my God, it's a gotcha. You still got no Snickers, Bob. Like, what is he? I don't like how. This is so
And on
bizarre.
your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit,
Face
about
reads,
apparent
resting,
glass
tuck face.
that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It's what Nathan Reed looks like 24/7.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
Boom.
Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
Apparently, they
This
do
is a
think he's doing.
close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist two title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
No, none.
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
This is bad lawyering.
Quantity of
Bad.
material you observe and collect, also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st.
It's all right. Paul's going to get the justice that he and his family
recall
deserves. We'll see who laughs. Who laughs.
The collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper.
Did I discuss? I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On the direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
This is
And
wild.
you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, right?
Correct.
Paul's gonna have the last laugh on all of this. So is Peggy. Crash and Karen.
With your honor's permission, if we could
Agreed,
publish
Jack.
Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you.
I mean, you can't think this is good lawyering. This is such bad lawyering. It's not even funny. So the fact that Karen thinks this is like a good defense with Alessi is fucking mind-blowing to me.
With your honor's
Mr.
permission,
Grave.
if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Feel better.
So,
Get that key in.
2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
Orange is the new pink.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the
What?
second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker.
Is
and
he serious?
therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
What?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
What? He didn't just say that. I can't. Yannetti looks like, what the fuck are you doing? When he looks at Bob, he's like, well, he doesn't even understand what he's doing. He looks at him like, wait, what? Like, I saw Elizabeth Little do it last time. She was like, wait, what?
You asked to see this one.
Such a sad place.
Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you.
No, it's not a reflection. The fuck? What? Like what?
With your honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture.
Okay. Right, Abby? Like, what the fuck are
And
you
you could
talking
zoom
about,
in.
guys? You
Do
expect
you
the jury
see
to
a
believe
reverse
that?
B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
Yeah, Bob. No Snickers, Bob.
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure.
You sound stupid as hell. It's a reflection. There's not actually 2 stickers.
And then if I could just see the other sticker,
There's
please.
2 stickers right there. Nope. 2 separate.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct.
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere
closer on the other one.
reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on and therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
What?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone?
So she put the sticker on one way, and so he's trying
So
to stay
therefore,
reflection, not an
can we
actual
now
sticker. She put it on backwards or
conclude,
upside
because
down.
of the reflection and because of the reverse B,
It's
that there
inverted.
is only in actuality, and there was only in actuality 1 sticker,
there was
and
only.
B, and
That's just
therefore
fine.
1 volume
Objection.
of glass associated with this bumper.
No.
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
It's not fucking
So
reflective,
from
dude.
what we just went through, you're not able to tell
No.
that is a reflection and therefore a duplication. Is that correct?
Sistine.
I can't.
Do you
Inverted stickers.
have
Come on, bro.
any doubt whether there is a
Conspiracy sticker.
reflection on the photo that
Me either.
is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Yes.
Sistine.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Oh my God. Objection. She answered it. She's not
You would
right there.
agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
Doesn't matter. It was all collected together. So it doesn't matter.
I think that, yes, obviously understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So
exactly.
with regard to
All collected
what
together, so
others
it doesn't
might
matter how
do
many
and
stickers
conclude
there
from that, it could be important to them, correct?
Yeah. Sticker conspiracy.
Let's go to these, we can go
Ashton
back
Kutcher,
to the,
pop out of the bushes. Tell us we've all been punked for 3 years.
none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper,
It's because they said embedded. That's why.
you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting
I'm
on
gonna
the
get my
bumper.
kid off the bus, guys.
Correct.
I'll be right back.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video, thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
Yeah.
Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sallyport on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sallyport on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does
depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken. So that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29th.
Like, seriously, what did I miss? Somebody tell me.
Yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper. Right.
Yes, that's correct.
Shit on a shingle? My grandma used to say, shit on a shingle.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
What? Why does that matter?
And you obviously know where Canton is.
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
How would she know?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dayton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sallyport garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle by definition as to what we had just covered went from Canton to Dayton and then towed back from Dayton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There are grooves on a bumper that would have
So
caught
it ends up back in
glass, it would
Canton
have
after
stayed.
that
Some
journey,
probably
correct?
did fall off.
Yes,
but
that's why I
some
examined
stayed.
it. Correct.
The smaller pieces that got stuck and the grooves kept it there. Like, this is not rocket science.
As I understand your notes,
bye,
the
Anna.
glass pieces
Thank
that
you
were
again.
just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well,
She's not saying anything.
when
Unless
do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the
her
apparent
job.
glass appeared on the bumper.
It's not her job to know, you fucking idiot. That's something you asked.
So
the
you believe
officer
it's possible
investigator.
that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Yes. Sustained.
Outside the scope, my dude.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on
Not the
direct.
weatherman.
In the general time
the
of
meteorologist.
January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dayton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes. Okay.
For purposes of my questioning.
Let's not assume.
Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed?
Right,
on
conspiracy here.
January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
But he's asking her questions that he should have asked the investigators,
If you
the
could
fucking
go
meteorologist.
to the top,
Not
Mr.
her.
Woke, of the title
Like
first.
what?
If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center is to, so Ms. Hartnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury.
Anytime somebody says creep and a car drives by, you're supposed to go.
And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to.
I want a cha-cha-cha every time Leslie gets up there. Creep, a cha-cha-cha.
And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to?
I say, look at a woman's hair in the shower. If you put it on the shower wall,
And
it
if
will
you
stay
could now
there for
go
days.
down to the,
They don't
go
take
up
it off.
above one, just above
Even
the
after it
average,
dries.
to yellow highlight what's
Like
above
a car,
the column
even
up
after
above
it
average
dries.
speed. Yes,
After it
okay,
dries.
if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th.
after it dries and there's no water on the hair to make it stick anymore, it still stays there. Isn't that amazing?
Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
She's not a
Does
scientist.
that refresh your recollection at all about
No.
the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th
Should have asked
of
that to the meteorologist,
2022?
buddy.
I have
Objection.
no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Wolk, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper
I'm so
of
confused.
the vehicle.
He's asking questions to her that he should have asked to other witnesses. I'm like,
So this
what?
is these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand.
Stop your narrative.
Thank you.
The fact that she was so like,
In
trying
your
to, no, you're a
experience as
judge.
forensic scientist too.
Do you forget?
Is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles
My hair's
and
everywhere.
be subject to average wind speeds of
Even the
15.7
blue ones.
and still remain on the bumper?
Cha-cha-cha.
Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
It's not her job. Oh my God. Look at Yannetti. He's
Based
like,
upon what you know about this case,
what's he doing, dude?
just based upon what you know,
Right? Snow.
and from your role as a forensic scientist too only,
Not a weather.
do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic
Negative.
scientist too?
Negative.
System.
Hey, hillbilly. This is like, this is just bad
How
lawyer
did you
101,
recover
folks.
the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
Tweezers. She already answered that.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper
Glass.
with,
Pretty easy.
did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it's easy.
Yes, correct.
No shit, Sherlock.
You can take that,
Oh.
that down, Mr.
Oh, come on.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word
Stop answering
apparent,
it
and
for
you
her.
don't take away the apparent until
Objection.
testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
Any woman in that courtroom is going to know how a hair sticks to a smooth surface. You absolute fucking moron.
That hair wasn't secured to that
Secured?
panel, was it?
No.
It's secured? Yeah, they put a
It
nail
in
in it.
fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
Narrative
No.
objection.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever.
Exactly how I explain it to
No, it's
people,
not.
freak. Shower, hair. Sticks to the side. Stays there. Any woman knows this
You
fairly
found
easily.
this apparent hair at
Me
the
too.
same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
I love it.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
How long till Bob shuts the F up? 20 minutes-ish.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
She wasn't there. She's not the investigator.
Do you know
These
when
questions are
the hair was
ridiculous.
deposited on the vehicle?
No.
How would she?
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
He's really not helping his client at all. But you're just proving that
With Your
nobody
Honor's
plans it
permission,
there.
I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair.
A depiction or the actual hair?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shape.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
What?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast.
Inverted.
So what term you want to use?
The
that's fair to
inverted
you?
hair.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, I don't, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name.
Okay.
Right? We'll just do the contrast.
Good idea, dumbass.
Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolf, now go to exhibit
Go to
144.
peeing, Bob. Go with that, Bob.
And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair? Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of my
picture.
marking.
You kind of tell.
Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Would it be helpful to you answer your questions? Happy to do it.
Potentially, yes. Thank you.
It is clearly at a different angle, you fucking idiot. Literally. This is a one-trick pony here, folks. Right? Dumbass. But he's that guy was with Alan. Right.
Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side of this.
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall first, that you would like, and then we can. Okay.
Checking emails.
Where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
It fell out of your
Right,
balls,
so one's
Leslie.
to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different.
It's torture, Jack.
The one camera
Torture.
angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct?
Yeah.
You see the 570
Yes. Yes.
on the left?
But it's at a
and you see
different
the
angle.
570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
There's same orientation, right?
You move the camera, not the
They're in the
car.
same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
They're not.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them.
They're
I'm
not
happy to do
narrow.
that.
So let's just ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
You're not asking
So,
a question.
Isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0.
You can't
correct?
barely read it in
Thank
that
you.
one because it's at an angle. What the fuck do you mean? Like, what in the hell is he talking
Now,
about?
if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in
They are clearly taken at different angles. That's very
and
clear.
get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in.
You're trying to say it's a different hair? Is that what you're trying to say, guy? Like, because it's taken at a different angle.
Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
Yes. Yes.
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that
That's what they're doing. Conspiracy hair. It's not the right
moved
hair.
when someone took a photograph?
Oh my God.
Can you answer that question?
Oh my God.
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
And
In
they
your
are.
experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Well,
Does it
you're
ever
Richard,
happen that
Bob.
When you're taking a sample, the
Yeah.
photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves, does that ever happen?
What?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
He's
Other
trying to
than-
imply that the hair moved or
And
jumped or
is it correct that you're speculating
was
as to what
replaced.
could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel and sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
what the fuck? Like, you said sidebar. This is fucking absurdity. You are really seriously sitting there trying to say that the hair moved? Get the fuck out of here. I can't. Right, exactly. When the lawyer says it's not a trick, it's definitely a fucking trick. Like, what? None of these questions have anything to do with this woman specifically does as a job or anything that she had to do with this case. Her job is not to decide where the hair came from, how it got there, whether it was moved. That's not what, like, you're outside of the scope, and the judge should have stopped this a long time ago. Ask that to the cops, dude. Like, this is like far-reaching ridiculousness when you like, the hair is clearly the same hair. It's taken from two different angles. It's the same when it comes to the shoe. Oh, one sole is black. No, that's called a shadow. You actual idiot. Like, so what? Maureen Hartnett's in on it too. It's an inverted hair with the inverted stickers and the conspiracy berm and the conspiracy hair and the conspiracy sticker. Like, that's what we're doing. Like, yeah, like, because it's a clown show, Michael. That's why I keep forgetting to put it on Twitter. I'm sorry. For real. So enraged, right? Don't you worry, because we are not the police of spelling over here. We don't give a shit because it's online. You're not writing a college professor a letter, are you? Like, or a judge. I mean, I don't even drink, and this makes me want to drink. I'm just saying. Like, Like, that was Benny Hill. and circus music. I like that they need a proctologist because I feel like they do at this point. Like,
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor.
Right.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you.
Oh my God, he's gonna. I can't. All right, do me a favor. There's almost 700. There's 400 short of 700 of you. Do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, donate to the channel if you can. This is torturous, so I'd appreciate it. See if we can make it past $100 today. We're this close.
I'd like to point out that he's doing an opposite.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett.
This is
Do you
fair.
have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of.
Those
What?
are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
That's it.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today.
Or stop.
Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone.
7 minutes early.
Independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media. We'll see you tomorrow. Mr. Hartnett.
Will we?
Okay, thank you.
Will we, Your Honor?
At the end of it.
Please follow me. Please rise for the jury.
Yeah, fuck off. I muted it. Oh my God. Help us, B. Tim. Help us. This is insanity. I don't think he asked more than 3 or 4 questions that have anything to do with what Maureen Hartnett's job actually is.
I just think like you could tell that it's taken from a different angle, and they're trying to play a fast one.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like you can clearly tell that, like especially when he zoomed out, and you can clearly tell that they were 2 separate angles. And then when they zoomed in, obviously they're going to look different if they're taken in different angles, and you're not going to see the whole thing. Obviously, the one in the front, for instance, like if you zoom a little, let me go back a little bit in the stream. Because when he zoomed them out, let me just see something. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
Like when he zoomed them out, one is a front view. So the one where you can actually see the whole C is a front, like straight ahead. And the one that you only see a partial view is on the side.
It's from the side. Right. Exactly.
So it's a fucking manipulation tactic where people just like are really trying to stretch out the truth, but you can clearly tell that they're both taken in different angles, and they're trying to imply that the hair was moved or something like that because they're both taken in different angles. But this just shows you the dishonesty of of the defense that keeps on just manipulating evidence to try to fit their narrative. And it's not going. And this,
It's
I'm glad the
wasting
woman.
everyone's time. Everyone's time. Like it's absurdity.
And it's just he's just a very dishonest questioner where he's like, oh, I think Brianna wants a link, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Yep, I'm on it.
it's a very dishonest questioner that basically attempts to just manipulate this whole thing with this angles. And I think he just wasted a bunch of time. I think the jury is falling asleep. He's trying to act like it's a big thing that a hair is attached to a car in the back of a thing, thinking that like if you're going to plant evidence, why would you ever plant a fucking hair? You just throw blood on there and be boom, you got it.
And I mean, she did stop 7 minutes early, but like Alessi wasn't going to be done anytime soon. But I still believe they should be going until 4. I don't give a shit if he wasn't done or not.
Alessi
wasting time, and you wasted an entire day yesterday, but you still want to let them go 7 minutes. Like this judge is mind-numbing.
What do you think? Do you think there's some? This is a little bit drama. Do you think that Mr. Alan Jackson is doing something inappropriate with his client? Because it just seems their interactions are very weird. I saw one clip of like her like smiling and doing kind of a footsie with him, and he looked like down, like serious, like don't do it here.
Right, like not right now. Like, but that's the thing. I personally do think that, and I think that he is way too angry with certain witnesses. Personally angry. Like personally, like you wouldn't be that personally upset unless you have some sort of actual tie to this person. Like
another thing I like to point out is like, isn't it a little odd that he's in a hoodie yesterday, so he knew he was staying home. So like, there's been people stating that she was drinking with Mr. Alan Jackson. What attorney goes out and starts drinking with their client?
None that I know of.
Like
actually, one that I know of. Mr. Bradle with his client, the sewer turtle. Isn't that a shocker?
Well, Mr. Bradle is a piece of shit and has other issues occurring in his licensure.
Facts.
You know, let's be real. What's up, Brianna?
Okay, mic check because new headset.
Can hear you fine, darling.
Okay. All right. So let me explain to you a little bit about vehicle inspections. There are 6 photos that you want of every car. That is one from each corner, showing the both sides that you can see. So down the body side or the bumper, whichever one, you know.
Right.
So you've got 4 corners, front and back. What he was showing her are establishing shots. That's for perspective. That's so you can get an overview of the entire thing.
Right.
Now, what he's not pointing out, the reason that is done that way is because every time that camera is touched, whether the photographer moves consciously, is aware of it or not, every single photo taken by that camera is going to be different because something is going to change.
Yep.
And if you look, Bob, at the salt spots on the quarter panel, they move too.
Yep.
That's because one is taken from the corner of the quarter panel and the other is taken right on to the rear corner of the right liftgate.
Correct. Yep.
And
I mean, I could see that. You do cars. That's what you do. So like,
right.
But still, like, here we are, and just feeding the cult more talking points of like, say it's a conspiracy hair and a conspiracy inverted sticker and inverted hair and inverted, like, is everything inverted? Like the fact that anybody buys this bullshit at this stage, everything's inverted, backwards, and upside down. Except
I
the world we live in, like,
have never, ever, and this is why I said I'm actually longing for a plaintiff's attorney. I have never seen a plaintiff's attorney question the angle of those shots and whether perspective changes.
I agree. That would have been, if that question would have been asked in a deposition or a trial in a civil matter, that would have been objected to, and he would have been that the judge would have overruled those. He would have sustained, like, basically.
Yes, it's out of the scope anyway. You're asking her things that have nothing to do with her job.
Well, it's dishonest. It's objectionable
to the meteorologist, to the other investigators. She's not the investigator. Her job is just to collect. It's not to know where it came from, how it got there. None of that shit. It's collect and figure out if there's DNA or biologic evidence.
Well,
that's it.
Well, the thing is that their whole theory works off of trying to say that Proctor did all this evidence planting and stuff like that, and then trying to work with like, oh well, this is like, you know, this hair is in a different angle now, and you can't trust this photo. And it's like, the fact is that they're being very dishonest. This question would not be like allowed in an actual, you know, deposition at all. If you showed a witness this and you said, you know, is the hair moved? They would be like, no, it's a different angle. And that's what she was trying to explain to him, but he just kept on banging and banging and banging. And I'm surprised the judge didn't say, move it along, because the witness has answered your question. You can move it along. And he fucked himself over when he did an expanded view. Last trial, they didn't do that because they knew that would like make them look stupid.
Though. She asked,
But
so that's
yeah,
why.
but this time he showed both angles, and you can both photos, and you can clearly see that they were both in different angles. Yes. And that just
well, the reason. Oh, sorry, B. Tim.
You go.
I was just going to say the reason he's asking her is because he can't ask someone like me. Because from me, he'd get the actual answer. Like, oh, you did all this evidence collection in 2 hours. They're 26 inches apart, Bob. She can literally see them at the same time with the same eyeballs.
Literally.
Like and the me on the stand, and you're like, you falsified this and you reflected and you miscounted. Zoom it in, show it to me.
Okay, and the best.
I'm sorry, Mr. Alessi. Bumper step pads are not reflective. Neither are interior cargo carpet. So what exactly is reflecting what?
So Mr. Matt Tim Panek says on Twitter, he says, cross-examination thoughts. To this point, Attorney Alessi hasn't elicited the testimony that he needs from the witness. The touch DNA questions were the correct ones to be asking. This current line of questioning is confusing and irrelevant. I agree with that. Like, it's completely confusion. It's confusing and it's irrelevant. And it's basically making the jury, you lose point. This is the problem with this defense, is that they score points early on and then they fuck it up later on. They just keep on fucking it up. Like the grass, you know, asking about the grass stains by Jackson was a huge fuck up. A huge fuck up.
So stupid. That just proves he's been there since the grass has been there, which is around the time Karen back out.
Well, not only that, it shows that how do you get grass stains?
Yeah, by rubbing the pants on the grass.
Yeah,
and then after all that,
by sliding into the grass. And how do you slide? And are you going to drag? Is that drag marks? No. So how do you slide into the grass? By getting hit by something and then flying like into the grass. And that means it was before the snow. That's why it was such a stupid question.
It was so dumb. So dumb.
After all that, with the grass stain, I know what the first thing I looked at when they held those jeans up today was. Do you think it was the first thing the jury looked at too? That's grass on his left butt cheek. Sorry.
Right.
It is.
So that's the other thing.
Grass stain.
You guys know that people keep saying that Yuri's on the Brady list. He's not. He's not on the Brady list.
No, he's on the first page of the Brady website along with Hank Brennan and like 7 other people involved in this case because of BS charges filed against them. An allegation against Hank that he should be Brady'd because of his opening statement.
Yuri Buchanan? Yuri Buchanan. Like,
yeah, they're on the first page of the Brady page. Just that people have been complaining and making allegations about. They're not on the list.
Yeah,
but they're on the first page because people have been making allegations against them.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the whole thing is. I think they're not doing well with the witnesses so far. I think they've kind of fucked up. Jackson should have made his cross Buchanan quick and like really quick and vicious type of wheel. Just get what he needed and that's it. And I think Alessi is just, he gets lost in the weeds. He tries to like, you know, get into the minute details and he's confusing everyone. And it's just not a good combination of a defense attorney to do these things. I think he knows what he's like a smart guy. I'm not going to take that away from Mr. Alessi, but I think he's not translating well to the jury at all. He's trying to manipulate things, and it's not working out for him, and he's just not good with that. I don't know. But
I don't know. I think it's kind of dumb to, in front of God and everybody, just out of nowhere, try to Perry Mason someone with, you did this on purpose.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem, because this is more for TV than actual like trying to win. If you wanted your client to get off of murder charges, you wouldn't let them be on fucking ID Discover documentaries admitting to crimes.
Thank you.
Like you literally, her one statement today undermined 3 days of cross. Okay, because there was 3 days of cross where he was asking, oh, they were loving together, they were affectionate together, they were a good couple, and Higgins is this terrible person that would kill for Karen Reed, and then she's like, oh, you just break up with me. It's like, holy fuck. Like, are you serious? Like, is this for real? Like, why do we even have witnesses? We should just play the 400 fucking plus hour. No, just play the 400 plus uncut, edited fucking thing, and then that's it. Just close your case. Can we just play the 400 hours? It will probably save us a lot more time, actually.
Right.
And
that might
then we don't even have to read the book she's going to write.
Oh yeah, she's going to try to write a book. She's going to put like O.J. Simpson, if I hit him, and it's going to be in red hit or something like that. Something like that. You know the funny thing about that? Do you know like the when they lost the lawsuit, OJ, and they released the family had ownership of the book. They released it on purpose to make it so that it's if I did it or something like that on the cover. So I think that's probably gonna. Did I hit him?
Did I hit him?
Did I hit him? Good one. I hit him? Question mark. That's
did I hit him? Could I have hit him? The plow hit him. Like even the niece, testified earlier today that she said, she could have hit him, and she said, "Oh, I could have hit him." Like, okay,
you know what I don't get? Why do people like defend this woman and like her when she's the most despicable person I've ever seen on instead of Sarah? The only person I could think of is like Sarah Boone, or like the lady that like watched her boyfriend die in a suitcase. The late Daybell. Like this woman reminds me of those terrible people. Like she is unlikable in every single possible way. Like I don't get it. Am I like not drinking the Kool-Aid here?
It's the
No.
Kool-Aid in abundance over there.
I do have to say though, the Lifetime movie will not star Alyssa Milano.
No,
because Alyssa Milano and Rose McGowan are friends, and Alan Jackson got Harvey Weinstein tossed out for raping Rose McGowan. So
you guys say raping.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm not
Alyssa
worried
Milano
about
won't
it.
have anything to do with it.
YouTube's gonna really say shit. They don't. They're still waiting on monetization. So
yeah, but it's best to train just in case. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like you got these people.
Can anybody help Ash out? I'm seeing this comment. Her check is gone for whatever reason. Something must have happened, and she's asking if anybody could donate $35 that she needs. Sorry, I'm behind in these comments. My bad.
Yeah, I'm like,
okay. Where's Freak? He can send you the direct link. I don't have it on me right this second. I keep my mods have that, and I sent it to Freak.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the whole situation is pretty crazy. Actually, the whole case is pretty crazy. I don't see how she's not going. That she's going to change this around, because their whole defense is Proctor, and it's like, okay,
and solo cups,
and solo cups, and it's like the problem is that you're expecting everyone not to notice this bald-headed man planting taillights and hairs and all this stuff around the scenes and remove. And did you hear that ridiculous thing where like fucking Nick Rocco tried to explain why there was no dog DNA? He says, no, because Proctor made sure to swipe. They only swiped. They didn't want to swipe any DNA saliva.
They swabbed every hole.
And it's like, Nick Rocco, can you shut the fuck up? Like, I really don't like that guy now. Like, I'm sorry, you might like him, but like, fucking.
I know
what a
I don't
loser.
really know him. I more know his wife, and she's a decent person. So
No,
like, I mean,
I'm sorry, but if you're fucking helping a person to harass and be part of a conspiracy,
they're not part of that.
Oh, come on.
They're not. They don't even like him. Like,
Bro,
that's
Nick
sort of
Rocco.
separated from that.
Yeah, but like seriously, Nick Rocco is just getting ridiculous. It's like
Nick,
he
I have
lies
no.
and lies and lies. It's
Yeah, I
getting
mean,
ridiculous.
at this point, I'm like, and I mean, I'm like, they definitely clearly believed in Karen's innocence. That was very clear. Even Kevin has said that. But like at this stage, like at this right now, you don't find that in your brain you're like making up excuses for things. Like everything that could go against her, you've got to make up an excuse for. You can't just concede to like this is bad for her.
I mean,
Like,
I don't even know why they let Nick Rocco up on court TV. The guy is an idiot.
Thanks,
like
Anna.
a pure fucking moron. And I'm sorry if people like him. I don't get it. I know Yellow Cottage Tail's kind of like whatever. He's like, well, he's a nice guy. But this guy should not be anywhere near a discussion panel at all. Like, you might as well just grab a random person from Twitter and he'll probably do better than him because all his points have been disproven. He's been wrong on day fucking one and he gets everything wrong and he spreads misinformation. And it's infuriating to deal with that the national, like Court TV gives this moron a platform to say this stupid, ignorant shit. It's like crazy. I feel like you'd be more responsible going to the corner in New York City, grabbing a crazy homeless person and putting him on Court TV to explain a case because the guy is an idiot and he's a conspirator. I'm sorry. I watched last night. I watched that Court TV and I just couldn't believe it. I said, what the hell is this? What is this?
well, that's the thing is that they allow him to talk twice as much as they allow anyone else to talk. And then Vinny cuts off people like Kevin in the middle of an answer. So it makes excuses. So it's like.
And it doesn't even make sense. Like, who do you think Proctor is? Is he like the boogeyman? How is he planting evidence, manipulating fucking videos, dropping fucking taillight pieces, just teleporting all over, and then suddenly gets caught because he says some mean things about Karen? Are you kidding me? It's like, come on, can we like all just leave this delusion where we believe Proctor is planting evidence? Because the truth of the matter is that the only reason why they're saying that he's planting evidence is because if you don't believe he didn't plant evidence, you have to believe this woman is guilty of sin. And not only guilty of sin, but like also she went after people and then not only, witnesses to a case, and also after murdering a man, goes there to hide the evidence. It doesn't even comfort the children who she murdered the father of and just cared more about herself than anything. And then not only that, not only that, people will have to actually think to themselves, hey, man, we were real pieces of shit to innocent people and we supported a cop killer for over 3 years. Maybe that's a little fucked up.
Right. Well,
I do need to I need to hop real quick because my break is over. I just wanted to throw out there before I do. After what we just saw, I can only come to the conclusion that I have actually died. I am dead.
Right.
And this is my hell.
Right.
So love y'all. See you tomorrow.
Love you. I love you.
I'm just saying, like, it's getting ridiculous where like Vinny's allowing these idiots who are complete morons. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. I can understand maybe you let Emily D. Baker or lawyer, because they can bullshit a little bit better and they're not as dumb as this guy. But like, why the hell would you ever let this guy Nick Rocco up? And who's the other guy who was sitting? I don't even know who the other guy was. I mean, I was like,
I didn't see who the other guy was, but it's always Nick Rocco. Always.
The other guy looked like he looked like one of those guys at like 2:00 trying to sell you a book on how to cheat taxes and not pay taxes. That was the only thing missing. Yeah, that was the only thing missing from that guy.
Sovereign citizen.
Yeah, like what is he's trying to sell you a book on sovereign citizenship. And these are the two experts for the Karen Reed case. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, so like, why do people believe this conspiracy when this is your figurehead? You got the Glare, who I wouldn't even trust for directions, let alone in a true crime case. The man is half drunk half the time. Like he's drunk half the time in the live
I would like
stream.
to know though how they're experts, because if they're experts, then I'm a double, triple expert on this case.
Yeah, then you got Turtle Boy. He's facing 22 fucking felonies. I don't know.
Yeah, we
I've lost
added to the repertoire, so we're at like, 21 indictments or something.
I mean, I feel like he's like, if you watch Pokemon, he's like Ash Ketchum. He's trying to catch all the felonies.
Trying to
He
catch
can't.
them all, indictments.
Yeah, like you got like all these people who are just actors and YouTube lawyers. And no, can I just ask these people like a serious question? Like, do you really think your conspiracy is real based upon all this goddamn evidence? Because if you do, I seriously question your brain, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Wayne Dennison. Abby said it's Wayne. The other guy on the panel is Wayne Dennison. He's one of the Depp lawyers. He's also an expert killer, allegedly, like Alessi, an expert on killers. That's hilarious. Like,
how do you become an expert on killers?
I don't know. I mean, I'm an expert too. Then, if they're experts, I'm an expert. And sorry, no offense, but Vinny having Nurse Kim on is probably the funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. None of these people know what a trial is, how the procedures work, the legalese that goes with it. Like, none of them know any of it. So how do you follow a trial and know what belongs, what doesn't belong, what gets into evidence, what doesn't get into evidence, why? Right? What should be objected to? What shouldn't be objected to? Like, what the jury's supposed to see, what they're not supposed to see. Like,
okay, I need to answer. Someone says that I guess there's not enough of a story to say the defendant is guilty. Okay, well, I agree with you, but let me explain what we listened to thus far. We literally have a GPS of exactly the moment where John O'Keefe stopped moving, thus never coming into the house. We have her leaving the scene and then proceeds to state that she, no one knows where you are. And then she immediately knows exactly the location he was at, where to look for him. She proceeds to say that I hit him. You can add a question mark if you like, not only to the people at the scene, but apparently now to the kid, in front of the kid as well. What else? We have her admitting to actually hitting him, because there's actually a clip of her saying, when I hit him, whatever. You can look at that clip.
Yep.
You have multiple clips of her. You have the Aruba trip. You have her destroyed relationship, slowly going around, dying.
Well, Dixie's point is, though, that it's not salacious enough for court TV to say that she's guilty, for Vinny, at least.
I get it. But like, sometimes that's the problem. It's like, sometimes a case is a simple case. Like Bernie Madoff. We all want to make, like, when Bernie Madoff stole all those billions of dollars, everyone wanted it to be like, oh, it's a salacious story. But he just did a giant Ponzi scheme. As simple as that.
Well, that's her point, or his or her point is that, Vinny, it's not salacious enough for him to point out that the defendant's guilty and this is an easy case. He has to allow the friggin' circus in to cause this shitstorm of, well, what she's factual. There's not a single fact that makes her innocent. So the fact that these people say factually innocent, Bob said that the other day. First of all, Bob Mott is supposed to be an attorney, and you're saying factually innocent, that Karen Reed is factually innocent. He said yesterday. I'm like, what?
Well,
there's no such thing as factually innocent.
Yeah,
guilty or not guilty.
Talk. Yeah, that's actually just a term I think just made up. If she was like acquitted, then she would be,
not
innocent,
guilty.
not guilty. Doesn't mean you can change my opinion on that. I think there's a lot of evidence pointing to it, but
there's no such thing as innocent or guilty. It's not guilty, not enough proof. Doesn't mean you're innocent, not enough proof, not guilty or guilty.
You know what gets me angry about court TV? Like Vinny's smile. Whenever he smiles when he does this, like, because he knows this is bullshit. He absolutely knows. And it's like he sits there and he's cool with the fact that he's like literally dragging the names of innocent people who the only fucked up thing they ever did was pick up a call for this psychopath.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And like these people, it's just crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy. I sit here, and this woman, if she just accidentally hit her boyfriend, that's a forgivable thing. You know what I mean? You're drunk, you accidentally hit him, shit happens, that's forgivable. But how this woman acts in the courtroom, how the fuck does anyone like give this woman a pass? She's like not caring about the kids, not caring about anyone. She purposely wore a blue dress today because the kids were testifying to hope to
So
soften
ignorant.
her for like a little bit.
So
The
ignorant.
woman is unrepentant. And not only that, I think she's canoodling with her attorney. I think there's some sort of
I
canoodling
do
going
think
on.
there's some canoodling.
You know,
I
based
agree
upon
with James here. It's just a TV show for court TV. They just want to like keep it going. And remember, Vinny does the like YouTube thing, right? So he needs his super chats and super stickers. Like he needs those. Like he needs people to donate to his YouTube stream now that he does a stream. So he needs FKR to come in abundance and just donate. Like yesterday, putting the glare on was mind numbing. Okay, I didn't have a choice because I was trying to figure out if he got the Zoom information or what was going on. Like. And I don't ever watch these people. So I didn't physically watch it with my eyes, but I was listening to it. And like, you can hear every couple seconds or so, he's thanking someone like, $5.99, $15.99, $50, $25. And I'm like,
does he still have Clubber?
I don't know. You guys are paying him to come here and harass people. I hope you like
Clubber someone needs to free Clubber.
Like,
Clubber.
What the fuck, dude? The dog?
Yeah, his dog's name's Clubber.
Oh, well, why would you name a
heard,
dog that? Right?
I think he made like a whole story about that, like how he just grabbed his dog from someone's yard or something. I think he told this story how he got Clubber.
I can't. The guy is amazing to me. Yeah, they want the controversy. It's a sellout. It's a grift. I mean, it is what it is. I love when these people come onto my channel and like write a comment. Like after I talk about this kind of stuff, they'll come on to my, after it's not live anymore, and they'll make a comment and be like, grifter, you're the grifter. And I'm like, we've been here 7 hours and 40 minutes. I haven't even made $100. Like what? Like what?
Yeah, the grifter would be
what?
Vinny would be the grifter. Nick Rocco's a grifter. The Glare's the grifter. There's a lot of grifters. I can name you a few.
Like
definitely
what?
Vinny's a grifter. Vinny is definitely a big grifter.
Doesn't make sense. You have to have something to grift. If I wanted to grift, I just would have kept saying she was innocent in the beginning when I thought she was. It was a very short period of time until that evidence hit my eyes that I was like, oh yeah, no, this isn't even plausible. Like what they're saying is not even plausible anymore. Like here it is. Here it all is. Like, so like for me, it's like if I want to grift, I could just do what they're doing, go la 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 la, and just be on the side of Karen where all the money rolls in.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, but that day's going to come to an end because when civil lawsuits are hitting people, they're going to shut up real quickly. A lot of their fucking content's going to be deleted, just like
oh no, they're going to be screaming for the people to help them with their legal lawsuits.
Yeah, but you know what? What happens is that eventually that money dries out. It just how it happens.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
And the fact is, look at fucking Turtle Boy. Like you think he's got $400,000. You know how quickly that money
for years to come.
You know how quickly that money's disappearing? Do you realize how quickly an attorney I can give you an example. For instance, Mr. Bradle just showing up for 3 hours probably cost him $2,500 to $3,000. And if you just to think about that, Imagine all the hours.
They're doing it for free. Didn't the attorneys now say they're doing it for free?
They're not doing it for free.
Some of them said they're doing it for free. Wasn't it Federal?
Betterow might be doing it because he's a YouTube grifter, but he might be doing it for free. But Mr. Bradle is getting paid, and he's getting paid well. There is no doubt in my mind he's getting paid $500, maybe even more an hour.
Yeah. Oh yeah. At first, I know that it was like 30 grand or 25 or 30 grand. Geez, but that was already paid to him. So
yeah, and 30 grand goes away very quickly.
He's definitely making quite a lot of guap. Like, you know what I mean? Like, well, that's the thing. Vinny, like these people make thousands upon thousands upon thousands. I mean, to be fair, even Grant makes more than I do. Like, it just is. Unfortunately, he has a lot of followers, and I didn't have that kind of social media presence.
To be fair, he has to. He smokes a lot of marijuana.
I'm fully aware. I've never seen somebody smoke as much as he smokes ever in my life. But
I've never seen. And you know what? My friend Queen smokes a lot, but that guy puts her under the table.
My husband smokes, but like I'm like
that guy smokes like literally. I sometimes wonder if he like is like an alien. And he's just like tricking us all. Like
every 10 seconds, literally.
Like just breathing through the marijuana. Like he's just like he's tricking us like Men in Black. He's like tricking. He's actually an alien from another planet, and he's just
Gonna take the
that's how
mask
he's
off.
breathing. Yeah, that's how he's breathing is with the marijuana. They're just pretending that's his actual breathing.
Like, hey, you know, I definitely like know that weed calms people and some people need it. Like, go for it, bro. But like, I have never in my life seen somebody smoke that much, bro. Like ever,
Bro,
ever. Like,
bro, nothing against him. I mean, I think he's, you know, and some people don't like him, but I just think that's kind of funny.
I just wish he would take out the opinion that he in his
You know
head
what?
claims as a
Guess what?
fact and then puts as a fact.
Guess what? That's the thing. Like he's trying, you know, like got to realize that he is a writer, and sometimes writers like to embellish shit.
Yeah.
You
I
know
mean,
what
hey, James, I'm gonna tell you this. If I write a book, it's not going to be about the case itself. And I've said this a million times. The book is going to be about the victims and the human toll that this case and the sewer turtle have caused to hundreds of people at this point. And Court TV is included on pushing that conspiracy out to harm people. Like,
Yeah, I mean, the sad thing is, you know, the one thing I take from another thing,
except Julie Grant. Sorry, I have to make that distinction. Except Julie Grant.
The one thing I do want to take away from the kid's testimony is who was the one comforting the two kids? Jen
Not
McCabe.
her. Yeah, not her.
Jen McCabe. Yeah. So, like, everyone's accusing Jen McCabe of being this terrible person. You even have the lawyer, you know, and all these people. And meanwhile, this woman was, you know, is a very nice woman. And it's so sad that everyone treats her like she's some sort of evil woman. Meanwhile, this woman got up, literally got a frantic call. Yeah, but let me finish. She got up with a frantic call to look for her friend in the morning from Karen Reed, who's like kind of a stranger. She doesn't really know her too well. She looks for her friend. She did everything she can to help. And then in the worst moment of these kids' lives, she comforts them and helps them out. And the people look at her like she's the piece of shit. But the piece of shit that, like Karen Reed, leaves these kids to fend for herself and more worried about herself and possibly destroying evidence. You know what I mean? Like, I just can't believe how reality.
Same thing. She got up out of bed. Like,
yeah, I just can't believe how reality can be so easily rewritten in people's minds based on fucking YouTube channels, and how people just don't think for themselves and say to themselves, wait a minute, maybe Jen McCabe is actually a good person, and the people that we're at with and everyone that we treated like, you know, and Karen Reed's a fucking monster, because guess what? She's fucking not even caring about these kids. She didn't give two shits about these kids.
No,
you know what I mean?
Like, her stuff, some of her stuff, and left.
You know what I mean? I can't believe, you know what I mean? And think about that, man. You're an adult. You think, like, how do you act like that to kids that you've known for a couple of years? You don't stay over. You don't comfort the family. You don't talk to the family. You just immediately fucking leave, ditch them, and start. Yeah, that, to me, if I was on that jury and I heard that, I'd be like, this lady's a fucking monster.
And Google
who does that?
Attorneys, not that they're going to know about that, but it's what happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, she went back and decided to Google DUI attorneys. Like,
yeah, like who does that? Can any of these law tubers explain to me who in there would they do that? Would they be like, their significant other, the girlfriend of 2 years, is dead? They have kids that they've known for 2 fucking years, and then would they just walk away and ditch them? Like, am I just like going crazy?
No, it's absurd. Like, and every tiny little thing with them is a conspiracy, right? Every single thing is some sort of conspiracy and some sort of setup. And that applies to every single one of the grifting law tubers and non-law tubers that have been sitting there saying things about people they have never met and don't know.
Yeah.
I've met Chris Albert. I met Colin. Okay. I've talked to Liz Proctor. Like, these people are normal, everyday people. Like, I know a couple of the other Alberts, like, they're normal, everyday people. Some of them very good people. Also, they happen to be funny, kind, compassionate. Like, and then you have these people who've never met them a day in their lives, sullying their names, saying things that are not true, running around with rumors like they're 5-year-old children in kindergarten. Like, these are grown ass adults. You grown ass adults on the internet don't realize that like listening to a YouTuber and then taking that to real life and harassing people is not normal behavior. That like maybe if you're doing that, you might need some sort of psychotherapy or medication because that's not what normal human beings do. Like, what?
I just think it's really sad that the message and narrative was stolen by this
Yeah, it was.
by this fucking evil woman and her and her gang of gaggle of evil people. I think Jackson is if you look at his history, he represents clearly disgusting individuals.
Scumbags, yeah.
Complete scumbags, and honestly. And I think like his behavior has been disgusting. Yanetti's behavior has been disgusting. And I think it's really a sad situation that, there's a possibility that this woman's going to get out of these charges because of all the bullshit that she's played. And it's unfortunate that all these people's lives have suffered. And it's unfortunate that John might not even get justice. And it's sad. And, it is what it is.
So many other people's lives has just been forever altered and changed. Like, forever altered and changed because of this. And the harassment doesn't just magically stop when the trial stops. Believe me, I've been dealing with it since 2023. And because I keep opening my mouth and because I keep standing for the right thing, I will continue to deal with it until I choose not to say anything anymore, which will be half past never. So I don't cower to a bully. I will not cower to a bully. I did once in my life to my abuser. I will never do it again.
Yeah, I just think it's a very, very sad situation. That's my opinion. But anyway, I'm going to skedaddle. Good talking to you, as always. You have a good one. Bye.
See you later. All right, guys, we're going to wrap this thing up here. I got stuff to do today, and it's already 4:30, and I'm starving. I'm hungry. I have not eaten yet today besides my Pringle Mingles, and I need to go make myself something to eat because I'm starving like a hostage. If you would like to make a donation to the channel before we biz out, you can do so these ways. We also have a link for those of you that don't have any of the payment apps and want to just do it credit or debit. We will have Freak put it into the chat. We also have an Apple Pay link for those of you who asked about Apple Pay. And then, of course, the basic Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. I'm a small channel, so I don't get paid by views. I don't have memberships. I don't have those things. We're still waiting on that from YouTube. So this is the way that you can support the channel. We also have things like people oftentimes will just send e-gift cards to my email. We always appreciate those. Amazon's great. And I'm saving them to get a new AC for the house because we need one more for the house. And sometimes people will just send random e-gift cards, which is always nice. Or they'll buy off my wish list, which is definitely nice. Like Avi bought me this cushion for my butt. And I definitely... I still move around because I have chronic pain in my back, but I move less on the bottom now. I squeal less on the bottom, squirming around. So I appreciate that. And Francesca bought me this beautiful picture off my wish list that I got yesterday. And Anna got me my bathroom rug that has cherries on it and it's pink and I love it so much. And I appreciate you guys more than you know. We are a family. If anybody needs anything in the meantime, you guys know how to get me, of course. TwistedTragedies3@gmail or social media, our Discord. You can always get me there. I will see you guys at 8:30 tomorrow morning to go through this terror that is Alessi again in the morning because, well, we have to deal more with him in the morning. Hopefully it'll be over quickly and the judge kind of nips it in the behind. But of course, 8:30, we're here early so that we can talk about a few things. If anything happens in the meantime, we can talk about those things before court starts. So we'll be here nice and early at 8:30 in the morning. If anybody needs anything in the meantime, you know where to get me. I love your stinking faces. And if you're on the replay crew, which we have a lot of replay crew members, and you donate, you know it'll be read on the next stream if you decide to donate after the stream is no longer live. So I love your faces, and I will see you all in the morning. Bye, everybody. Have a fantastic